it would just be an SU, but the SU Section 9 plan would make a plan for how do you see the vision for all kids.
I understand, but
Yeah.
if Huntington is unwilling to be part of this, why not just change the boundaries of the supervisory union, and then you've eliminated that obstacle to having an SD.
They're part of a union high school
Yeah.
too, so Huntington sends their kids to the same high school. So I'm not sure. So if you want to change SU boundaries,
Yes.
I don't. I didn't understand. What were you suggesting, Doug?
Change the SU boundary so that the remaining SU can become an SD.
Well, they are almost a complete SD except for this one issue.
Understood.
right.
So you would change the SU boundary how to
Take Huntington out.
You would orphan.
to take them out, except they're part of the Union School District already. Yeah.
Does that prohibit changing the boundary?
Well,
They take a vote of the electorate
in order
to release
dissolve
them
the union,
from.
they'd have to-
So they could be released with a vote from the other towns. I mean, that's what we ran into when we were talking about Vernon,
Yeah.
and there was that exemption.
Well,
Thank you.
So I think this is just a case to think about. The secretary in the plan has said anytime there was a MUD that would create an SD, that it would be, that's a reason to move forward with the merger. And so that's something that as a group we have to decide if that's a principle we agree with or disagree with.
And again, going back to the law is very clear on this point that the preferred governance structure is an SD. And with these three here, by merging them together, we are moving them into the preferred governance structure. And absent some really compelling case for why the alternative governance structure is the better way to go. And I think in this one specific example, they didn't even submit a Section 9 proposal.
Yeah, Donna?
I just like to clarify the answer that I gave to Oliver. We believe that the MUD itself is exempt under the language. It's the non-member elementary district. I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
And in all of these cases, the language said that they would accept these towns. Is that correct? In the Articles of Agreement?
Yes, but in every case, the time period has already expired, that they said that they would do that without another vote. So in each of the situations that you have here, each of the five, this secretary's proposal proposes that you require the non-member districts to merge, if the MUD votes and is willing to accept that.
Any principle that we want to put on the list?
Well, it sounded like that discussion, Mark's perspective was that the principle that a community had voted 4 times definitively should be considered a grounds for being not practicable. Is that what you were suggesting, Mark?
Yeah, it was.
And Oliver was saying, hell no.
So that's what, there's a lot of disagreement. So Stacy.
So I think at least the way I've started writing this down, now that I've done it 4 times, is a list of possible principles, right? So the first principle is any combination that is not statutorily prohibited is possible. So that, and then now I have a list of, it looks like 7 different possible principles, and I guess what's left as we finish the exercise, Krista, that you're walking us through, which is great, is of these principles, I guess the question is, if any one of these proposals hits one of these, 3 of these, all 9 of whatever that number is, I think it would make sense to leave kind of what Mark said stand for now as one of the possible principles. Then we can decide how many of these gates, or any of these gates, a community would need to hit to then trigger not practicable.
And which ones, yeah.
So am I hearing 2 opposing principles, though, from the board? So I'm hearing one that if a community votes no, that it's not practical, and I'm hearing another one saying that if it creates a preferred structure, it is practicable. I'm hearing both.
Right.
And
So I have it written just as a, I have it written as a non-judgment, just as a lever. Does that make sense?
Okay, that's a decision point that needs to come through?
That's how I've written it.
Yeah, maybe it would be useful to distinguish between principles which were where we started. You know, our duty. What is our duty? To enforce the law or to carry out its directives. What are the principles under which we operate? Number one, that we have the authority to do so, and number two, that that authority takes precedence over local votes and other things. That was a principle I proposed. There's no agreement about that, but what you're describing are what you might consider considerations, which, when taken together either singly or in some combination, might rise to the level of constituting impracticability. Is that a fair way to put this?
And from what I'm hearing then, that's when we start making actual decision points, that we start considering, because it says consider these different things, and because these cases are different, and as we look at some of these cases, some submitted Section 9 proposals and some did not. So does that play into the decision if there's a local vote but no Section 9 proposal? What do you do with that? So that's where it gets complicated. So it may be, as Stacey's suggesting, that we have a list of things to consider, and while we're looking at the plan, there's no one fast rule. I think that's the problem with practicable, is that there's no one definition. So there is, and it's not going to be, I'm sure people want us to have a definitive answer, if this, then yes, no. So it's not going to be that easy. And that's what makes this the hard work. And it's just hard work even deciding what is practicable.
Well, I thought our work right now was simply to compile a list of possible considerations.
Yes.
We've not reached agreement on the definitive list.
No.
So so it's on the list, but anything on there might be removed as a consideration that's valid.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Do we have a written, timely Section 9 proposal on the list?
I just wrote that.
Okay.
So
That we did write it down.
I didn't say timely, but I can say.
Yeah, timely. I mean,
And duly authorized.
yeah,
Because I found one example where it was never even authorized.
yeah. I think that's, in order for me to consider it, I think that's an absolute must, is that they had to file a duly authorized, timely Section 9 proposal,
okay.
in my own opinion.
So if we have that on the list, that this idea that in the Section 9 proposal it meets the requirements under law, I would have that too, because there's some specifics in the law on what it must require, and of course that idea that the SU must look at students as all of their students and how that plays out within the plan. All right, we're coming up close to an afternoon break, and just wanted to give you some other food for thought. On page 126 is another sort of philosophical.
Oh, sorry, just before we move
Yeah.
on from that one. So I had two presumptions. So one is that the where a MUD creates a preferred district, but I would also say anything that's a MUD or an NMED, the presumption is that a merger is the best path forward.
So that would be on the list of considerations.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this on page sorry, let me make sure I have this right. Yeah, 126 in the Secretary's plan, it talks about districts for which merger is possible, but merger is also practicable, and or is retaining the same structure best, ? And so in this one, it actually, it does, sorry, on page 125, right before it, that's where it starts. So it talks about each defined group of districts is a single district responsible for pre-K through 12 and its resident students. In some instances, the district consists of one town, while other multiple town union districts were created many years ago. So the districts discussed in this part are divided into two categories. Districts for which the merger is possible, but for which the state board will want to explore whether creation of a unified union school district is practicable, and whether retaining the current structure is the best way to achieve Act 46 goals under the subheading, districts where a merger is possible, but is it practicable? And then the other one, districts for which the merger is impracticable, or both due to geography and or operating/tuition structures of neighboring districts are under the superheading districts for which merger is either possible or not practicable or both. So that's a lot. So within this section, it's really trying to examine those, and we've looked at some of them already, and how the secretary has weighed in. The one that you might want to look at is 21. This is the Blue Mountain, and as you go through in this one, we didn't discuss it earlier, but on page 131, they have the secretary believes that the means of Act 46 for each district individually and for the region is for the state board to merge the governance structures of the Blue Mountain Union School District, the Bradford School District, the Newberry School District, and the Oxbow Union High School District into a single unified union school district that provides for the education of its pre-K through 12 students by operating multiple schools. This one was a complicated case, if you remember, because this supervisory union isn't following current law. So they didn't merge in areas that they've been asked to merge before, including special ed and transportation. So that's where I think it's on page, where is it?
We said something about that in Act 49, if I recall. Donna?
I'm sorry.
They were asking about.
It's in the particularly section.
That issue of compliance on the SU responsibilities, I
Jeez.
seem to remember we said something about that in Act 49.
Yeah.
Yes, Act 49, one of the, in the alternative governance structure guidance that the Act 49 amended from Act 46, the provision about, hold on a second, the compliance about maximizing efficiencies. In Act 49, the legislature added and complies with Section 261, essentially, Section 261A. So it was the AGS guidance in Act 46 was quite general about maximizing efficiencies, and then there was some additional specificity given to it in Act 49. Among that specificity was complies with 261A.
So, yeah, I just pulled it up now. So this is basically saying that if your SU is not in compliance with 16 VSA 261A, that basically restricts your...
This is all, I mean, that's part of what's difficult about all of this is guidance,
Yep.
and it specifically says that an AGS may meet the state's goals, particularly if.
Yep.
So it's, there are a lot of qualifiers there. It's not giving you, it's certainly telling you to consider this. I don't know that it's giving you a direct answer one way or another about how heavily to weight it.
And so that was some of the criteria is, do we have a principle about school districts that have not been, or supervisory unions that have not been functioning as they should, and does that weigh into decision making? And it's a principle that we have to decide as a board. So these are areas that have not been following law, and they're asking for a carve out from this law from 46. So what is the principle of the board?
I just think it goes more to practicability in terms of their ability to implement the law. These districts had difficulty implementing Act 153 or the virtual merger provisions of Act 156 as it pertains to special education. This is going to be a challenge for them as well. At the same time, is it the board's position to wait until they're ready, to do that, and what is that going to look like? So this gets to a tough call. It's to me, it reminds me a lot of the Cabot-Danville conversation,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And so that's what any principles to be gained out of this. That, as Dan was saying, are they ready? And if they're not ready, does that make it unpracticable because they haven't followed existing statute?
So I'm not that familiar with this situation. In other words, what 153 had, the last part of it was special ed, transportation, all of that. And that's 8 years ago.
Yeah, it was, the special ed in particular was delayed under Act 156, so it gave people time to give them a few more years there. Next time they were supposed to collect a bargain, they were
They
supposed to.
still haven't done it.
They still haven't centralized, yeah.
So do we have to look into that closely to determine the reasons?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but the question, like Donna said, it's guidance, that was incorporated into Act 49. It's not meant to necessarily negate their Section 9 proposal, but for the board, the question is, would you be advancing the goals of Act 46 by forcing them to merge when they've demonstrated a lack of capacity to implement the prior aspects of the law relative to virtual merger?
And it's hard because it shows something is going on in that area that is lacking. And Mark was talking about leadership, that local leadership or, function, or something is happening to prevent that from being a fully functional SU. And what's happening on the ground level, and are they ready to take on the additional challenges of 46? And is that something to exempt them from or to push them further and faster? And that's where the board has to decide. So is it something that you're willing to give time more than 8 years? Or is it something that you think that should be done with more speed and deliverance? Yes.
My instinct is that we've got this just backwards. Remember that the considerations we're speaking about are kind of get out of jail free cards. And I can't imagine that you would want to issue such a card to a district which has willfully or out of incompetence or whatever been in violation of directives of the General Assembly for the last 8 years. That shouldn't be, it seems to me, grounds for saying, oh, they're there, you're not very capable, so you don't need to do this. Can't imagine that. So I think we just got it backwards.
That's what is being presented to us, though. Does that make it not practicable?
And I'm going to concur with John's point here, and we have to go back to the law, and the goal of the law here is to create sustainable governance structures. And I would argue that the challenges that this district has encountered are a result of an unsustainable governance structure. So the idea that what's being proposed here is to create a larger, more sustainable governance structure will hopefully provide an opportunity for some new leadership to come in and get things into a better place.
Mark and Stacy.
Stacy, did you want to go? Okay, I that's hard to disagree with, but once again, I think the greatest asset a community has is its people. Now we talk about indebtedness and that there's some kind of margin there that might disqualify some kind of merger, and I wonder if there's if the human element of that asset is missing, that leadership is missing, is it fair for whoever we merge them with?
And I think it comes even more because we just added Blue Mountain to that area. So they were entering a new SU because they were their own supervisory union and they were added to the supervisory union. So that adds a complicating factor. So this was the hard case. So if you're asking the SU to make changes, do you also incorporate Blue Mountain, who's already done that in their own?
Right.
So any principles to be gained?
I'm just going to, at the risk of over agreeing with Oliver and John, I'm going to agree with them on this one, that it does seem like it's just sending the wrong message to say that you're not complying with current law, so we're going to keep exempting you. I know they'll figure it out, and I think maybe we just have to push them a little bit. But it is a little, as a longtime government person, it just seems like that's the wrong message to send to a locality, is that if you don't do things right, we'll let you keep sliding. And it seems like that's what's happening in this particular school district. And I think that as far as a statewide plan, I don't think we should have an exemption for that.
Stacy?
I just wonder if we need to dig a little deeper into the why it's not happening, or what has transpired over that time. If it's a community that over 8 years has been looking for resources, met with the agency, has tried different opportunities, or they keep losing their principal or their super. Like, I think if we have a little more sense of the why, I could go either way. I think the other thing is we also just had a possible principle about a newly merged district will not be asked to accept new districts, was one of the possible principles. I wonder if there's like a correlated, a newly
Merged SU.
merged SU. Yeah, like is there some kind of corollary with Blue Mountain and that other principle that we just talked about?
Again, I think we have to make sure too, there are some things we can keep track of in our purview, but I am concerned about what's happening there. This process of listening to all the schools and districts and supervisory unions coming to us has really opened my eyes to some of the concerns that we have in this state and the reason we have Act 46. And there are some areas that I would like as a board, things that are in our purview, like education quality standards, to make sure that these are being met for those students, to make sure they have the opportunities. If these principles and laws are not being applied in these areas, and what does that mean for the students of those areas? And so there's almost a separate concern from this report, but what are we going to do for the governance? And then I think the long-term plan is what do we do with a board as what tools that we have. We're not the ones that can go and enforce those laws. That's not our purview, but we can do a lot more checking into school and reviewing the data and looking at that leadership turnover. I know there's been a lot of leadership turnover there. So we've seen.
I know I'm stepping a little bit outside of what we're talking about, but we've maybe identified an SU that's stepping outside of its responsibilities, and I believe the Agency of Education has the ability to step into that SU. Is that correct?
Yeah, certainly.
And so once again, I understand the get out of jail free card, and trying to be fair to who we may merge a dysfunctional SU with. Maybe this is a case in of itself, and that we should consider keeping them the way they are and having the agency step in and do something so that they are more ready to merge. And of course, the agency would have to have enough money and personnel to be able to do this. And
so as we're sitting here in this particular building in this district here, there's another principle that comes to mind, and I see a lot of similarities here, because what's being proposed here is there's a K through 12 district, and then there's a 7 through 12 district, and they're both relatively small. And I think there's some concerns about sustainability and also about opportunities for students. And as we've learned from the earlier presentation here today, there were a lot of opportunities that the students have been able to take advantage of through some of the creative adjustments. And I think that this presents that as an opportunity. So I just want us to keep that in mind as a principle.
So what is that? I mean, so what would you say the principle is?
That the merger creates an environment that would lead to greater opportunities for students.
Okay, so if we can add that to the list.
So no, that's not the same list. You're sort of, I think we're mixing apples and oranges
Okay,
here.
yeah, you're right. I'm sorry.
What Oliver just described is a reason in support of bringing governance together. What the impracticable things are reasons why not to require it. So, it's a useful list to begin, certainly, because what you could say is that there are obstacles on the one hand, but there are benefits or incentives on the other, and that we, in the end, need to be balancing those. So let's just differentiate between things that give us rationale in support of convergence and things which explain why convergence is impracticable.
So lastly, if we're getting a point to a break, but if you could just turn to page 185, and I mean this is the easiest one. So this is for districts for which merger is either not possible or not practicable or both. And it gives a list of all the schools and goes through, as a general principle, the secretary defers to the legislature's presumption that a district would be better able to meet or exceed educational fiscal opportunity, equity, and efficiency, and the district school would be more likely or remain viable if they had access to flexible, inherent, and larger unified structure. This group, however, consists of districts that are geographically distanced from other districts that share the identical operating tuition structure. So that's a principle. You know, in each instance, movement into a larger unified governance structure can occur only if the voters of the district and/or the voters in one or more other districts in the region are willing to compromise regarding the grades for which they operate the schools and pay tuition. So it goes through and lists them. So just looking at the schools, it's very, you know, it's a list. It's not possible. We've talked about some of these already. We've talked about South Hero. We've talked about Vernon. So the Walcott School District. So all these that the Secretary is saying is not practical or possible. Anything that people want to add from this list? I mean, I think it's pretty straightforward, this idea that it goes back to some of the ones we've already talked to, that they are geographically distanced from any other district that shares an identical operation. I think that gets at the one we were saying with contiguous.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, that might even be a nicer way of saying that they are geographically distant from any other district that shares identical operating tuitioning structure. That might even be more succinct than contiguous.
I would stay with contiguous because as soon as you say distance, how do you measure distance? Contiguous is binary.
Yeah.
Super easy.
Peter?
So we still have to give them central office services, right? That's
So,
we're gonna do that.
right, so this is not merging the districts themselves. They are still a member of an SU. So we still have, we looked at South Hero, it's still a member of an SU, but it's still its own standalone district because the closest partner would be Georgia, but Georgia and South Hero don't touch. And that's what the state board, I'm hearing people say, that if it's not contiguous, then that's not a viable option.
So Krista, could I just ask a definition of contiguous? Does that mean that, the corners touch?
Yeah.
Is that,
That's
okay, I'm
contiguous.
just making sure that we're not saying a common border, that if you have, you know, like that place out in the Midwest where you can stand 4 states at the same time.
I mean,
Right.
you could, if you look at it, there's 89 connects to 2 of them. I mean, is that, if you want to get nitty gritty. So, I mean, I think we're saying that they have some sort of.
That they have
touching.
some, that they touch each other. That's all I just
Yeah.
want to make sure that later we get down the road, we don't,
No, that's, yeah, Peter.
So-
yeah.
We
Okay,
can't
good.
assume that their SU that they're currently in is what's it's gonna remain as such, right? These.
That is true. So, and that goes to the last section of the report, adjustments of SU boundaries. So this is just saying that they should be a standalone district. Doesn't mean that they would change. It doesn't mean that their SU wouldn't change.
And this is one area, and Donna, keep me honest here, where we're on a tight timeline and we're mandated by the legislature to put a plan in place regarding the districts by November 30th. But we still retain authority to adjust SU boundaries after that date. Is that correct?
That's correct, under section 261, which has been in place for decades.
John.
I'm just wondering if the list on page 185 oughtn't to be viewed in light of all the other decisions or proposals. A specific example might be number 42, Windsor, West Windsor. Well, Wethersfield was separated from Heartland by West Windsor. That was the reason they weren't contiguous. So there must be a good reason for this that I don't understand. Why would Windsor, West Windsor, and Wethersfield not be considered?
Windsor, West Windsor merged, and so they've become a pre-K through 12, or they will be a pre-K through 12 operating district, which means that it does not have the same operating structure as the district to its north or the district to its south. The only reason that they are here is because, similar to Elmore Morristown, they didn't meet the specific criteria to be eligible for tax rate reductions, and so even though they merged within this time frame, they aren't exempt.
They would be eligible then to be married with another district.
That has the same structure, correct?
So,
And their neighbors don't have the same structure.
well, the irony, of course, is that West Windsor had exactly the same structure as did Wethersfield until it merged with Windsor. West Windsor didn't have high school.
But they had they did not operate 7th and 8th, and both the district to the north and the district to the south do operate 7th and 8th, so they were not the same even then.
Okay, thank you.
Dan?
No, just to Oliver's comment, I think the state board's final plan should include SU boundary reconsideration, not to your point, I think, yeah, you have that authority after this exercise is over, but I think you're gonna, especially with this list, you're gonna have to engage in some SU boundary redrawing as part of the plan that you'll finalize prior to November 30th.
All right, yeah.
One last thing, that discussion we just had about those 3 towns, districts, makes me wonder sometime about the operating district rule, dissimilar operating districts as being an impermeable barrier to convergence of governance. It seems to me to be a very artificial consideration in some requests, in some situations.
And
Section
Donna,
4.
do you want to address
I
that?
understand it's
Yeah,
the statute. I'm
right.
suggesting that the statute be
So
revisited.
for future, I mean, that's not, again, we can't change that.
I
It can be
understand.
changed, as Oliver said,
46.
at the State House.
Yes,
They're
well,
not-
I'm looking,
Right.
Fought very hard for that
I'm
section.
looking for a list of
There are 2 levels to it. One is that statutorily, you don't have the ability to
Understood.
require a
Right.
district to change. Beyond that, constitutionally, our legal advice to you and my legal advice to the legislature when I was legislative counsel is that constitutionally, you can't have a single district that treats students in the same grade differently. So you wouldn't be able to merge them and keep their current different operating and tuitioning structures in different towns as a single district. That's a constitutional issue. It's a statutory issue about whether or not you'd be able to require one of them to change so that there's something the same.
Okay. See you in court.
All right. On that note, it's time for a break, I think. And so we have, it's just shy of 2:30. So if we could be 2:45, just shy of that. And could we have, Stacy, do you mind just whatever list you have, we can try and make a photocopy of so we can try.
So
All
we can,
right.
so we can examine your handwriting.
Yeah, so how about we make it 2:45, just to add a little bit extra in there so we can get that photocopied. And we'll be back then. All right, if we can come together again. And again, we are running late, so we're doing so well, but we're doing with the timing. Oh, sorry. Okay, all right. So we are, again, working on the guiding principles for statewide governance plan. And can we just, Oliver, do you feel in a place that you could read it?
Yes. Alrighty. So any merger scenario that is not statutorily prohibited is deemed to be possible. Proposed mergers under the acting secretary's plan shall be deemed to be practicable unless a school district or group of districts submitted a duly authorized AGS proposal by January 31st, 2018, and some or all of the following factors are present, in which case the SB will give due consideration to the same.
Nice.
First, districts have formal agreements and/or processes underway to merge governance, example, joint school district or interstate compact. Second, non-contiguous to a like operating structure unless offered under an AGS proposal. Third, if spending per equalized pupil is greater than 20% of the mean spending per equalized pupil of potential merger partners, then the SB will examine the impact of debt. Fourth, the case where there was a no vote on a 706B merger. Fifth, the district SU was merged within the last, district stroke SU was merged within the last 2 fiscal years and is not a MUD or NMED.
Nice.
That's what we talked about.
Okay, all right. So we had a motion by Mark, correct? Seconded by Peter. And so discussion, John.
The motion is to do what?
Mark, can you clarify?
Accept.
And just with the microphone.
Oh, I'm sorry. The motion is to accept our work of the day as guiding principles moving forward.
I want to just raise a concern about procedure we don't want to be in a situation, I think, where we've adopted something and then it cannot be reversed without a formal reconsideration, which has some rules about it. I wonder if we might consider calling this a working understanding from which is, in other words, not binding indefinitely upon us, but only where we stand now, kind of is the idea of it, with the full understanding that that in fact we may wish to use similar language in every step of the way until we get to the very end, at which point then we can sign off on the whole thing kind of irrevocably.
Okay, so I hear an amendment
Yeah.
to call it a working,
Yeah, I would propose that.
okay, is there a second to that?
Second.
Seconded by Bill.
Can you, I'd like to hear the language again, please. The amendment.
The amendment.
Well,
So John,
I guess I'd have to start by asking Mark to repeat one more time, or the chair to repeat the language as proposed by the maker of the motion.
Move to accept the work of the day, all this, which I'm not going to read, as guiding principles for our work to be done with coming up with our plan.
Maybe I could suggest as a working understanding of our guiding principles.
so you want to
Okay.
amend that to be
Yes.
a working understanding of our principles. Now, is that a friendly amendment, or do we need
No,
to take a
depends
vote?
on the maker of the motion.
Yeah, sure.
Is that friendly
Yep, it is with
amendment?
me.
Yes?
Pete?
Okay, so can you repeat back then?
I
Just-
can't.
You can't?
Move to accept the work of the day as a working document guiding us.
Working understanding?
Working understanding, thank you. Working understanding for our principles to get us to a state plan, to the state plan.
John?
Are we voting on the amendment?
I think, was that just a friendly amendment?
Yeah,
So you
yeah.
just-
It's a friendly amendment. Then,
Okay.
before we vote on the amendment as the motion as amended, I would like to explain my vote in the negative. I'll be opposing this motion because I'm very uncomfortable with the number 4, which is extending import to a no vote on 706B proposals. And my reservations are that in my reading of the law, simply no provisions for us taking that into account in our deliberations on the state plan.
Any other discussions?
I hear John's concern, and I think it's a valid concern, but the language that we're looking at here is clear that we're going to give consideration, but it's not dispositive. And if it were dispositive, I would definitely join you in your concern. But I feel comfortable, and again, I would stress, and for members of the public, this is really a working document, and the intent, and I really appreciate Mark making the motion that he did today, is to put something out there to invite comment from the public. We'll have a few weeks, and I think it's really helpful for the process for people to understand the principles that we're going to attempt to use to apply some sort of a uniform standard for how we're going to apply, how we're going to move forward.
Any other comments? Are people prepared for a vote? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no.
Nay.
Nay.
Oh, wait, so there are 3. I honestly didn't hear properly, and there was more voices, so could we do a roll? Yeah, John?
Can we just,
Show of hands.
Show of hands. Okay, that would be helpful. For all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And those opposed, say no. Okay, the ayes have it. So we've adopted those as a working principles to be used. All right. So, and thank you. I mean, this is hard work, and I really appreciate everybody's dedication to this, to do this in public, to sit here and to process as a group. We're not one person looking at this plan and coming up with their own principles, but trying to come up with something as a group, and I thank everybody.
Yeah, I'm just gonna echo, I thought the amount of respect that we showed one another, and listening and really hearing and revising was, it was nice to be a part of it. So thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Yes, John?
Madam Chair, you're probably going to go on to next steps?
Yes, and consent agendas.
Okay, may I just inquire if we might ask of the agency to do some homework for us? If it would be possible for the agency to go through all of the proposals that meet the test of this understanding, that is, they're all submitted in a timely fashion. That's roughly 43 proposals, I guess. Give us a simple spreadsheet that tells us if any of these conditions, these 5 conditions, are applicable in the instance of each of these secretaries' proposals. I guess there may not be that many secretaries' proposals, but of the number of secretaries' proposals, which of them trigger any of these 5 conditions, with any annotations you might wish to make about that. That would be, just give us, that gives us kind of the lay of the land about where the grappling for the word, the inconceivables live. What's the word, Stacy?
I don't know.
The impracticables.
Right.
That's,
Impracticability.
that would just give us a quick scan of where impracticability may be clustered or reside, and then we know to drill there.
We know there's at least one for every
Right.
benchmark, because that's where we drew them all out.
Bill?
Yes.
Microphone.
Let's clarify what we're doing on the 17th and what we're going to do with the agreed ones.
We are, so just quickly, before we do have a consent agenda, so let's just follow the rest of the agenda here, because we're getting to the calendar review agenda planning. So I think we're jumping the gun here a little bit, but can we go to the consent agenda, and do I have a motion?
So moved.
Okay, and
Second.
And seconded. And so the only thing on there are the minutes from September 19th. That was per request of the board, that we didn't want anything else on there. That was just the minutes, that's bare minimum. Any discussion or comments?
Yes, I wish to extend my gratitude and appreciation and acknowledgement for the excellent job that was done in the preparation of these minutes.
And just for the record, I sent them to John to edit beforehand. So
And there was not a,
and
I
so
didn't make a single
about
change.
20 minutes here. So
Good play.
I made no changes. It was perfect as presented.
and he didn't have any corrections, so that's what I should really say. So if we're ready to vote on the consent agenda, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. So we have passed the consent agenda. Moving on to the calendar review, really just the agenda planning for the 17th. So at this point too, we are scheduled to be at Hartford. We are just making sure that that is clear. Like we're working on making sure we have the amount of space that we need. So we're 90% positive it will be at Hartford, but just to put that out there. So that will be our next meeting on October 17th. And now we are looking at agenda planning. I did want to put out there, we usually go to the Teacher of the Year school, but that school doesn't have capacity to host us. So we are a needy guest now. So we asked for at least 100 seats. So that way we can have guests come. And so that's not something every school is able to do. So they were not able to, and that's why Hartford stepped up and they were able to do that. So we're thinking about agenda planning, so next steps. That's exactly where we're at. So if we're looking at the list that we just came up with, and just going back to something that was thrown out earlier, that we take off the possible, if you want to take that first and looking at the state plan, because that's pretty straightforward. If it's not possible, there's any combination of statutory that's prohibited, that's a pretty easy way to start. So is that something that we want to start looking at the possible at our next board meeting? And that way, anybody that's up for, in consideration under the Secretary's plan, under possible, will come to us and have a provisional vote.
Could
Yes.
we ask the agency to staff that out and simply give us a list, which I presume would be 0, of the Secretary's proposals that are not possible?
I think that's already on page 185. So page 185 in the Secretary's report, it lays out which ones are not possible.
But we're talking about are we talking about the AGS proposals or the Secretary's proposals?
The Secretary's proposal, because they cannot be merged because they are unlike districts. So those are the lists on page 185. And so with a couple, there's a couple in there that are not practicable too, but I think that's an easy list that we can go through. Donna?
They're not possible, but I think it brings in practicability with geography, actually. It's not possible because there is no other district near them that has the same structure. And those were decisions 34 through 43 that the Secretary said they weren't possible or practicable or both. So I think you could say that they are not possible, but you might want to look at the geography just to see if you agreed with what the Secretary's proposal of geography was.
So do we want to start there with almost a backwards, so starting with the 34 through 43, those plans, and those would be the ones that were deemed not possible or practicable, and then we could go from there.
We're
And
eating
it's-
dessert first.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's an easy test for the
I'll bring dessert.
non-contiguous language.
Okay, so for our agenda planning, we could start with 34 through 43.
Do we expect to spend time on those, or one motion for that group?
And Donna, you can advise us, we need a vote on each of these, correct? Or could they be as a group?
I think it would be better to vote on each, even if the vote is very simple. It would just be better. I think it's cleaner if you do that.
Okay.
And I'm sorry. Just one other thing that kind of plays into this is that we were going to talk about just the decision points document today, but I think that it's probably too late in the day to talk about anything that's that technical. But I would urge you to read this first page and try to understand what the numbers mean. But you're going to need to decide how you're going to make the decisions, I think, and whether the 43 different options that we had are the right options.
So do people want to review that document before we do the 34 through 43?
I think we should.
Yeah.
Krista, can I ask, are we gonna vote, are we gonna do like a rolling vote through like October, November, or are we going to say, like push pins, here's where we think we're leaning, and then on one day we vote on all of them, boom, 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 boom?
Well, so, and so just getting some advice about having a vote for each of these, it'd also be advisable, I think we talked about this last meeting, to have a vote that was saying to add this to the final state plan, and then take one final vote on the state plan. So it would be a motion to add it to the state plan. So that way, each of these would be, make a motion to accept the Secretary's proposal and instance number, whatever that is, and add it to the state plan. At the very end, we would do one final vote on the whole state plan. Does that make sense?
It does.
Okay. Yeah, no, if it doesn't.
Well, I'm just wondering if there's gonna be any point where we get further down in the conversation and we won't wanna have voted on A until we've decided what we wanna do about T.
Right, and so, and that's why if we just add it, say we add it to the plan, that is a way you can remove something from the final plan too.
Okay.
So that way it's adding things and taking a vote at the end. John?
Back to the not possibles. I don't understand why, if we concur that a proposal is not possible, we spend any time worrying about whether it's practicable. Since what possible is about what the statute says. And I could imagine that we might do the work of satisfying ourselves that the Secretary is correct in her assessment that they are not possible. Remember, our job is to ascertain for ourselves if the claims or representations of the Secretary have merit by our views. And so I think the first test is it or is it not possible? Is the Secretary's recommendation or assessment correct? If it's correct, there's nothing else to talk about.
And we just take a vote.
Yeah.
You just say that we confirm the Secretary's assessment. We don't need to get into any practicability for those cases. We have enough of those to deal with later.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think that's why we're starting with that first, just to, we'll take those votes. It should be hopefully fairly quick, and if there's one that we need to spend more time with,
Well, we should at least have a due diligence discussion. Are we satisfied that the Secretary is correct in this case specifically, that this is not possible?
Right.
Yes, no?
So once we move on to that, it becomes what is the will of the board and how do we want to look at these different subjects. The Secretary organized them in a way that we could make sure that we're not making decision one way in one district and one way in another by looking at putting all the traditional UHSDs together, by putting the MUDs together. Do you want to continue in that way so that way we can ensure that we're not making decisions differently in the north than we are in the south?
I think that's wise.
And so should we start at the top of the list then, in the list and looking at traditional UHSDs and then moving down to the MUDs and then USDs with unlike members, so going in that order. And the tricky part is anticipating how far to go down the list. And are we saying in the October 17th meeting and what we warn, we need to make sure that we're warning any potential vote. So how far do we want to warn the entire thing? And maybe we'll know ones we're pulling off. This is where I need to know the will of the board as we're making the agenda. And this is a quick turnaround again, because today is November 2nd. We are meeting October 2nd. We're meeting October 17th. So this is 2 weeks.
The next one?
What?
And then the next one is?
November 14th, and then another one scheduled for November 28th. So I just need to know the will of the board so that way we can warn a meeting. And knowing that we may not get to all of them, I think it's important to make sure that we do our best effort to get.
I would warn them all so we
Yeah.
have flexibility, because we don't want to be constrained.
Okay.
And then just adjourn if we don't get through it.
Okay. And we'll go through in the existing order that's here. So we'll do the last ones first and then go back to the beginning and move through there.
And we may revisit, so I think we should be careful in any subsequent meetings to warn everything, so we always have the flexibility to go
Yeah.
back and
Yep.
adjust.
Okay. That's what I was. Yes, John.
If I recall correctly from the calendar that we had, there was a note that we would have 2 hours for this work at the next meeting, because it's a regular meeting of the board. I hope it can be more than 2 hours.
I think that was a guess from last January. If you remember, that was last January an attempt to be like, what does this look like over the next year?
Okay.
And so I think the consensus being this takes a lot more time, and that's why we've really pushed everything else off the plate of the board except focusing on this in the last 5 meetings. Anything else then for agenda planning? Then is there a motion to adjourn by Callahan?
Can I just ask
Oh,
quickly, we
Is that it?
get something in writing before our meeting, hopefully?
For the,
For the next, I mean, I know it's just 2 weeks, left over.
so what in writing?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of documents that we can possibly review in advance before the,
So just remember, so we have, the biggest document is here, your binder.
yeah.
And then the section 9 proposals are all online. So those are the ones that are there to be had are online. And so that would be the documents really. And if there's anything the agency creates, I don't see how the agency is going to create anything for us and get it in the mail. It's going to be electronic mailing again, because to be in the mail, it would have to be done by this Friday and get mailed out. So I don't foresee that
Okay.
being possible or practicable. Right?
That word's like
It is possible. I don't think it's practical. So I think anything that will be it'll be electronic.
Okay.
Anything else for then Callahan?
Oh, motion to adjourn.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by John. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
If anybody opposed, please say no. The ayes have it, and thank you for our special October 2nd meeting of the State Board.
One of the first things I want to mention, you all have a copy of the invitation for the Women's Economic Opportunity Conference, which is next week. If you don't, we'll give you one. Marcel and I have been doing that now for 22 years. The first time we did one, and we had gotten a small classroom here in Burlington, not knowing how many people would show up. So many showed up we had to move into the gymnasium. Each year it's been more. We've had literally thousands of women who have attended. They've had everything from job opportunities to people being hired. We've had wonderful speakers and most Vermonters talking about businesses they've started, and the majority of startups in Vermont have had women entrepreneurs. They've talked about what they've had to go through. We've also brought in speakers like Lily Ledbetter. The Lily Ledbetter law was written with her name in it to have equal pay for equal jobs for both men and women, Sonia Sotomayor. But we also had Hinda Miller, who invented the jog bra with a friend, which became a multi-million-dollar business. This year, we're going to have Corinne Previtt, and we have her bio in here, skier, who decided starting in her dorm room, making ski caps, and now they go to 300 retailers, 21,000 direct customers. And she's doing that from here in Vermont. And so we definitely wanted her to speak. We're getting an enormous response on it. And Diane Derby, who's here, knows and can answer other questions you want. But take a look at the different workshops. It's an all-day event, and you're all invited. It's open to the press. I find it one of the most moving things we do every year. Marcel and I look forward to it every year, and apparently thousands of others do too. We also had news early this morning, and I've had a number of the national press have called me already this morning about the Canada joining what we used to call the NAFTA agreement. We knew that would happen. Notwithstanding the tweets and the, I thought, demagoguery from the White House trying to exclude Canada. I told Prime Minister Trudeau what I'd been told by both Republicans and Democrats alike. No agreement was going to go through the Congress without Canada. So for an agreement to have, a trade agreement, to have any chance, it has to have Mexico and Canada. But without Canada, it was dead on arrival. Now we're just getting the papers this morning. They're going to great length. Dairy will obviously be one of the things, but we still have the problems with steel and aluminum tariffs, which are affecting companies here in Vermont, affecting long-standing companies adversely here in Vermont. So I had calls this morning from the national press on that, and that's kind of a summary of a much longer conversation I had with him. And lastly, we will go back this afternoon. A number of members of the Judiciary Committee will meet, and we're going to talk about the Kavanaugh hearings. The last week was extraordinary, and I've been on the Judiciary Committee since my third year in the Senate. So I've been there longer than anybody. I've never seen anything like this under either Republican or Democratic administrations. Yesterday afternoon, we watched it. Marcel and I watched the Saturday Night Live caricature of it. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was so accurate what happened. I thought Dr. Ford gave a very honest statement. I've prosecuted a lot of sexual assault cases when I was state's attorney. I would have considered her a very believable witness. I thought that Judge Kavanaugh was not believable. And somebody said, when part of your job interview is to talk about your excessive drinking and sexual assault, you're probably going to have a difficult time getting to that job interview. And he should. This is a man who several times has given misleading testimony to the United States Senate. The Miranda stolen tapes. These are emails and tapes stolen from Democratic members on the Senate Judiciary Committee. He was asked by both Republicans and Democrats, did you have anything to do with these stolen tapes? Did you review them or the stolen emails? He said no. Well, now we've finally been able to get hold of the email trail, and of course he had. Of course he had them. Of course he talked about it. Of course he even had emails where Manny Miranda said, let's not meet at the White House or up at the Senate. Let's meet quietly somewhere, maybe my home, so I can show you these. His involvement in some very controversial judicial nominations when he was at the White House. His answers were not truthful. And frankly, what has happened now raises a question. This is what happens when you try to rush through a judicial nominee because the president said, I want to have, in effect, I want the Supreme Court to do what I want them to do. And that should be enough to say no right there. So take another week or two. Let's get a better understanding of who he is. We have three branches of government. We have always trusted the judicial system to be an independent branch. I think one of the greatest degrees of damage done by this president is trying to move the independent federal judiciary branch into an arm of what he considers the Republican Party should be. And if that happens, we all suffer, Republicans and Democrats alike. I'll close with this. Anytime I argued before a court of appeals or a trial court, I assumed, looking at that judge, that whether I was representing plaintiff or defendant, whether I was representing the state or not, they would treat all of us alike. Donald Trump said they should only treat him favorably, not the rest of the country. That's not what we want. So, if you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer. Yes.
There's been some different reports about the FBI investigation.
Mm-hmm.
Could you give us your understanding of the scope of that investigation?
Well, I think when the president was asked on his way to the golf course, he said something about, he said there'll be no restrictions. Well, that's what we're demanding. That's what Senator Flake and I and everybody else thought would be there with no restrictions. There are a number of people who have come forward. They should be talked to. I was concerned that Dr. Ford has not yet been talked with by the FBI, but they have a team of dozens and dozens of investigators who are well trained in this. Talked with everybody. Certainly, we've heard that Mr. Judge was present when this happened. He's the first one that should be talked with, but there are many others should be.
Do you think the results of this investigation are going to make any difference to the Senate?
If the results of this investigation affirm what many of us believe, that she was sexually assaulted by a man with a serious drinking problem, then I would think that enough people would be independent enough to say, we're not going to vote for it. And maybe he'll be withdrawn. Remember the question I asked her, what do you remember the most? She said, the laughter. I tell you, that struck me as what I heard from sexual assault victims. The veracity in her voice was what I would bring prosecutions on when I was state's attorney. And his past record of evasions in hearings, his problems with drinking, there are better people. They could have a Republican, they could have a conservative on the Supreme Court, but have somebody the country can respect.
Let's say the FBI investigation exonerates him entirely. Do you think he would, at that point, be a fit nominee for the court?
If the question was, what if the FBI investigation exonerated him entirely? I think that would change the dynamics with many. I would point out, though, that here's a man who has, one, I don't think that's going to happen, and secondly, here's a man who has misled the committee on several other occasions in answers to questions by both Republicans and Democrats. And when a tiny fraction of his emails came out, we found that he had not told the truth. Remember the difference you have here. In Russian history, they've released about 8%, 8 or 9% of his records. Elena Kagan, 99%. There's a big difference.
Do you think, through all of this, do you think he is going to be the next justice of the Supreme Court?
I hope for the sake of the country he's not the next justice on the Supreme Court. I think it would diminish the court. And I've voted for both Republican and Democratic nominees over the years of the U.S. Supreme Court. But this man would diminish considerably the confidence Americans should have in the court.
The FBI investigation appears to be largely the result of a friendship between a Democrat and Senator Coons and a Republican and Senator Flake. You, of course, have friends on the other side of the aisle. What are you doing to sort of cultivate those relationships with Republicans on the larger?
Well, on this particular one, a lot of the meetings with Senator Flake and Senator Coons, I was out there in it. I think people watching saw me being called out by Senator Flake, Senator Coons to join it, but several of us did in talking about it. But I'll give you one example of what I'm doing. Nick Shelby, a very conservative Republican from Alabama, he and I have been joined completely on the appropriations. That goes under the radar, but it's been 15 or 20 years since appropriations bills were passed on time. We just passed a massive labor and human services and defense bill and others. We passed more that we're waiting for the House to finally vote on. This hasn't been done in decades. We did it because we agreed we would put it through within budget and without the so-called poison pills that used to come in. It just hasn't been done, but it's done because we gave our word to each other, and then we sat down with Senator Schumer and Senator McConnell and said, this is the way it's going to be. You're going to have to back us. And we did. We kept our word. And I know the observers in Washington thought it could not be done, were amazed when it was done. I'm hoping this is going to set a view, at least in the Senate, and I hope in the House, that we can do things, we work together. We're trying to do this with a 5-year farm bill, and I'm one of the conferees on that. That's the way, you know, when I brought up for 2 or 3 years the idea of an organic farm bill, people like Jesse Helms said, well, that's crunchy granola, it's not going to go anywhere. Teamed with a conservative Republican, Dick Lugar, we passed the Leahy bill and started the organic farm movement. That crunchy granola is now $52 billion a year. But it was a case of Republicans and Democrats coming together. Mike Crapo, a conservative Republican from Idaho, he and I looked at the Violence Against Women Act and said it has to be greatly expanded. And we joined together. Even though he was getting opposition from some of the leadership in his own party. We expanded the Violence Against Women Act. We added the LGBT community. We added Native Americans. And then we added sexual trafficking of children. Everybody thought it could be done. We passed it overwhelmingly, Republicans and Democrats in the Senate. The Republican Speaker of the House said, well, that's not acceptable to the conservative caucus. The other Republicans, moderate Republicans and Democrats rolled it, and they passed it verbatim. And the Leahy-Crapo bill was signed into law. So it shows it can be done.
But are any of these old friendships, like with Crapo or with Shelby, are you going to be able to lean on them and say, hey, take a closer look at this Kavanaugh guy?
I have talked with some of them, and I think they, without naming the ones, I mean, I talk about, it's interesting, some of the conversations we have, when you're working out in the gym, or you're having a cup of coffee early in the morning. My office in the Capitol, which, because I'm Dean of the Senate, is a very nice office, and it's become a gathering place for both Republicans and Democrats. We can talk there without it ever getting out. I'm sensing a concern by many that maybe they ought to try somebody else. You know, this happened once before with President Reagan had a nominee. Something came up, and he withdrew his name. He continued to serve on the Court of Appeals. President Bush had a nominee who, in some of her statements, realized she shouldn't be there. Her name was withdrawn. So this could be done. And I'm going to have to run for the...
Can I just ask one more question? You
No.
said that he was, that Kavanaugh was not truthful, that he was misleading, but has he lied under oath, to your estimation?
Well, that would be up to somebody to take a look at it and decide. I thought he did not tell me the truth. And he was given every opportunity to do it. As more of his emails become public, that becomes more and more definite. That's why I want the rest of the records. I wonder why they're hiding 90% of his records. because they would show without any doubt whether he has or not.
Very-
I feel he has.
Very, very quickly, sir, on the trade deal with Canada.
Yeah.
What is the effect of this going to be on the Vermont dairy industry, do you think?
Well, that's why I'm wondering. You know, there's dairy provisions, both the dairy industry here in the United States is saying this is great. The dairy industry in Canada is saying this is great. I hope it is. I want to see the wording. We're just starting to get the papers on it. We hope we'll have them by this evening. But first, you're not going to have any agreement without Canada. I've told this to the Canadians, I've told it to my constituents, all my meetings with Vermonters around the state. I've said this over and over and over again. Now, the dairy, I talked to the dairy people a week ago, in a big conference call, and this was an issue they were raising. I want to see what the wording is. I've been a lawyer long enough that I actually want to see the papers. So, okay.
Senator, one quick more. Do you think there are repercussions for lying under oath to the committee?
If there's a clear-cut case of lying under oath, of course there will be.
Okay.
Do you regret giving up being the ranking member of the Judiciary Committee?
No, I don't, because it's become so partisan, and we've never had a woman as ranking member, and so I stepped aside so Senator Feinstein could. I did the same thing a few years ago. I was next in line to be chair of appropriations. I stepped aside because it never had a woman as chair, and so Senator Mikulski could. Now she's retired. I've come back as vice chairman, and I did that because the whole Senate. I mean, it seems like such almost a in the weeds nerdy thing, but you have to be there to understand how badly the Senate and the House has been damaged by the inability just to pass appropriations bills, or the inability to pass them without some of the craziest poison pills for either the right or the left. And the fact that we're bringing it back to where it's done is giving hope to a lot of people we can continue to. And so if that can be done, I'm going to be one of the happiest senators around. They're already using our example in the 5-year farm bill. If that gets done, that's going to have enormous effect on the rest of the country. So, thank you. Anybody want to go to Washington with me today?
Sure.
Marcel, I hope you do.
Happy campus conference! There are lots of seats, lots of room, y'all, so you're going to want to sit up close up in the front tonight for
5 times more swollen than they were this morning. So that's a good sign. I know everyone that I spoke with today just was really amazed with all the wealth of information and experience our teachers were sharing. So I want to ask our teachers once again as we're filtering in just to stand up, and let's give our teachers a big round of applause. So we wanted to take a moment as everyone's gathering to share our voices again in song. I know some of you that haven't been to Rosemary's Herbal Conferences before aren't used to singing fun songs and doing hand motions with 300 other adults. But at the same time, it really moves us into that place of childhood and curiosity and joyfulness that I think this sacred plant that we're all gathered for really embodies and inspires in us. So Patty and I, this is my friend Patty from Florida, and we wanted to share a song today that was offered to us by an herbalist in the Southeast, Mother Turtle. Some of you may know her. And it's another call and response song. And so we're going to sing a line and ask you to respond back to us. And it's a nice song full of movement. So if you're feeling like you've been sitting in class all day and want to let your blood flow a little bit, get your circulation moving, you can stand up and wiggle around with us a bit. But I want to share the words with you, and then we'll sing a line and ask you to respond back and roll with it like that. We'd love you to stand up if you're feeling it, yeah. Get us going, that's right. I know we've been sitting all day, so thanks for taking some time to get that circulatory system moving. And so the words of the song are, the people of the world are gathering. Together we're creating a world unafraid of feeling. We're initiating healing. So we'll sing a line and ask you to call back to us.
People of the world are gathering. People of the world are gathering. Together we're creating. Together we're creating. A world unafraid of feeling. A world unafraid of feeling. We're initiating healing. We're initiating healing. So rise up, rise up, rise up. So rise up, rise up, rise up. 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 The people of the world are gathering. People of the world are gathering. Together we're creating. Together we're creating. A world unafraid of feeling. A world unafraid of feeling. We're initiating healing. We're initiating healing. So rise up, rise up, rise up. 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 So rise up, rise up, rise up. 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 Rise up, rise up, rise up.
Cannabis Conference Choir 2018. I hope someone's recording this. Y'all sound great. You can take a seat or you can keep standing, however you feel. All good. Thanks, y'all, for singing along. We want to share a couple more bits of news and ways we can keep our flow going well in the next couple days. I just want to ask any of you that are joining us and haven't yet visited Sophia and I to register and get your fancy name tag and packet. Please do check in. We'll be loitering around at the social with extra name tags, and especially if you checked in with the college last night and got your key but haven't yet checked in with us, please do come by and see us before you go tonight. We have set up a message board in the Noble Reading Room, which is also the exhibit hall with the vendors. And on that board, we are having folks post if you have a seat in the intensive, but your schedule changed and you can't make it, you want to offer it up, or if you are looking to share a ride to Burlington on your way out, you can leave any kind of messages there you want with your name and cell phone and just try to connect with one another at the conference. We also want to ask any of you that will be checking out from the dorms that need to deposit your key outside of our check-in times, which are posted on each hallway in the dorms, do tonight come by and see Sophia and I if you haven't yet, just so we can make sure to get your key return and deposit coordinated before you go. We have just a few seats left in 2 of the Monday intensives. I know it was a struggle to choose which one to get in, and a lot of them had filled up, but we have a little bit of space left in Rochelle Baca's intensive and a little bit of space left in Jody Noe's intensive on Monday. So again, please find Sophia and I. On that note, if you want to stop by and see us tonight, but we'll be more equipped at the table tomorrow to help you out with that. Also, in the exhibit hall tomorrow, you can visit Heather and Dylan, which together would be Helen, I guess. Heather and Dylan of Tree Farm Communications will be in the vendor hall tomorrow. And again, the chance to have these recordings is really awesome. So we want to thank them for coming all this way and doing the work so that we can take home the classes. I love to get the whole package so that I can listen to it on my commutes and get the classes that I wasn't able to take in person at the conference. But also, as you all have experienced today, so many of these classes are so so dense in information that it's hard to really like capture and integrate it all just through one sitting. So you can listen to them over and over. So check out Heather and Dylan's table in the exhibit hall. And those of you that are on the meal plan in the morning, I want to mention that the breakfast buffet will be served from 7 to 8 a.m., and then they'll start to clean it up and take it down around 8 o'clock. So if you have that pre-order breakfast buffet in the morning, stop by between 7 and 8 a.m. to visit the buffet. We wanted to also take a moment to give some special shout outs of thanks. I mentioned our sponsors earlier. If any of you are in the room, CBD, Champlain Valley, Pam and Mark with Plant Spirit Healing, CBD Vermont, Aeromed, Ancient Ways. If you could all just stand again and wave so we could give you our praise and gratitude for all of your support. Thank you again so much for making this conference possible. It takes a lot for organizations to start a brand new conference, especially with a controversial subject like this, and the support of our sponsors has been really incredible, as has the support of the Vermont College of Fine Arts, who've really tended and held to us as organizers and hopefully all of you immaculately yesterday and today. And we want to give special thanks to Justin and Eric over here who have held down our AV so tremendously today. I also wanted to give another round of thanks to our work study crew and our staff. And I especially wanted to give big thanks to Lazarus and Sophie. I don't know if y'all are in the room, but if you could stand up and let us give you a little love today. There's Lazarus in the back. Sophie is maybe around somewhere, again, working her tail off, as is normal. So if you see Sophie, give her a big hug and just tell her thanks so much for everything she's taken on this week. I also wanted to just invite us to take a moment of silence and prayer for all the folks in the Southeast. A number of participants this weekend were not able to make it here due to the hurricane, and lots of folks, as you know, about 1 million people are without power and are dealing with flooding right now in the Carolina Basin. So if we just want to take a small moment to honor them and send some love and prayers their way. Thank you so much. All right, the Queen Bee, Rosemary herself, to the stage.
Oh, I can't believe I'm nervous, but Jane says, just channel the plant. Okay, I will. I got so high today, I'm just walking around. Just walking into the Noble Reading Room, right? It was amazing. That's such an incredible buzz. So what a fabulous day, right? It's just amazing. And really, thank you so much. Thank you for all of you for coming and just helping to create the magic here. And I actually even went to workshops, which with all the other conferences I organize, I don't even go to. So I was learning so much. It was pretty awesome. So we have a wonderful evening planned. After our fabulous keynote tonight, we have a social, and we have some wonderful snacks back there. Make sure you read the labels well to make so you know what you're snacking on. No, they're labeled. It's mostly just really healthy sandwiches and vegetables and snacks. There'll be some nice music, and it'll be just a chance for us to just mingle and visit and meet one another. I really want to thank my dear friend, Dr. Nabucco Kingsley, and her host of helpers. Boo, are you here? Yeah, there she is. So she's yeah. Wonderful family practitioner who spent all day making sandwiches for you. Thank you so much, Boo. Yeah. And after David's talk with us tonight, we also are going to have the opportunity to actually hear the plant. So for a lot of people in the herbal community, we have been able to really visibly hear the plants communicating. And Pam is, for those of you who are not familiar with that, she's going to provide an experience. And I want to thank Buzz for providing this beautiful weed plant here for us, who's going to be our token singer. I actually had to ask Buzz, is it legal for us to have this plant up here? And he just laughed at me. Yeah, it's really great. So Yeah, and then just the other thing I wanted to mention, I have to say, you know, we are in an amazing changing time. And I know so often in the world there's so much weight right now that's bearing down on us, but there's so much to celebrate. And this is a great moment of celebration when we can come out about another amazing medicinal plant that's been so long repressed. And as I called this plant always the warrior rebel plant, because no matter how much it was pressed down, it continued to rise up. And we're all rising up with it. And I had to laugh when my friend Pat Crocker and Ellen Novak handed me a book they wrote. She writes mostly cookbooks on really healthy, great food, and she has one on cannabis edibles. I thought, we are coming of age in the herbal community, so thank you, Pat. Yeah, so, thank you so much. So it's with great honor that I get to introduce our keynote tonight. It's our Lieutenant Governor David Zuckerman. I can't even say it. Thank you so much for joining us. I was talking to my good friend Amy Goodman, who knows David quite well, and she goes, he's just good people. Just good people. And what we know about him is he's completely committed and dedicated to causes that most of us really advocate and believe in. He's been a long-term advocate for the cannabis reform and legalization of cannabis in Vermont. Thank you, David, for that. He's, more than anything, I want to say he's an organic farmer, so we know he's a good guy. Yeah. He and his wife run Full Moon Farm, which is an organic certified farm in Heinsberg, Vermont. He's been awarded so many awards and recognized for so many different things that he's done in the state of Vermont that includes things like livable wages, affordable housing, health care for all, equality in marriage, choice of life at the end of life, a choice of life at the end of life. That's a good one. And so many other things. So it's just really, really an honor that he's taken time to join us this evening. So thank you so much, David, for being here.
Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate being here. I just got to let you know that one of our sows is literally farrowing as we speak. My wife called me as we were headed up the hill, and she said, Ruby's having another, she just had the first one out. I'm going back to check. So, farming, love it. Thank you for that kind introduction. I'm going to just mention one other piece of legislation I've worked on for well over a decade. And I'm sorry for the suit. It's one of the things you have to do as Lieutenant Governor. So sorry I overdressed everybody. But one other piece of legislation I've worked on for well over a decade, and we passed in Vermont. I think people across the country were very excited about it until the federal government, after $120 million of lobbying from the seed industry and the chemical agriculture industry, lobbied Washington to override our GMO labeling law. But for those of you that have seen some products on your shelves that say made with or partially made with. Some of those companies like Campbell's and General Mills, they added those labels before the federal government changed it, and they've kept those labels because they know consumers want it. So if you're from other parts of the country and you see that label, you can thank your Vermont legislature for helping make that happen. So when I first was active as a young person in the activism world at UVM, I thought the whole political scene was a load of crap. Too much corporate money running both major corporate parties, totally not interested at all. And back in 1992, I learned about this incredible congressman we had. And those of you from other parts of the country may not have heard about him much before 3 years ago, but a guy named Bernie Sanders was running as an independent for Congress. And he's the one that really inspired me to engage in the electoral system. And so after working on his campaign and then some other local folks' campaigns, someone asked me to run back in 1994 for the Vermont House. I was still a student at UVM. I did lose by 59 votes, but I came back and ran again in 96, and I've served 18 years in the House and Senate since, and now 2 years as Lieutenant Governor. And I was just visiting a friend in Virginia. Well, I was actually visiting Charlottesville because my mom was in the hospital. She's out for the time being, which is good. But I saw an old friend from college, and he showed me my old button from the 1994 campaign. And on that button, along with his 1994 Bernie button, my button under my name, Zuckerman, was a green, yellow, red stripe of colors. So I tell you that just to let you know that of all the issues I've worked on, this is actually the one that I initially really highlighted in my campaigns back 24 years ago. So it's an incredible pleasure to be here in front of you speaking about this topic, because I know many of you have also either known about, utilized, shared, worked with patients and others, and known the incredible potential and usefulness of this plant. And the fight we've all been fighting to break down the propaganda started back in the 1920s and 30s due to economic interests of the paper industry and the pharmaceutical industry and the cotton industry, is something that, if any of you don't know, you should do a little research on it, because the Hearst Paper Company, also associated with Hearst Argyle News Media, is really where the propaganda started to demonize this plant, and has been the now 80-year propaganda machine that we are now all working to counter. And truth does ultimately prevail over alternative facts. So we do have an opportunity. We are winning this battle, and we will win the next one. Now, for those that don't know, along with the propagandic history to crush this plant so that pharmaceutical companies like Purdue can get people fixed on opioids, which is killing our youth and individuals far beyond youth all over this country. We have to remember that when they talk about the problems with this plant, that the pharmaceutical industry is happy to have this illegal because it would compete with their opioid opportunities. But along with that history is an incredible racist history around this plant. And the propaganda of the 30s was all about our Latino brothers and sisters, Mexican-born brothers and sisters from the South, who were demonized in part with the term marijuana. And I don't know how many people here regularly use the term marijuana versus the term cannabis. I suspect many of you use the word cannabis, but for those that haven't yet converted to using the word cannabis as your regular wording for this plant, I just want to make sure you're aware of that piece of history, and that the word marijuana was associated with the hemp plant in order to pull the wool over the people's eyes who had been growing hemp for paper, for fiber, for rope, and by associating it with folks from the South, that's part of what they did to make the political power to pass the laws back in the late 30s. So I'm not going to run through every year of history from the 1930s to today, but I just wanted to cover that piece because I think it's important for everybody to know. So in Vermont, well, thank you. And there's plenty of information out there on that. So in Vermont, I started introducing bills around cannabis reform pretty much right from the get-go. And in 2003, in a Democratic legislature with a Republican governor, we passed one of the first, if not the first by legislation, medical laws in the country. It happened to be one of the most conservative medical laws in the country. You could only get well, not a prescription, but a medical card for chemotherapy, glaucoma, and one other arena of multiple sclerosis, I believe. And the issue, of course, was that the sky was going to fall, and this horrible plant was going to take over our world, and we were all going to die. Well, it didn't happen. And after about 3 or 4 years, we expanded the law to allow for chronic pain and a broader range of illnesses, so doctors could have a broader range to make the recommendation for the card. They couldn't make prescriptions, obviously, because of the DEA and so forth. We're still dealing, obviously, with that because of the Schedule I nature of this drug, which also, if you don't know, is due to an act of Congress, not the FDA. Again, many of you probably already know this, but whenever you hear, oh, well, it has no medical purpose, look, it's Schedule I, that's because of the political forces voting that through Congress, not through the scientific forces at the FDA, which, granted, they're not exactly the purest, unadulterated organization either, but it is Congress. So we will not have a medical application under federal law until Congress acts, in case you didn't know. So we expanded it in 2006. In 2012, we allowed for, we passed decriminalization so that, again, it was no longer a criminal issue if you possessed small quantities. It was a misdemeanor and a ticket, like speeding. And then in 2014, maybe it was 15, we passed a hemp law, which at first was called industrial hemp. We removed the word industrial a couple of years later. And Vermont has a fairly thriving, growing cannabinoid hemp plant business growing in Vermont. And as of July 1st of this year, for those of you not from Vermont, Vermont became the first state through legislative action. Again, we don't have initiative here to legalize possession of cannabis. And so now you can have up to 1 ounce right here on your body, and you are legal, and you can also grow your own plants. And I would say we have yet one more step to go, which is a fully taxed and regulated legal market, as well as the ability to grow your own. But we don't have that final piece yet. I'm working towards it, and certainly would like to hear from you some knowledge, especially those of you from other states that have legal adult use cannabis, what works and what doesn't work, so that we can have the best crafted law when we tackle this starting in January of this coming year, which I hope to be a part of if I'm returned in November. That's my one campaign comment. But there's so many different issues here. From a medical use perspective, I will also just mention that my spouse, while heading back to the barn to check on Ruby, has severe chronic Lyme disease. And she went over 10 years undiagnosed. And so she is unfortunately one of those poster children with this horrible, horrible illness. And hemp is one of the things we have used, cannabinoid oils and rubs and salves, to try to alleviate some of the joint pain and the ramifications from Lyme disease and other tick-borne illnesses. It does not stop with just Lyme, for anybody who doesn't know. But that's also another seminar for another day. Our government has a lot of problems. Let me just put it that way. And one of the continuums between both of those is the medical establishment and a real understanding of what ailments are and how do we treat them. And many of you are here to learn more about the cannabis plant, how it can be used medically, the hundreds of cannabinoids that are in the medical plant, in the plant, and what it can do and how they work in synergy. Our medical system is so linear. One drug does this, one drug does that. It's almost like our discussion about the environment. Oh, each of these chemicals in our environment doesn't hurt us. Well, we're in a toxic soup in our air, water, and soil. Each one maybe wouldn't harm you over time, but as you add them all together, they do. Well, in medicine, they seem to think one pill or one drug or one line of medicine is what will cure you. There are hundreds of cannabinoids, and we're just barely beginning to understand how each one can help a child with epilepsy, or someone with joint pain, or someone alleviating their digestive challenges while they're on chemotherapy. We don't even know, or maybe some of you do know, all the reasons why these things work. But it's so exciting to have these minds coming together here in Vermont to share the information with each other. The herbalists in this room who are truly the medicine worshipers that we have had in our human culture for thousands of years, the people that know the plants and know how plants help us cure all of our ailments. I mean, you look to so many of the pharmaceuticals, and what they're synthesized out of is to try to mimic something that already existed in nature. Whether it's rubbing jewelweed on your poison ivy through to all the potential of cannabinoids. So you all are the ones that we should be turning to for the answers. And so I'd actually ask many of you who are herbalists or trained in the contemporary medical world who are supportive of changing these laws, that we also need you to lead the way. Because in the conversations that I have with political colleagues, both in this state and around the country, is really thwarted by the medical community that says, you know, this is dangerous or this is bad and so forth. When, again, looking in this parameter going, this is going to get young children hooked on drugs. They're going to be heroin dealers next year. Well, the heroin dealers are the pharmaceutical companies. And that is where that has started. And in fact, that mentality is so 180 degrees from what the potential of this plant is to help alleviate our opioid addiction problem. The use of opioids for pain medication and the speed with which they can create addiction versus the ability to alleviate the majority of those pains with cannabinoids and not create that kind of addiction and lifelong challenge for folks who get those addictions is just mind-boggling to me. And when the medical profession says, you know, you're going to be making our children into drug addicts, I say, you know, one of the most powerful conversations I've ever had with young people about this drug, not even really, well, it's a drug, but this plant, is that every year in the legislature, we have 13-year-olds who are sort of the note carriers through the building. They're called pages. They had more of a job before cell phones, admittedly. But they come into my office, 3 groups of 10, for 6 weeks. So they come into my office to meet the lieutenant governor, and I talk about what their goals and aspirations are as pages, and that my office is always available if they need. And this last year, one of the groups had a young woman in the group whose sister and 4 friends were essentially annihilated in a car accident on Highway 89 here. And the person who was driving the vehicle the wrong way on our interstate at 75 plus miles an hour had numerous drugs in his system. Just so happened that one of the substances with blood detection after the fact was THC. And so the headline newspapers, on all the newspapers, was, because of course we talk about cannabis a lot in the political arena, so it's all about this guy was stoned, this accident happened because he was high. Now thankfully, enough people spoke up, and it is critical that you speak up, and I'm going to go back to the doctors and the medical professionals. I need you to speak up about the benefits of this and why it's not the scourge. But people spoke up, and the media changed the headlines because it said, you know, driver was stoned, when the reality was they had, I don't think it was fentanyl, but they had opioids, they had benzo something or others, he had all kinds of drugs in his system. And the reality was his partner actually said with his PTSD, he had often used cannabis to calm himself, and he had none. And that was one of the reasons he was a little more manic, potentially. And so in fact, it was quite the opposite of the story, that maybe this would not have happened if he had not run out of cannabinoids to help him with his PTSD. But this young woman was in my office with the group. Her sister had just passed away within a few months in high school. You know, this girl's 13, her older sister in high school. And I said, you know, what's the message you get? It's all about, if you try this, I grew up with the Nancy Reagan stuff, you know, just say no, the egg frying in the pan. Who remembers that one, right? Right? So, you know, the reality is if you talk to young people and you feed them a load of crap, they know it's a load of crap. They're not going to believe it. And then they're not going to believe anything else you say. So then when you tell them the truth about some of the more serious drugs, you've blended them all together. Not you, but the society has. And blending them all together is exactly what creates the problem. And I said, what if the message to you all was not, you know, this stuff's going to kill you, and then you're hanging out at a bonfire out back of a friend's house, and a couple people are maybe drinking a beer, you know, some of the 16-year-olds, you're 13, hopefully you're not doing any of this stuff yet. Hopefully they're not either, but you see it anyway. Or a few of them smoke a little cannabis, and you see them in school the next day and they're fine. Or later that week. the story that this stuff was going to kill you turns out not to be true. So that is not the right messaging. But what if I told you the reality that if at your age you drink alcohol, you smoke cannabis, you do any of these other potential drugs that people offer you, that statistically it is very clear later in life you are more prone to addiction. And you just heard the message, wait. Wait. And later in life, you may be able to use these things more responsibly, and you won't end up down the road of addiction and the challenges of addiction. Would that change what you do? And you could see in their faces and in their bodies that they were absorbing that information. They weren't ready to say, yeah, you're right, Mr. Zuckerman, I'm not going to do any drugs till I'm 18 or 21. But you could see that the message was heard so much more clearly. So facts matter. And they can see through the smoke when the adults in the room feed them a line. So with the medical community, I'm going to keep coming back to this, and with teachers, and with engineers, and with professionals out there, many of whom sometimes go home and have a martini, sometimes go home and have a great craft brew from Vermont. For those of you that aren't from Vermont, you better try some. If you drink. If you don't drink, that's perfectly okay. If folks who are not supposed to be the ones that do utilize cannabis speak up and point out that it isn't just long-haired hippies like the lieutenant governor who actually hasn't smoked in a really long time, even though people think I smoke all the time. But it's people that folks see every day, it's professionals that they see every day that occasionally consume cannabis either for medical purposes or for adult recreational purposes, and they're responsible adults in society. Then these laws will change. But when people are afraid to speak up because of their profession or their reputation, we won't get these laws changed. And I'm asking you, as someone who stood up as an elected official and could easily have either not gotten elected or been unelected any number of the last 14 campaigns or 12 campaigns, I can't remember how many campaigns it is now, we all have to stick our neck out a little bit if we're going to make progress. I grew up with a poster. It's funny, my mom was an old New England Yankee Wasp descendant, pretty conservative family line, but for some reason we had a very hippy-dippy thing on the wall, which was this turtle montage with its neck getting longer in the painting. And underneath it said, "Behold the turtle who only makes progress when it sticks its neck out." And my neck's out there, and I don't want it to get chopped off, so I need some other people to stick their necks out a little bit. So where are we going from here? And is really the next question. And we have an opportunity in Vermont to create a regulated system that is not overly onerous, but also protects our consumers. That isn't going to be massive corporate owned, like Coors starting to make a cannabinoid beverage in, I think, Canada, to billionaires and former speakers of the houses getting involved in the cannabis industry. Anybody know John Boehner? You ever heard that name before? My mom calls him John something else, but I'll just stick with Boehner for now. You know, they see the money. And Vermont is a little state, and we can do it right. And I hope we do. And when we move beyond the recreational sort of libertarian view of you can grow your own and you can have your own, but you can't get your seed anywhere and you can't buy it from anybody, and sort of this no person's land in between, the real question is, where are we going to go? And I would like to see us have unlimited small cultivating licenses. So the limitation is on the scale of what you can produce. And allow for cooperatives to also form, so that if you're a local producer today who for the last 30 years you made your living in the underground market responsibly with a small subset of clients, that you don't get lost in the shuffle either, because a lot of Vermonters rely on this to help pay their property taxes or to pay their bills. And they shouldn't be left behind either. And you know, when you, as a organic farmer who sells 75% of my product direct to consumers through my CSA and the farmers market, when you know your consumers, you don't want to poison them. So if you're a co-op, and whether it's a 50-member co-op, a 20-member co-op, or a 100-member co-op, we have to figure out what that number is going to be. But when you know your customers, and you know their children and their parents, and you swim in their pond, or you play hockey with them, or whatever it is you do, maybe you don't need quite as much regulation as the wholesale producer who's going to sell to the retail store that's going to buy, sell to the tourists or to the people that don't have that connection. And so we have to make sure both of those systems are available, because not everyone's going to know a grower in their community, or the tourism, which would be a whole nother piece of the economic pie that seems to be get left behind in all of the conversation. Those folks do need to know, just like we have regulations on food. Not good enough regulations on food, but even though, so people can know what's in it. And we can say, no, we're not going to spray herbicides and pesticides on our cannabis that then you're going to consume and put into your body. We can do it right here in Vermont, but I need your ideas, your input, both to me, maybe today, and to for those of you from Vermont, your local representatives and your local senators, because the time that you have the most impact on them is when they need your vote. Just so happens that a lot of them need your vote right now. So if you live in Vermont, or frankly, if you live anywhere in the country, ask the people who are running for office what they know, and always ask first. None of us like to be told what to do, whether you're a politician or not, right? Who likes to be told what to do, right? Communication is the first piece of it. Ask them if they even know the facts, because they probably don't. And so you can be the resource of fact that can then help them make the right decision and take the right position, because once they feel empowered with the facts, they will be a better voice for these issues. So let me just double check, but I think I've covered most of it, and I would certainly love to answer a few questions if there's any out there. If you want to raise your hand, I'll call on you, and then I'll repeat the question. Or we do have a mic, so I'll call on this one, and then who's the second person? Raise a hand so that she knows where to go after the first one. All right, well, in the back after this one, okay? Yes, sir. Please.
Yeah, David, thank you. So my question is, the retail, going to retail, if that's the right term, you said about people coming in from out of state, they need to know what's in it. To me, it feels revolutionary, and it feels all about community to be legal to grow. And you talked about cooperatives or something. So it seems like the retail is getting into the den of thieves. It's getting into the very wolf pack for the reason for capital gain, for revenue. So could you care to comment more about that?
Sure. I think that's a really good lens to view retail through, which is why we have to do it right. But I do think we have to do it, and here's why. It is an incredible privilege to either have the land to grow your own or be lucky enough to know someone who is growing enough that they could give it to you. If you don't have a legal market that's regulated for the purchase of cannabis, then you continue to create an underground. The market will exist. So it'll either be retail above ground or it'll be retail below ground. It is there right now. And, maybe I'm just really conservative, but as a farmer who works 60, 80 hours a week tending the land and trying to produce food well for people to afford, and what farmers get paid for what they do, almost anybody who works in the underground market, whether it's cannabis, whether it's anything, carpentry, I don't really care. I do get frustrated like others that I pay my fair share of taxes and other people aren't. Now, primarily, the wealthy aren't paying their fair share. Don't get me wrong. When America was supposedly great in the 1950s, along with being incredibly racist and a lot of other problems, the marginal income tax was 70, 80%. And wealthy paid their fair share back into the system that gave them the roads and gave them the education system that gave them the employees to exploit to make all their money. But they paid their fair share taxes and everybody else did too. Or not everybody. But the underground market also means, you know, people not participating in that aspect of society that I think everybody should pay. But the biggest reason is the privilege factor. Those people with land, those people with a place where they could produce it, or the money to go out and buy grow lights and everything else and produce it inside with appropriate ventilation and all the things you need, that's not cheap. So not everybody can do that. And so for me, I think both are a piece of it. But that's why in the regulated market, we need to be really on top of scale and accessibility and who's running those businesses. Please.
Hi, thank you. My name's Olga. I'm an acupuncturist, and I work quite a bit with veterans. And so just one of the suggestions...
Sorry, with what?
I'm an acupuncturist,
I got that. You work with?
I work quite a bit with veterans.
Veterans, thank you.
And
Yes.
so one of the points that I'd like to make, and you'll probably be seeing me and some other cannabis supporters and growers and people in healthcare, since you said that coming to the State House, because one of the issues that I think is really important is that veterans who are receiving benefits from the federal government because they served our country, many of them are really afraid to go for their medical cannabis card, even though it is legal. I just want to cry because it's really upsetting as a healthcare professional that you want to help them and they want to do it, and it would really help them, and they're just getting opiates mailed to them after they have their first appointment with the VA. They don't even have to go in person and see someone. They could just make a phone call and you'll start getting mail, and the mail will have opiates. So one of the things I wanted just to put out there, and you know, maybe we can all kind of start thinking about ways to word this, but is there a way that we can make it so that people who are somehow under a federal pension, we can protect them? The state of Vermont can protect them. If they do want to use cannabis as medicine, they can somehow be protected from that, so that they're not afraid of doing that.
Thank you for bringing that up. And that kind of issue and reality is one of the things that pains me most as a publicly elected official, is when people ask me if I can fix something that I can't fix. You know, folks look to people like me as hopefully part of a team. I hope you don't look up to me, although I suppose I'm standing higher than you right now. But the power, even if I was governor, there's nothing I could do with respect to the federal law. Unless we had enough money in state to say, we will provide all of your equivalent medical benefits that you're getting from the VA, and we would take that all over. But a state like Vermont, the difficulty of that would be tremendous. And so for those of you from all over the country, this goes back to contacting your congressional candidates and delegations, because it's, you know, these folks have put their lives on the line for us, regardless of whether we agreed with the policy that put them there. That's a whole nother discussion for another day. But these folks have put their lives on the line. Many argue by choice. I would not necessarily phrase it that way, given the economic circumstances that drive a lot of people into this. But certainly, these folks have put their lives on the line, and yet we are restricting their access to a beneficial plant and instead hooking them on other drugs. There's no doubt about it. And I hate that reality, and there's really pretty much nothing I can do. We've got a great delegation. We have a U.S. Senator who ran for president saying we should legalize cannabis, in case you didn't know that. Unfortunately, I don't have a great answer for you. Yes, I don't know where the mic went.
Hi, I got the mic over here.
There we go.
Hi, David, Lieutenant Governor. This is Bridget Connery. I'm with Champlain Valley Dispensary, and I just wanted to respond to Mark's question about business. I think that we need to delineate between good business and bad business. And one of the things that is really important in the state of good business, then it's good business for Vermont. We operate a business where we have 70 people on our staff. We have full benefits. I think we're going to be one of the first companies in the state that actually gets to a minimum wage of $15 an hour, and that's our goal. And so we're able to provide jobs. It's not just the jobs for the people that work for us, but we're putting a lot of money back out in the community because we depend on all kinds of businesses around us to do what we do. And I think that's something that people don't think about when they're having this conversation. And yes, people can grow at home. We've always supported that. It's where it starts. They need to understand the plants in order to understand the medicine that dispensaries or retail outlets provide. And so there needs to be both. And so I just wanted to offer that out to the community.
Yeah. And a lot, we've got a couple up here. I don't know, there was a couple in back. I'll let you find them, and then I don't have to decide, because we might not get to all of them. But we can talk a little more over a quick snack. Unfortunately, I'm going to be leaving to another event after this one. But the economic potential is something that I have certainly spoken quite a bit about as well, and I think you're absolutely right. Vermont is a rural state. Like many other rural parts of this country, we are losing our young population. We are depopulating from our rural areas. Our rural areas are struggling economically. For anybody out there who pays attention to politics, it has absolutely nothing to do with being a blue state or a red state. You go to rural counties across this country, except for a rare exception, they're having trouble economically. If we do have multiple or unlimited small grow independent operations producing our cannabis, we could have a diversified economy across the state that would bring, $35,000, $40,000, $50,000, $60,000 jobs to anywhere from 2 to 5, 7 people on each of these businesses throughout the whole state. And Vermont needs that. And yet, my political colleagues continue, many of them, to be under the fear banner and fail to recognize what our own Joint Fiscal Office said a year ago, which is that the economic impact, which is not just cannabis sales, but the economic impact, tourism and others, they estimate at $360 to $370 million a year, which for Vermont is a very big number. But I actually still think they're underestimating it by a long shot, because for those of you that are familiar with the recreational cannabis world, Vermont, Colorado, Northern California, and Alaska, maybe a couple other pockets, so I don't want to insult anybody out there, but that's where some of the finer quality product has historically been produced. And Vermont had an opportunity, and I think it's slipping us by, to stay at the forefront and not only have the grower experts here and the quality products produced here, but then have the early consulting businesses, the testing facilities, all the different ancillary businesses that would be related to this industry we could have had and maybe could still be on the front-ish edge of the growth of those businesses as well, where folks could live here and consult with people all over the country or the world, bringing other dollars into the state as well. So there's a huge economic piece from the businesses that already exist like your own, as well as the potential that's out there. I don't know where she went. There she is.
Hi, my name is Chris Killam. I research medicinal plants. Just to follow up on the comment about veterans, I do believe that actually there is something you could do.
Great.
In Vermont, if you could pass, I don't like the term recreational, but if you could pass a recreational law, that would effectively undercut any surveillance of veterans by the feds, unless they're doing urine tests. And that would mean that people could get their stuff for, and not have to worry about applying for a car.
Well, yes and no. Certainly just our own law right now sort of meets that as well. If they were to produce their own, they could have it. But many VA folks are in VA hospitals or work with VA doctors. And if they even mistakenly mention to their doctor that they utilize cannabis for pain or anything else, potentially that could cut them off from their benefits. So no matter how we change our law, they are still in jeopardy of that sanction. That's not to say they would absolutely suffer it, but we do now have legal, and I'd like to keep moving forward, but it's not going to truly resolve that issue. I'm being told one more question here. I don't know what you all think running the show, so you decide. Okay, I guess, and I'm sorry, this is the last question.
I just wanted to also say that I'm from Colorado, and I know quite a number of veterans, and they are actually doctor's office, they don't even get paid, the physician's assistant, they will do spot urine tests to check for pot. I mean, these are Vietnam War vets who have been through hell and back, and they're petrified. They're so afraid of losing their benefits. And this, I mean, Congress is so quick to, or presidents are so quick to send these people into war. It's despicable that we treat them this way. So anyway, we need a solution. The other thing I just wanted to ask, I heard there was a new law concerning Canada, and since Canada and Vermont border, something that, if, and I didn't know what it had to do with, like if you you go to Canada and you buy pot and come back, or you vice versa, that they can kick people out of the country. Do you know, did you hear about this?
Well, is that a U.S. law or a Canadian law? Sure. Well, okay, so a couple things. If Sessions put it through, it is not law. So they certainly can change the policy if it's within whatever laws do exist to restrict people. I have not heard specifically about that one, although I wouldn't put it past them. But you can't lose your citizenship. The government is not can't do that to you. Now they can certainly put you in jail. They can do lots of nasty things to you, but they can't take your citizenship away. But you know, this president and supposedly the president is favorable to this, although clearly he hasn't really done anything about it. And obviously, Attorney General Sessions is about as awful on this issue as one could get. But certainly at the border, if you're coming into the country with cannabis, it is a federal violation, no matter what the state law is, and they can do all kinds of mean, nasty, and ugly things, as a musician once said. Anybody know the quote? Just checking, because it's not a new law. But I will, so I'll close actually referencing Arlo Guthrie and Alice's Restaurant, that for those of you that, actually even before that, I apologize, my wife did text me and Ruby's actually having some trouble. So if you all can send some good vibes towards Ruby, she's a great sow, but she's having some trouble birthing. So if we can just send her some good energy, I'd appreciate it. So I'm sorry for checking, but when my wife texts me about the farm, I check. But I'll text her that. I don't think we have any squavine on hand because we're not, or pigs are usually pigs, birthing a pig and birthing a foal are two very different scale matters. Pigs usually can get them out. But in any case, to the matter at hand, which is Alice's Restaurant, which is, much more on topic than birthing pigs for some reason. Two things. Obviously, if one of us goes out there and fights for it, they're going to think we're crazy. And if two, they're going to think we're both crazy and kick us out. But when 50 people a day sing a bar Alice's Restaurant, they're going to think it's a movement. Now, on top of that, because this is really, that's right, and this is a movement. The last little factoid for you, and he's going to kill me for telling you this, but for those of you from Vermont or anywhere in the country, there's a position in government called Auditor of Accounts. It's like the most boring job you could ever possibly have, but it's critically important to make sure your dollars are spent well. Vermont's Auditor of Accounts, Doug Hoffer, was a maitre d' at Alice's Restaurant. Thank you very much.
Good evening. We are here at the Town Hall. It is the official Town of Newfane Select Board meeting, regular meeting, and it is Monday, October 15th, 6 p.m. And the first thing I'm doing is calling the meeting to order. and I'd like to know if there's any additions or amendments. Anybody want to say something?
No.
I would like to say something, and I'll probably repeat it later on again tonight. I said something incorrectly last night at a meeting in Williamsville about traffic calming. So I just would like to correct that statement. The statement, in truth, is that the state police are hired by the town of Newfane, and the incorporated village of Newfane hires the Wyndham Sheriff Department. So that's the correct information. Okay. Minutes. Anybody, please?
Motion to approve?
I have to abstain.
Okay. All those in
We
favor?
we don't have a quorum.
There's three of us.
Right, because if she has to abstain. I'm not
Yeah.
a quorum
Oh, she
on
has-
the minutes,
Oh,
so we can't, we have to
so
wait
we
to
can't-
hold them
so-
over, right?
You can hold them until next meeting.
Yep.
Okay.
Motion to table till a time certain, October 22nd,
Okay.
which will be the next regular meeting.
Okay. Thank you. So we'll skip
What is
that.
it, November?
October 22nd.
No, we're at the 15th now.
No.
Oh.
Uh,
you mean the
No,
29th?
the next one's
No,
in
it'll
November.
be November. We gotta flip.
Oh, that's right.
November 5th.
Oh, yeah.
I'll remake my motion to table till the time certain of November 5th, the next regular meeting of the Town of Newfane Select Board,
Thank you.
when we may hopefully have a quorum.
Okay. Moving right along to road business, and I just wanted to say, first of all, that Mike Fitzpatrick is absent tonight, and Chris Williams is absent tonight. So it's just the three of us, Gary Delius, Shelley Huber, and myself, Marion Dowling, and road commissioner and road foreman's report will be read by our road foreman, Jay Wilson, now.
So the Hunter Brook Bridge that we talked about last time decided to use the Hemlock on. When I go looking at our budget, we have plenty of money to hire someone to do it under contracted services for bridges, but we don't have enough for bridge materials to do it. So how do you want to proceed?
Weren't you doing it?
We were going to, but there's not enough money in the budget to buy the materials. There's
Not
only
enough
2,000
money
in that.
the money in the budget. to
There's
buy-
35,000 in contracted services, but only 2,000 in bridge materials.
Well, I think we should hire the contractor and not supply any material.
Right,
I've spoken to a couple people, it's a pretty small job, and I think we can get somebody that can do it this fall. It's just gonna have to be a quick thing. I don't think it'll be much over a day and a half's work, so.
What do you think the materials will cost?
For just the lumber, I think we figured out 2,300, but then you have to have fasteners and stuff, so, I'm not quite sure, and those big screws that go through the runners and so forth, so.
Well, don't you normally bid that out anyways if you're doing a contracted service?
I don't know that it's enough to have to bid it. It's such a small thing, and we're so limited on time to get it done before snow. There's a guy stopped the other day and said his horse stepped through it, and so I want to get it done as quickly as possible.
So who did you speak with as far as people that were?
Originally, I asked Joe Mariano, and he didn't think he had time enough, and Grayson Peterson was mentioned. So I'm trying to come up with another person to call just to see, but Grayson, he didn't say no, put it that way, but he said he'd go over and look at it.
So you need to get three bids?
I don't know that we'll find 3 people, to be honest, that would actually do it this fall.
Yeah, even if they come back with a no bid, at least you've contacted 3. Okay.
Shannon, is that correct that even with a small amount of money involved, we have to have bids?
Yeah, they don't have to be formal bids, but they could just be telephone.
Oh, okay.
You know, and you just write down what each person said. As long as you
Okay.
call 3, that should be
Okay.
fine.
We had some bushings replaced in the backhoe this past week as kind of a preventative maintenance thing, and a bearing replaced in the fan of the grader. The new salt supplier this year has been filling up the shed, and we're hopeful that they'll be more dependable than our supplier last year. The state's dam engineer is going to be coming up with a design for the repairs at Kinney Pond Dam. He's in hopes of getting it put together so maybe we can bid it this winter and somebody can work on it in the spring. Megan at V-Trans is helping me write up a scope of work for the section of Hunter Brook that I mentioned last meeting, I believe. So that can get put out to bid. We will have Newfane Hill Road closed tomorrow for approximately 4 hours to replace culverts. And there are signs posted up there for the residents, and we'll have some detour signs and so forth, so they, the 25 mile an hour signs arrived, and we'll be putting a few more up on the South Wardsboro Road.
So this is, it says 35 here. Is it 25?
35, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. The phone company is still holding up the completion of the River Road Bridge. They've done part of it, but they still haven't gotten rid of their old pole yet, so.
That, as is typical, that will take some time.
And they've been, Daniel's Construction that did the bridge have been emailing them very regularly, and they send a copy to me, and it's gonna be done by the end of September, and now it's October, and so hopefully soon.
Is this just a cut and kick to lower the pole, or are they?
They actually pulling the pole and the guy's wire, and then they can finish the end of the guardrail needs to be extended where the pole is.
Yep.
And then the paving can be finished.
Okay. They're going to set a new pole further up.
There is one. They've already phone company, power company, and cable moved right away.
Yeah.
But now it's telephone.
If you look around Route 30, you see lots of those double poles.
Yep.
Motion to accept.
Okay. Anybody second?
Second it.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Okay. Thank you, Jay, for your report. Administrative assistance report. Shannon, please. It's in the mailbox. May I get it from the? I didn't realize that I hadn't had the original packet earlier today. Sorry.
The windows in the town office, especially on the Route 30 side of the building, are extremely dirty, especially when the sun shines in. You can really see how bad they are. We're wondering about whether we could hire somebody to clean the outsides of the windows. I'm not sure if it can be done now, but maybe in the spring. Also, the siding, particularly on the road side, is getting pretty
Dirty.
filthy. So maybe having that power washed.
Mm-hmm. Could we combine these into a project in the spring? That way we could see what we've got left in the budget for this year, or send it forward for next year.
It'll just get worse this winter with all the snow.
Well, it will, yes.
So probably just wait till spring and see. And the chairs, particularly the select board chairs, are in rough shape. Actually had someone fall today because they tried to sit in it and it flew backwards and she fell. So.
Oh, I had that experience.
Yes, you did too. I haven't.
Oh, that's terrible.
So I think it's time these chairs go away.
Yeah.
I mean, beyond them looking shabby,
Yes.
I mean, some of them sink when you sit in them, and they're just. And then these chairs that people use when they come in to speak to people, they're falling apart too. So. Wondering about replacing them. There is $3,500 in the town office miscellaneous improvements line item and $500 in the town office miscellaneous small equipment line item. Remaining, I don't think it will take anywhere near that amount.
Right.
But,
And we can do that now. Right?
yeah, it's in there, so
Yeah,
I don't.
that's great.
I don't see any reason to hesitate. I just
No reason to have people falling.
Flying
across.
I don't know that it was necessarily the chair's fault, but these chairs are not great.
Well, they're also kind of embarrassing when people come in for meetings.
Exactly.
Looking worn out and
Yeah.
hide bare.
Absolutely.
They've been here, most of them have been here longer than me, so it's a long time ago.
So you want to give us a number on,
Yeah, unless it comes in under what we need permission for, then I'll just go ahead, but if it comes in over, I'll bring it back.
Okay, great.
With the price.
We don't have to vote on that, do we?
No, 'cause I don't know if it's gonna be under what we need to vote for, so.
yeah.
I'll look at it and see.
Okay.
If it comes in under, I'll just go ahead and do it, and if
Right.
it comes in over, next meeting.
Okay,
Do you
great.
know what that number is? Or you have to look at that number?
I've gotta read the
the
policy. I can't remember. Well, because it used to be $200, but then we just
geez.
amended
We just
it,
changed it.
and
Yeah.
I
Oh,
can't
okay.
remember what.
Okay.
I've got the 200 stuck in my head now, so, I'll have to read
That's
what.
not much.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, some of the toners in the printers are more
Oh,
than that
yes.
now, so. So I will be attending a meeting in Brattleboro on October 29th that's being put on by Blue Cross Blue Shield. It's just to learn about changes coming, some new plan options they're offering, and to get the new rates for 2019, which will be one of the first things we'll need to discuss during budgeting,
Right.
because payroll deductions need to start in December for the new rates that come in January, so.
And with that said, are we ready to schedule budget hearings?
Yeah, I think it's later on our agenda tonight.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah?
Okay,
we are ready.
Something new.
Yeah.
Okay,
Motion to approve?
okay. Any second?
I'll second it.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Motion is accepted, and thank you, Shannon, for your report. So we are moving along again very quickly, and we now have unscheduled members of the public. And there is no one here. And this is what we mentioned last night at the meeting, that sometimes we are way ahead of schedule, and we're waiting for the Williamsville Hall Committee and the Planning Commission. So maybe we can just...
Lynn's here making copies, and we did, last email I saw was that we were gonna all try to get here early, so I'm hoping,
Yeah,
I'm hoping
no,
the
I'm
others
sure.
will walk in short.
They're not late, we're early,
Yeah.
so maybe we can go into old business with the traffic calming, or that will be...
They're coming for that too, so.
Yes,
Yeah.
so, okay.
Motion to take budgeting schedule out of order?
Yeah,
Okay.
approved. Okay,
So you need to
Second
vote
it.
that to move it. Yep.
I second it.
Okay.
okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. So, discussion.
What is it?
What is the
What is
discussion?
it? Budget schedule? It's the budget process.
That's
So-
when we met you last year.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So what happens?
Well, we have a series of meetings which occur over a period of weeks. And we work out the budget for the next year.
The hearing with different different departments or committees?
It's typically Shannon and the departments have already filled out a form for their requests, so we can consider those as a group, or by individual departments, depending on how we're working. But it also then covers all the other things which go into the budget.
And Shannon, you said that you might have something prepared in advance to show us, like you...
Yeah, I generally develop a draft budget for you ahead of time so that you're not taking stabs in the dark with
Right.
numbers. So it's generally filled in, and that gives you guys a place to start to either up or down or keep the same. It just makes it a little less tedious.
Right, and then the budget runs from January to December?
No,
July.
July.
It's a fiscal year.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're into what, 2018, 2019?
Yep.
And then we're gonna be budgeting for 2019 into 2020?
Correct.
Yeah. And we usually do the budget meetings, it starts at like alternate Mondays. And then if we get behind, we have to have a second meeting. Oh, right?
Yeah. So it takes typically 2 or 3 meetings.
Yeah, I
Some
think
years
last
more.
year last year ended up being like 6 or 7.
Mhm.
I
Right.
don't think we're gonna need to do that
Right.
again. I think 3 or 4 probably
Yeah.
would be.
So, well, let's look at the calendar. So our next meeting is, select board meeting is November 5th.
When do you think you'll have materials ready?
So how
Ready
about
by
the
that next Monday, the 12th?
12?
Yeah, can we do that, please? Budget meeting, November 12th at 6 p.m. And then the 26th is our second select board meeting.
The 19th would be our regular.
19th.
Right.
It'll be a regular meeting, right?
26th will be the next budget hearing?
Yeah. So the 12th and the 26th.
And the 26th will
Wait.
be the
The
budget
5th, oh,
meeting.
the 5th is select board. The 12th is the budget. I'm missing a page, you're right. The 19th is select board.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then the 26th is budget.
Uh-huh.
Right.
Okay.
And that, I imagine it's starting at 6 o'clock or something?
Yes.
So the following one would be the 10th.
December 10th.
December 10th
Yeah.
for a budget meeting?
Yes.
December 10th.
Okay, the 3rd is select board, December. And the 10th is budget. So why don't, do you want to go through the rest of the month of December? We can just, we'll schedule in case we need all those names.
Okay.
Sure.
So, 1 second. Monday, the 24th is select board, that's Christmas Eve. Can't do that.
Well, are we skipping a month, week though, December 17th?
Yeah, yes.
Yeah,
So that
that's
would
the
be our
select
regular.
board, that's select board.
Okay.
But the
So,
24th would be
Right, so why don't we, because the next Monday is gonna be
New
New
Year's
Year's Eve.
Eve, right?
So why don't we stop at the 10th and then we'll
Okay.
revisit as
Right.
we get closer.
Because I'll be heading out
Okay.
for next time frame, so.
Excuse me, I have a question. Do you have room for 4 other members to go with you? Cross country?
Of course, yes.
Or even a
And the
fifth?
administrative assistant needs to go
Yeah.
too.
Okay, all right, yeah,
I mean, you know,
yeah.
a small bus, a big van.
Motor coach like the stars use?
Yeah.
Okay.
Coach.
Coach, okay.
Yeah,
Like a
okay.
coach.
Okey dokey. All right, so now we have done that, budget schedule. Do we have any correspondence? No.
Well, I hear some people in the hallway, so let me see if there's that.
Hey.
So look who's here.
Look at
They
this.
did have Waynesville Hall on the list too. Is anything ready for Waynesville Hall? I'm not on the hall committee anymore, so I don't know. So maybe the hall people will show up after us.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I don't know. So I mean, Steve would be the contact on that, so, yeah.
Bud, there's a chair up front.
Here, do you want to sit up here? Who, and Bud, there's a chair here, if you want to sit here. Okay, hi, everybody.
So before we start, I want to go over something with everybody. Do you, Annie, do you know if anybody else is coming to your meeting?
We've got Jen, we've got Bud, we've got Lynn. I don't know.
Maybe Marcia, but.
Maybe Marcia, yeah, but I'm not sure.
Canvas is not good.
Okay. So that may be it.
Okay.
Okay.
So I think what we'll do is, first of all, we have the schedule of the Williamsville Hall Committee first, but we are again early. So I think we can switch it around.
Sure. Motion to move it out of order.
Okay.
And I'll second that.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, any opposed? No. So we are going to start with the Planning Commission, and so I have a request.
Actually, I think most of these are for traffic calming.
Yeah. My motion was for traffic calming.
I'm sorry, for traffic.
You can have the planning commission first if you want, it's correct.
Are you, do you want to sit, Lynn? Do you have a chair?
No, I can share that.
Okay.
So if you're gonna do traffic calming, I'll let traffic calming.
Are you gonna go first? It's fine.
Oh, for the
They
planning?
just did a motion
No,
to-
but I didn't realize that, are you the only one in the Planning Commission tonight?
I'm the only one that's not here right now.
Okay.
All right, so why don't we go ahead and take traffic?
The traffic.
Yeah.
first. Okay. So when we have people in the audience, and Jan often asks us to please, first of all, raise your hand, and I will recognize you, and and then stand up and introduce yourself. And if you're speaking, it's easier for Jan to. Is that correct, Jan? Do you want them over here, or can you film?
Just if they're presenting.
Yeah, if you're presenting, we would like you to come over here.
Okay.
And then we'll have one person at a time speak, and 5 minutes the most for each person. I do need to say something before we start. I said it at the beginning of the meeting, and I have to say it now when you're here. I have to make a correction on a statement that I made at the meeting last night. And that correction is that the town of Newfane hires the state police department, and the incorporated village of Newfane hires the sheriff's office. And so that's a correction of something I said in reverse last night.
May I ask for clarification of your correction? Just, does that mean that the town of Newfane hires the state police to cover all 4 villages?
The whole town.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah.
Townwide, yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. Super, thanks for that.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. And so I just want to say before we start that the meeting was really so well done. And it was very organized. You had the agenda with perfect timing for everybody. Everybody spoke so well. You had everything up on the walls to demonstrate and show what you were speaking about. And it was just a very lovely evening with great people. And Annie and everybody, Bud, everybody who presented, it was great. And we had a lot of good conversation. And also going around and putting up the little dots on, so I know you're going to report on that, but you did a great job, and thank you very much. That's all I want to say. So it's anybody's job. Yeah.
We appreciate you being here. Right, we really appreciate you being here.
Oh, thank you. Okay. So, Andy, do you want to start?
Yeah, I'll do a summary presentation on what we gleaned from last night.
Can you introduce yourself?
Okay,
For the
I'm
people at home.
Annie Landenberger from Williamsville.
And Annie,
Hi.
if you would stand over here, that will make it easier
shall.
for Jan. Thank you.
And I'm sorry that other select board members aren't here, but I can leave copies for them.
Yes.
That would be 2 more.
Yes.
So it's Patrick and Mr. Williams, right?
Yes.
1, 2,
Okay, thank
There we
you.
go, you bet. Okay, so, hey, there's Williamsville Hall.
Yes. Should I give?
So, hold on, what do you want to do?
We're going to continue.
Okay, you're going to continue with us, okay. Yes, I think that'd be a great idea. Okay, so here we go. What I have here, first of all, Shelley, I'm sorry I'm not feeling well.
Yes, I'm sorry.
But thank you for being here. It was pretty, it was invaluable to have Marion there last night. Moreover, the whole event was filmed by the amazing people at BCTV. So you're going to be able to see it. All the select board, everybody. can see it, even in your cousin in Astorville, Ohio. So, but what I have here, just to recap, this is how the event was structured. This is how the meeting was structured. I don't need to go through it all. The bottom line is that we gleaned a lot of input from different villagers, over on that side of Newfane, as to what they feel would be the most effective means of ameliorating our traffic situation over there. To explain, we were looking at both short-term and long-term. Short-term being the implementation of safety measures. Because it was said by several of us that we are an accident waiting to happen on Dover Road. If you can just consider this scenario, in the winter, with the Williamsville Hall winterized, thank God, but you will have traffic generated by the eatery, you will have traffic generated perhaps on the same night by an event at the Williamsville Hall, and as has happened, there could also be an event at the Brown Church in Williamsville. So you add those three things with snowbanks and icy roads and cars speeding through without slowing down, and you have a recipe for a fatality. What Lynn has given, and I'm going to ask Lynn to explain what she has handed out in a minute. And in fact, could you just explain what's on your handout before I go on any further, just so that as people are looking at it, they know what they're looking at? Okay. Does the select board have these?
Not yet.
Okay. So why don't we?
Okay. We're looking at a graph that shows, that compares the speed of traffic to fatalities. So the vehicle impact speed versus pedestrian entry, and what you'll find out is that at 38 miles an hour, even 36 miles an hour, if you are struck by a car going that speed, you're probably dead. Done. We're not even going to talk about injury, but that speed is usually fatal. So that's one of the big reasons that we're looking at traffic calming. This comes from the Federal Highway Administration statistics. The traffic calming is a combination of mostly physical measures that reduce the negative impacts of motor vehicle use, alter driver behavior, and improve conditions for non-motorized street users, i.e. pedestrians and bicyclists. So that's on the first sheet, and if anybody wants a copy of that, please let me know at lynn.forrest@gmail.com. There's some challenges here that we would face, the issues that we want to go. Can we still plow without any problem? Is that going to work? Can the rapid response vehicles get through? And lastly, not in my front yard. You can put something here, but do it down the road as opposed to in front of my house. One of the issues that in the training that Marcia and I went to, we learned that the purpose of stop signs is for safety and for visibility, and to enforce the safe. You can see who's coming, what child's going across the street. It's not so much for traffic calming, but it is mainly a safety issue, and so very important that way. One of the big issues that stressed in the training was enforcement, which I think you'll touch on.
We'll all touch on in a minute, yeah.
And the last page is some information about what's called speed humps, as opposed to, you've been in the parking lot, you go, for your speed bump. These are not bumps. They're very gradual, plowable humps. They go for about 20 feet, and the best implementation is, say, every 200 to 600 feet.
And you see them effectively used at Brattleboro Memorial Hospital.
Right. So that's a summary.
Great. And then what you've given us here, Lynn, everybody has this, if you can just Again, I want, oh, actually, let me go through it and then I can do that. Great. Okay. So, the results of,
Are you gonna have Annie follow the same time requirements? You're past your time. Do you wanna, how?
Well, you know,
I didn't know of any specific time. I'm not a regular user.
Yeah, she announced 5 minutes at the beginning of the meeting.
Well, I wasn't here because we were scheduled for 6:50.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, 5 minutes.
Well, because Lynn was speaking too, why don't we have at least another 5 minutes for Annie?
Okay.
Okay.
I released the 4 minutes of the time to the traffic calming committee.
Here. If I'd known, I would have planned accordingly. So information is powerful. Okay. So the results that we came up with then, please, from the gleaning of everybody's insight and opinion living in these villages were, and these are most frequently chosen as short-term safety-focused measures. Safety-focused measures. Electronic speed signs, monitors such as the one posted outside of Williamsville traveling east. The one that had been posted, I'm not sure where it's gone.
Moving around the villages.
Monitors with more elaborate messages. And then a gentleman last night turned us on to the idea of solar-powered lights that would flash on the perimeter of, okay. The other thing that got the top votes were speed humps, not bumps. And according to what they learned at the symposium on traffic calming, these can be done for $1,600 to $2,000 each, and they can be done temporarily. Another point that Bud Bergman will be coming to would be the narrowing of roads. And the last one, three more, enforcement. We heard last night that there was a time when the town was yielding $2,000 a month in traffic citation payments, and that dwindled down to about $180 a month. 20-foot wide crosswalks, Bud will be discussing this, and then also stop signs as a safety issue. Please see Bud's drawings, and he will be doing that right now. I want you to know that what you have here is the reason why we need to pay attention to this. And what you will see inside is photographs of the different cullings of feedback received last night. And finally, as Lynn said, we want happy, healthy, unharmed young people to feel welcomed in our village. Bud, if you will speak, and then I will wrap up with our notes.
And if we can, please, if anybody...
I'm sorry, let me just make a point that what Bud is discussing...
I'm sorry. Thank you.
What Bud is discussing is his vision as a designer and architect, something he's been doing for eons. Some of the short-term measures are reflected in there, but also understand that this is a vision for long-term as well. And then I'd like just a minute and a half to wrap up with these notes at the bottom. Okay?
Thank you. And what I wanted to say is if there are any questions or comments, I would please ask that everybody wait until after the presenters have finished their information.
Plus, we are missing two very important members of the board.
Right.
So we will hear all this tonight, but I doubt that we'll be able to say much about it.
I'm going to be a lot briefer than last night. But
okay, would you introduce yourself? Can you introduce
you want it
yourself?
this way? Okay, well, here.
Introduce yourself.
Charles Bergman, Bud Bergman, South Newfane. I started off talking about this little girl who's walking on a very safe street, and that I'm rather confident in the next few years there's going to be a little girl or a little boy killed or very badly injured either in Brookside, South Newfane, or Williamsville. And so this is a beautiful situation. I'd love to have a safety like that. Then I just talked briefly about what I saw as a few positive and negative things that have happened along Dover Road since I've moved here. Most of them are positive, I feel. I just, I mentioned the Arch Bridge, I think, is positive. The eatery is positive. The ruination of the post office front porch with that ramp was done very poorly against the objection of when I was on the planning commission. The bridge over Baker Brook is not a very good bridge. The covered bridge is a joy. I mean, it's a great victory. And the saving of the Green Iron Bridge in South Newfane after Irene is a great victory. The rock wall as you come into South Newfane, which was controversial actually when we did it, is a great victory. The inn is going to be opened again, which is a victory. The South Newfane Community Center has been renovated. That's a victory. The general store is a terrible disappointment, as we all know, because it's empty and she doesn't seem to want to sell it. The bridge over the Rock River, I think it ain't that great, and I was involved with the committee on that. The bridge out towards Pete Malone's house, I think, is a rather decent bridge, except for the band room. So there's goods and bads, and my hope is that this traffic calming thing will be leading to some good things. So I want to try to think positive. So just to tell you what I did, I started with West Street, which you certainly know and you know well. And I did it because it's a done deal. It's been done, and it meets reasonable codes. And the key thing for me about West Street, I measured it, is that the travel lanes are only 8 feet 8 wide. The parking is 7 feet wide. And I use that as a guide. And also along with, there's a thing called the Vermont State Standards for Local Roads. It's rather a neat document. And it gives a relationship between road width, speed, and the number of cars going a day. It's a really rather impressive document. So there is the things we're talking about are in some of the materials that Lynn picked up from her conference. These are not radical ideas. So anyway, I drew a sort of a typical road plan, and these are all in it might be easier almost for you to look at it there. And I used the 8 foot 8 travel lanes, and I used the 7 foot wide parking, and I used then a grass strip like in Newfane and a sidewalk. Much of this is future, obviously. So with that in mind, I also added 20-foot wide crossing walks, which would be of different paving. It'd be rough paving or something that would force a car to go slow. And there would be one of those in each of the villages also. And so anyway, those were the basic, it's not very complicated, those are the basic things. With that in mind, I started with, let's see, Williamsville, and from some maps that Jeff Nugent provided, marked those up with areas where the road would be narrow, areas where there'd be parking, in each case just on one side of the street, and areas where you might have a sidewalk, also just on one side of the street, the south side in each case. And then showed a 20-foot wide crosswalk in Williamsville. It is opposite the Grange where people congregate. It seemed like a good spot. I also added some stop signs. People felt Baker Brook would be a good place for some stop signs, has one now. And the intersection by the eatery would be another one. And then in the future, I guess there's one planned by the Arch Bridge. I also showed as a long-range thing, adding a raised walkway on the Baker Brook Bridge. Again, trying to narrow things, suck it in. That's what people will drive what they perceive as the correct speed, not what the speed limit is. And so you want to use mechanisms to trigger that. Huh?
You got about 1 minute.
I'm sorry?
You've got about 1 minute.
Okay, so that's all I'll need. So anyway, there's maps of Williamsville, South Newfane, same deal. I won't go into it, but we did add a stop sign by the Green Iron Bridge, for example, going west. And similarly for Brookside, more or less the same idea. The only thing there, I couldn't figure out where to put the crosswalk, so I left it as to be determined. And that is it.
Well, you know what? You really did a fantastic job in researching this, and your architectural drawings are very much appreciated. Thank you so much.
Well, I had some experience a few years ago. Pete Van Loan will tell you.
Okay, thank you, Bud.
I will just wrap it up by, and then of course we can take questions.
Yes.
By saying it's a hope that the select board would appoint the select board. This is to follow up. Marcia and Lynn from the Planning Commission, and Jen and Bud and I as just your liaisons to the select board, not a committee, met this morning to assess what had been shared last night, all the input, and figure out what to do from here and what to say to you tonight. So what we're saying is it's hope that the select board would appoint a select board member to be in charge of working toward timely implementation of short-term measures. It is hope that the select board would send a representative along with Jay Wilson, I'm not telling you what to do with your time, Jay, don't worry, to the October 30th traffic calming workshop in Manchester, the likes of which Lynn and Marcia attended and reported to be an excellent day, a well-spent day. It is hoped that the select board will welcome a proposal to be voted on at March's town meeting that would propose funding for long-term village enhancements and traffic calming measures. Short-term, safety, now, please. Long-term, village enhancement, traffic calming, initiating a sense of village in each of us. And one last thing, well, Williamsville sign is going to be designed by Chris Schubert and Carol Ross, and I'll get that design to you ASAP. I want to say one thing. If this is not a compelling photograph, I think we have to look at tax base as being another compelling factor. If you look at the number of houses for sale along the Dover Road, it's getting to be a little bit alarming. And if we can't keep our property values up and our tax base dwindles as a result, it will not be a pretty series of villages along that road. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Annie, for all your hard work and your time spent.
Thank you.
I do want to say that I'm very happy that Jay Wilson is here, the road foreman, and unfortunately Chris Williams, road commissioner, is home not feeling very well. He's had a bad cold. And then also Mike Fitzpatrick is absent here. So, and they, you know, the road commissioner, the road foreman, and then just having the full board here is going to be important with this. But this is a very good beginning. Okay, are there any questions or comments from anybody?
I think this is, as you say, a great beginning. We are bound by budgets, and we are about to enter a budget process. In reality, this kind of project should go to planning, and then planning will bring back to us the goals and objectives and how to achieve those. That's the most logical way to get this done, because streetscaping takes a long time to get everybody to agree and reach consensus. There are things that we can do in the short term in the next budget cycle, but to really take a good long view, as Bud has suggested, you really need to have it as part of the town plan. And we have to consider also that we're not just talking about Williamsville and up the Dover Road, we're also talking about the Wardsboro Road. Those of us who live on the Wardsboro Road often, or West Street, often see people going a lot faster down that road than the speed limit calls for. And there has been a yeoman's task done to roadscape that part of town. And so it doesn't always work exactly the way you think. But a number of things put together can have a beneficial effect. And I think you're off to a very good beginning. And we look forward to being able to work with you to come up with some solutions short term, and then get some things rolled into the town plan that we could address as goals and objectives as we go forward.
Thank you, Gary. I'd like to just say something. Shannon, you had mentioned with me earlier today when we met that we do have something in the budget now for another sign.
There is, in this current year
yes.
budget, we had already budgeted for a second speed feedback sign so that we could have two going at the same time. So the money's there, it's just a matter of ordering another one, which I think would be helpful so that we don't just have one going at a time, so more areas can be covered. So that's something that can be done right now.
Okay.
Steve?
Could I ask, could I ask where that sign is now? Because I haven't seen it.
It's in Brookside. Brookside hadn't had it at all.
Okay.
We finally got it.
Okay.
So it's our turn.
Did both directions over there.
Okay, Shannon?
There was just one other thing I wanted to mention. I had a visit today from the state police who had gotten a really late message that I was looking for him. So I did send him out to Williamsville, South Newfane, Brookside, and let him know that, at least from what I'm seeing, between the hours of about 7:45 and 8:30 in the morning are a little crazy out there. And then coming back during the afternoon commute is also, I mean, it's not as bad. The morning is really insane if you're driving it.
According to the survey that we took last night at the meeting, when we went around and put little dots, I think the one that had the most dots on it was for security purposes with either a state trooper or a constable or some presence of the law being there.
That was the star of the night.
That's on your first page when you flip the picture over.
Yeah.
They're in order of.
Yes.
Yeah, they're in order of dots. And we'll get you,
Constable.
BCTV will get you copies of them.
Yes.
And I appreciate Shannon bringing it up, because that was kind of heard again and again, that we haven't seen a state trooper out in Brookside or South Newfane, and very rarely in Williamsville for much over the last few years, and it's at all. You know, used to be some presence, and we don't see it at all, so.
Breeze, thank you. Did you want to say
Should I
something?
speak from here, or should I get up? Or?
You can get up and introduce yourself. You want to do that?
Breeze, Verdant, Waynesville. From being at the meeting last night and the meeting tonight, I'm very aware that people are trying to present very calmly and clearly the situation. Last night, we did hear, I think, a little bit more of an impassioned plea at the meeting. And passion goes so far, but I wish to say very clearly, and when we were discussing some of these matters in the past, you know, the word more like demand or insist came up in our conversations. I won't go into my own personal experience and anecdotes, but I can tell you I do have some, you know, I've got some anger about it, not towards you folks in the slightest. This is about our culture and where we have gotten to, myself included. We're distracted, we're moving too fast. And I just wish to go on record that I'm sorry because you're the people in the position who have to deal with this. But we're saying it very loudly and clearly from a person who lives in Williamsville and walks around in the town. We are saying that someone is going to get hit. The danger is imminent. It's not out there. It's here. It's now. Add these conditions this winter with the ice, senior citizens meals, the wonderful thing about the Williamsville Hall being open during the winter, the restaurants, and these people are racing to get to Mount Snow because they're speed people anyway. They want to whip it down the mountains. They're trying to get from Connecticut to Mount Snow, and guess what? They're blowing right through there at speeds you cannot believe, and with us walking in the roads in the night with a flashlight, they don't even slow down. It is really not a question of if, it's a question of when.
Thank you.
I'd just like to also add that last week, I was driving through Williamsville at 25 miles per hour. A car came right up on my tail end, pushed me, literally, I mean, just pushing me up the road till it got to Baker Brook and it zoomed off on Baker Brook. Yeah. So I'm thinking that this is probably not an out-of-towner. This is somebody who lives in those communities. Yeah. So we have to make sure that we police our own. Oh, yeah. It's not just the out-of-towners. We can't just blame them. It's everyone.
In Brookside, when we see the most egregious people going through at 70, it's Vermont plates. And it's familiar cars that we see more than once.
You want to slow traffic down? Open a donut shop in Williamsville. It'll slow right down. The coffee and the donut will make people stop, and they'll slow down and follow the rest of the way out. I wish that were true, but we don't have that capability, but it would.
Lynn?
I have one comment that was brought to our attention last night by Peter Moon, who had been on the Planning Commission for a number of years, many, many years, and is our representative to Wyndham Regional Commission's planning. And he pointed out the tremendous increase in volume that has happened. People talk about what it was like in 1995, and it's a huge volume. And someone else pointed out that the GPS now points people through Dover Road, through villages, as opposed to they used to be pointed down on Route 9. So
To get to Mount Snow, yeah.
into Mount Snow, exactly. So, and being on that Dover Road, I know people in front of my house are going 60, 70, 80 miles an hour. And I know in front of Darlene's, they're drag racing. So.
Thank you, Lynn. That was in response to somebody, I think it was Chris Trieber, who was asking what exactly has changed. How?
Oh, no, Ken Esty was asking.
Yeah.
Ken, who's newer, yeah.
Right.
Did
you want to say?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out, I noticed on here it said it is hoped that the select board will appoint a select board member to be in charge of working toward timely implementation of the short-term measures. So basically, I had agreed to do that, and I don't know if you guys did not realize that, but I'm sorry, but I wasn't able to attend the meeting because I've been really, really, really sick. But I think that point is taken, so I take that upon myself and Jay to work with Jay, but it's just been a busy season and I've been really sick, so.
I just want to say that was not brought up last night.
Okay. So, well, it's just noted here in notes.
No, I know, so that's very good that you're offering to do that.
So we've already achieved one of the goals.
Yes.
And the second one, if I can make that that workshop on the 30th, I would try to make it. I have gone to other workshops, they're really informative. So if I can get it into my schedule, I will go. It's close by to Manchester.
Right.
So.
Okay. Thank you. So you are the official person.
It might work.
Shelley. Yes.
I just feel like we really accomplished a lot, and I'm very grateful. And this is a really proactive, thoughtful, safety-minded select board, and I'm grateful for that. In response to the comment about the need for the same in Newfane and on Southborough, Wardsboro Road, absolutely. In fact, I thought that this was just a U.S. problem now, but Lynn referenced that people now in the UK are panicked about this. And what's happening is that everybody's taking great pride in straightening curvy roads. Every time you straighten a curvy road, you're inviting greater speed.
Oh, yeah.
Electronics addiction, we're really pushing back the Red Sea here. But I do recall a time when we first moved in 1996, when my kids could skateboard out in front of Jim Lessing's store. Jim let them put up 4x8 ramps. There's no way that I could let my little grandson anywhere near that road now. It's a death trap. So since 1995, committees have been meeting. Shannon gave us documents. There are about 8 inches of documents.
Right.
And no amelioration in 23 years. So if we over in those villages seem a little pissed off, we are.
And I think that's what you say is exactly true. And I was on planning briefly. I looked back through the old plans, and it was in the very first plan. And nothing, seemingly nothing has been done. And I think part of the reason is the select board, we deal with what comes before us. The planning board works toward getting things done. And this new planning board has really taken a very aggressive view of that. I think that if these things were rolled into as standard matter into the plan, they will come to us as goals and objectives for us to achieve each year until that we can show some results. And that's the goal here, is to show some results. People have been killed on the South Wardsboro Road. by coming around the corner and going off into the brooks, so and drowning, and that's not something that we want to see happen anyplace else in town. And certainly safety is the #1 issue. But it's a sense of community. When you do streetscaping, you develop a sense of community, and it changes the way that people feel about their community. So if we can address some of those issues and work out a way to do some of them, I think it will not only deal with part of the problem of speeding, it will also make us feel better about the towns that we live in. And that's a huge goal for all of us, I think.
I think another way you can do it too is, it just occurred to me, is that in curriculum for the schools, like the kids, they have to learn about safety, correct? So, I mean, I would imagine they would have some safety issue study, but it would be a great way to interface with the young kids and their parents to do a safety program if they're not doing it.
Karen Meyer teaches driver's ed up at Leland and Gray. That's a brilliant idea to connect with.
Well, I'm talking about even younger kids.
Yeah.
You know, the ones that might be out playing, walking around, you know, the young kids, and all the way up through, but to sort of start implementing, you know, their surroundings and their communities, and they've got to do a thing about that, I'm sure. Experiential something. Because that will stay long term. If they're going to be here living long term, that's going to resonate in their minds and coming forward, hitting all areas. I mean,
some of the things that were mentioned last night, such as the speed humps versus speed bumps, were talked about, and issues like that, I think, really have to be discussed with Jay Wilson and the road crews to see what is actually feasible. I have no idea, but they know, and Chris knows, and about, for example, snow plowing and how these bumps and humps are able to be plowed or not. Lynn?
In response, the training that Marsh and I went to that focused on the speed humps was by the Vermont Department of Transportation. And their recommendations, and a lot of the flyer, I can give the website of the Federal Transportation Administration, but that they were talking about how the bumps don't work, because even if you have a bump, then you speed to the next bump and you have a bump. If the humps slow in a series, slow that down, and there are statistics, I believe it's 9 seconds for a rescue vehicle, maximum 9 seconds would take them longer, 9 seconds on a speed hump. But I think it all asks for as much research as we can to do something properly. I like the idea that they stressed in the training we could do things that are temporary.
Right.
For example, if we want to see what is it like to make the roads narrow, if we put red or those orange cones out, we can actually tell what that is. And there are mechanisms to actually measure the speed and to see if that actually has an impact.
Yeah.
We definitely don't want to make it difficult for the road crew, believe me.
Yeah.
But
me drink water.
Yes, and
just a couple
can
things.
you stand up, please,
sorry.
and also introduce yourself to the
Jen Stanchfield, Brookside, part of one of the liaisons. So we were mentioning one of the select board members going and Jay going. Maybe it might even be encouraged to see if the road commissioner might go too, just to have more people who are directly involved with the roads. Chris, maybe, I know you might not want to, but it could be useful. And then the other thing that came up, people, I know you were working on the data to come from the signs. That would be really interesting to look at. I imagine it takes a while to compile.
Well, it shouldn't, but it does.
Yeah, I'm sure.
There's a lot of it there, and there's a simple way to getting it pared down. I just haven't quite got a handle on it yet.
And I imagine over time too, you're going to get data over the time. So one of the things that was clear to me in looking at the responses last night, that a lot of the things that people put their stickers on were some of the less expensive things. You know, you've already got one of the linking signs coming. We were sent a website that maybe has some less expensive solar powered ones. We're not sure. We forwarded that to Jay today. The paint, experimenting with paint, some of those things just aren't as expensive as others. So we understand the long-term expense and planning. So in the short term, I guess it would be great if we could sum up where we're going from here so we can report back to our people in our group. So what I heard was possibly sending some people to the meeting. We have a select board
Shannon said
member
that,
who's our champion.
yes, and Shannon said that she has sent a state trooper over to your area.
Excellent.
And she's going to be ordering the second sign that we have in the budget now for it. So I think we all are very appreciative and understanding of the frustration and the tremendous concerns you all have in these villages of Brookside and South Newfane and Williamsville, and including Wardsboro Road. And it's our commitment to do whatever we can in the shortest period of time, but we can't do everything. But I think we're off to a good start, I hope, and that we just need to keep in communication, and all of you have been working really hard on it, and we thank you very much. And
can I just ask a question? There's another meeting in October. Did I see October 20th? No? Okay.
no, you said October 30th.
Or 30th.
Should we talk offline with you about how you want us to organize with you?
Yeah, that would be good.
Okay.
One quick question for Jay. Did we ever download the speed data?
Yes.
And what did that tell us?
It's a lot of data right at the moment, and I've got to figure out how to get it into a form that's a little more useful. You know,
Okay.
it lists off thousands of cars, and
Yep.
and I need to get it kind of down to something instead of 15 pages that's
Yep.
a page or whatever.
Okay,
And
I
it's
might be able to work with you.
okay. They have a spreadsheet that's supposed to do that automatically, and it's not doing that right at the moment. So
I would imagine these, I believe I saw in the catalog, the same company that makes the sign also makes signs with cameras. And as a friend told me in Paris, once people stop running lights and stop speeding the minute they put the cameras up. You know why? Because no Frenchman wants to have a letter come to his house that shows who's in the driver's seat and who's in the passenger seat.
I knew you were going to say that.
So, little things work.
Jay, I just remembered something else that was brought up last night. Somebody asked the question, they were talking about West Street and the fact that we have we've had the sidewalks put in and the parking areas going in and out. And somebody asked my opinion or to ask somebody about, is there any data showing that there's been a real change made in the traffic? Now my response was that living on West Street, I think a lot of people are very careful driving up. However, we also have people who continue to speed. And so is there any official information about that?
no, the speed sign, we put it kind of the beginning of West Street coming into the village, but nothing in the village itself. It doesn't seem like people have really slowed down much.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I said last night. Unfortunately, I'm sorry.
Just the anecdotal reports about the speeding, the blinking light, or people are saying it isn't making a difference. It's interesting. Hilly and Pete and Darlene said that when it went in on their side, it did seem to slow some people down. I mean, some.
It does two things.
It's a
If we get the right one that says, puts a message at the bottom that's changeable, it tells you what your speed is and blinks, but it also then says, thank you if you're going slow, or stop or slow down if you're going too fast. So it talks to you. The ones with the sign, the lights around them that say slow, the LED lights that blink, those are great. except somebody's got a bedroom with inside of that, and they'll go crazy with those lights blinking all the time. So we have to balance that.
Not in my front yard. That's the not in my front
Not,
yard.
not in my front yard, exactly. Yes, Jay?
There's regulations too on the speed signs as to what they can do now. They've tightened it up considerably. They can no longer flash blue. That little tiny blue
Yes.
light that's on ours, you can't have the big blue light anymore. You can't have a strobe, I believe, that flashes more than so many times a minute. They've really tightened things up. And I think some of the words that come up, I'm not sure that's all allowed anymore either. So everything has been kind of narrowed down, but I've got the regulations over there.
Well, we're in New England. We have quaint ways of saying things, and if we can do that, that may slow people down just because we say it in that New England quaint way.
You know,
Go home.
I mentioned something last night that hadn't been discussed, and we haven't discussed it tonight, and that is on West Street. It's only been in the last year that we have street lights that are very strong at night and allow pedestrians to actually walk down the street in the middle of the night and have light. Last night when I left just Williamsville Hall, I now have these iPhones that have, an iPhone with the flashlight. My car was just a few cars up from the front building, and I had to use a flashlight, as you all know, because you live there. And so I think we really have to consider the fact that street lights that are very good and strong make a big difference in safety also for pedestrians, and they don't have that right now. And that's for the future, but it's just something that needs to be
I have a copy of the registration for the Chapel College Rural Scholar Workshop that was discussed.
Is that the one that I said I was going to try to go to?
Yes,
Yeah.
I gave one to Jay. I only made 2 copies.
Okay. You gave one to Jay, you said, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And we were supposed to mail in the bottom, but I think at this point we might want to give a call. There's someone over there and talk to the people up there and let them know.
Okay.
There's no fee and they serve lunch. But I can't say what kind of lunch it's going to be.
But
Since you mentioned West Street, and I mentioned that I used West Street as kind of a guide, I want to emphasize that these drawings are much more modest than West Street and would be less expensive to implement because the parking is, while we're removing some paving, the parking is always gravel. There's no granite curbs.
Right.
And sidewalks, of course, could come later too.
Yeah.
I mean, so West Street is a pretty classy piece of work. I know some people don't like granite curbs, some of the road people, for example.
Other than the fact that people, including myself, have gotten flat tires when I bump into the granite curb because it's so sharp. They look nice, but they can produce flat tires.
We did talk about cutting back into some of the property owners or where there are existing sidewalks in Williamsville specifically, to start to make a pathway that would be walkable and to try that as a means of safety measures. And again, I guess we need to, I don't know how we would do that as a board. If we would make a decision to allocate the money to do that, then we would have to contact the owners to let them know that we would be doing that type of service, but I think that would be a good start.
There was a useful experience in Newfane Village when they put in their sidewalks. It would be worthwhile to become familiar with that experience.
Is it a good experience?
It depends on who you ask.
Yes, Jen?
Didn't Chris say that, weren't we going to research that? When I came and presented our notes from the meeting this summer, I thought Chris said they were going to go do some measurements. Now that
Chris said what?
They were going to go measure.
We did go look at it.
Okay.
Yeah.
We don't know how far up the road it can actually go. Apparently there's I'm not sure whose, but there's a leach field or something closer to the road up there somewhere.
In Williamsville.
Breeze.
Of course, we're talking about real short-term needs here. I can miss a sign, but I can't miss a hump on the road. I put all 4 dots on. I confess, I put all 4 dots on speed humps last night. And I'm just thinking of, you know, well, you're here, Jay. My name's Breeze. Talked to you on the phone before. How hard is that for the resources that you have to put humps in the road? Is that a really hard thing? A contractor has to come in doing that?
Yes. Unless you buy a rubber one or something that can be nailed in place.
Like a
We
temporary
wouldn't have
one.
anything that would be able to do it. I think the rubber ones have to actually be removed for winter.
Even a hump, not a bump?
Yeah.
Yeah,
They
the
sell the
pavement
rubber
has
ones,
to
the
be done
plow would
by-
just catch it and rip it up.
Yeah.
How about plowing? How hard, much harder to?
It would have to be very gradual, I think, for the plows to go up over.
Yeah, because winter is when we really,
When there's mountain snow people
we really need it.
drinking Red Bull on the way home.
Is there anybody else, anybody who's not spoken who would like to say something? Anybody on select board here? Gary or Shelley doing? Okay, so I guess that's the conversation for tonight. And again, thank you all for doing such an amazing job of constantly meeting and researching, and Shelley will be a great asset to you also. And of course, when we have a full board here,
Well, and they can watch the show on
No, of course.
BCTV?
Yes, of the
Last night's
Yeah.
And I will let people know when that's available. And as soon as Russ gets it edited, it should be within a couple weeks. Okay, and
who is the name of the person?
the fellow who filmed it is Russ Graybeck, and then but Cora is the head of BCTV. And how do you pronounce Vlasta? No, how do I pronounce his first name?
Vlasta.
Oh, close. And is he like program coordinator?
Is who?
Who's the one who determines when things air? Is that Cora?
That's Nolan.
Nolan? Okay, Nolan Edgar. So, okay, I'll be in touch with him.
Okay.
Former student. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. I think we're finished with the conversation about traffic calming for tonight. Thank you all for coming.
Yes, thank you very much.
And we're going to move on to Williamsville Hall issues. Steve, do you want to come up front, please? You're welcome to stay. Myra, do you want to move up front?
I'm okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Marcia, do you want to come up front, or are you on the Williamsville Hall Committee?
I'm not
also?
anymore. I'm on the planning commission.
Yeah, okay, but you're going to stay for the Williamsville. Thank you.
This is the new budget plan. Here's a few extras.
This is for the upcoming fiscal year?
Yeah, no, the current fiscal. Because we've had to make some changes.
Excuse me for 1 minute before we start. Bud? Bud? Do you have extra one for Shannon, please? I would like to have Shannon have. Can you? Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
So.
Okay, can you introduce yourself?
Yes, Steve Levine from the Williamsville Hall Committee. And we've come back to the select board with an amended plan for the weatherization program proposal that we put together, because unfortunately the company that was going to do the installation of the ceiling in the cellar backed out. And I found a new company, Vermont Foam Insulators from Chester, who are very reputable. They've been in business since 2006. They have 20 employees and they have great recommendations. The only problem is their price is about $4,000 more than the previous insulator. And they've also recommended some really good improvements to the building to make it more weather tight and better insulated. But that's going to cost some additional money as well. You can see from the proposal I gave you that cellar stair improvements, it says estimate. I talked to Clark Todd, who did the wonderful job on the boiler room, and he thought it might cost about $1,800 time and materials. The good part is that the representative from Vermont Foam, Peter Buckley, thought we could get an energy efficiency rebate from Efficiency Vermont of approximately $2,000. And on Wednesday, this very Wednesday, an energy auditor is coming to do that. He charges $350. He does all the paperwork, plus submits it to Green Mountain or the state, and so that would come off the $2,000 that he also thought we would get, because he's done a lot of churches and old Grange halls, and that's about the average. I also called the window repair person who was going to start today and told him not to come until next week, because we want it to be as leaky as possible. So we show up the best we can to show the improvement that we're making. So there's that. So now, if you want, I can explain. How many people are familiar with the stairs, Jay, I know is, that go down to the cellar? Yeah, okay. So when you leave the kitchen, you make the right turn. There's two doors. The first door went to the quote-unquote ladies' room, which was a separate area downstairs. And then the other door, the further door, went down to the main hall, and there was another area for the men's room. Well, needless to say, we don't need the ladies' room anymore because no one uses it. So Peter Buckley recommended that we actually close off that door, put a floor, equal to the floor that's in the hallway there, and it would make it much easier to insulate. He wouldn't have to do the side walls up and down the stairs, and it would just make a much tighter job. And then I also thought we can take that space and actually use it as a storage area for all the cleaning implements, the mops and the brooms that get stuck in that hall and make it close to impossible to get through. So that seemed like it would be a very good improvement. He also, recommended that we build some walls on the other stairway all the way down to the bottom, and then put an insulated door at the bottom of the stairs, which would give him better space to insulate, and it would give us better blockage of cold air coming up into the building. So that's what I talked to Clark Todd about, and that would run, he thought, also it's an estimate at this point, $1,800. So, and then the other thing that we have to do when they put the new boiler in, which is like a miracle machine, if you've been to the hall recently, you actually go in, you put your hand near the baseboards, and lo and behold, there's heat coming out. It's really wonderful. So I'm very excited about that. First time in 40 years that I've actually been in that building and put my hand near the baseboard and felt warmth. So we're on the right track. There's only one problem. Those new boilers need to have a supply line for water because they use water, so they need a constant supply. And that was routed through the cellar in unconditioned space. So that's not going to work. So Clark Todd came up with a good idea of routing most of it. It starts in the kitchen, through the kitchen, and then down in the corner over where the big long table usually is. It's only about 10 feet till it's over the boiler room, and then bring it into the boiler room. So this week or next I have a plumber coming who's going to give me a price for doing that work. So that's the $500 his estimate. So if you look at all the numbers, the new price total is $40,684.08, less the $2,000 estimate from Efficiency Vermont, which we're down to $38,684. And then if you look at the bottom, we look at the two funds that are available, the expense fund and the donation fund. Lo and behold, we have between the two of them, $39,925, which is a surplus of $1,241.28. So we still can afford to do this and move forward with it, with your okay. We would still have a balance in the whole fund of $1,241.28. So that's where it is now, to the best, the best estimates I can give. And also the whole fund will probably be, it will be increased. I know the capital expense fund's closed for the year, but we'll be getting some money from the Rock River Players for the 2 plays that put on, the one in September and the one that just closed. And the hall committee, we're planning on having a soup and gumbo fest in November. And we have other activities planned through the winter if we get the okay to keep the place open. And I must say there's a lot of popular support for that. So that's what I've come for today, to get your okay to go forward.
So this is going to leave you with a $1,246.
Yeah, $41.
And you think that'll be okay until we get to the next fiscal year?
Oh, well, because the whole fund we can replenish.
Right.
And as I say, I'm not sure how much more we'll get from the 2 plays and the Gumbo Fest, but it probably, could be another $1,000.
Okay.
And then we plan on doing a movie in December. We're going to have a ukulele festival, cookie swap. We hope to get the talent show back up in February or March. And, once we get the okay to keep the place open, I plan to, do some good PR to get it known that people can rent it out, that other activities can take place. So, if we're going to keep it open, we hope that it's going to get used. The whole committee we plan to have at least 1 activity each month, through the winter months.
Shannon,
Just curious, did the board vote to keep it open this winter?
didn't we vote to?
Oh, I'm
Not
not
that I'm
sure.
aware
Yeah,
of.
it was undecided last time.
Yeah, there was no vote to keep it
Right.
open.
No,
for the
no,
winter.
not to vote on that. No,
Not
we
for the whole
didn't.
winter.
I have to say, I know very little about it, so I'm learning, but the more information would be great. Is there a budget for it? And
Yeah, well,
this
there's
is the
town-
budget?
Yes, that's for the,
Yeah, the regular expenses come out of the town budget.
Didn't we approve this budget already?
We approved a
It's a
budget
change.
recently.
There's a
Yeah.
change to it.
And this is,
Right. And up.
Okay.
now that you get estimates, it
Right.
ends up
see,
being a little
there's
different.
three funds that pertain to the hall. One is the capital expense fund.
Okay.
One is the Williamsville Hall donation fund, which is money generated through the hall committee. And then there's a separate maintenance fund, which covers the electricity, the plowing, propane, or used to be fuel, and other maintenance.
And who manages that budget?
You do, the town.
We do. Okay.
Yeah, Melissa does.
Well,
And she manages.
No, the select board manages, I
Yes,
guess.
right, yeah, right. I mean, she writes the checks, and you approve it, right, yeah.
Right.
So.
Well, it should be we approve it and then she writes the checks, right?
Yeah, right. Yes.
Well, let's not split hairs.
Yes, right, yeah, that's, right. Nothing goes.
I think that's how it goes.
Yes.
Pay first, ask later.
So if, 2 things, if you approve this new plan, that'd be great. And if you approve keeping the building open, we've also mentioned earlier that if with money that we raise, we would also, the hall committee would be willing, we've talked about this, to help supplement the heating cost if it gets to be, too much. But we're hoping with the new system and the great price we're getting, that it will be manageable and within the, within the maintenance budget.
Well, has anyone figured out what it's going to cost, estimated to keep it open?
It could be a total of maybe $3,000 for fuel.
For heating
Yeah.
and any electric?
Well, the heating.
Yeah.
And electric is
And
pretty
maintenance.
minimal. You have
Snow
to.
plowing, snow shoveling?
Yeah, right.
How's that all taken care of?
Through the
It never
maintenance
has
fund.
been because we usually close it about November 15th and then open it back up.
Like this year town meetings.
Right, so it has to be
Yeah,
open
right.
by the first Monday in March.
In March.
I would like to propose that in terms of the discussion of keeping the building open, I would like to have a full board here to discuss that.
Yeah.
Rather than making it, it's just 3 of us here tonight. In terms of the budget,
This is, yeah, this is pretty typical. Did we get any rebate from the original insulation company? Or
No, they weren't.
They didn't do anything?
No.
They did no work?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, they didn't do anything, and they didn't even talk about getting a rebate from efficiency.
No, I meant, I was wondering in that 4K uplift, the 18,000.
Yeah.
If they'd already done work that we were being, okay.
No, they haven't. Oh, I also wanted to mention that in the new insulation cost, there was $953 of additional coverage of foam insulation that the other company didn't cover. So that $18,700 is really almost $1,000 less, because they are doing more work.
Okay.
That's included in the higher price. Plus, we're getting the $2,000 rebate. No one's going to guarantee it, but the energy auditor and Peter Buckley, the representative from Vermont Foam, thought, from his experience, you know, a building of this kind would get about $2,000.
So the 1,800 for carpentry, he's pretty solid with that number?
He did. I could push him and he'll give us an estimate like he did for the boiler room.
Yep.
And he's held to that. That's his price.
Okay.
He hasn't gotten fully paid because he can't complete it till the insulation's done. But that's his price. If we wanted to, he was a little hesitant because he wasn't sure like what he would find. You know, the stairs end in dirt, so it's a good chance that the wood down there isn't in good shape. So that would add. But if I
open up a can of worms.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's the wormy part.
Yeah.
Where the stairs hit the dirt. It'll probably rot. I could get a firm estimate from him. It might wind up costing us more or less. And I think the price for the plumbing is high because it's, you know, it's a pretty straightforward job, and hopefully they can use PEX, you know, the flexible tubing, for most of it. So that would make it quick.
Shannon?
Did you have another bill that you were going to bring to them?
Yes.
Okay, you're getting to that.
Yeah, I'll
I'm
get
sorry.
to that.
Okay. Pushy.
This is just the appetizer.
Yeah, this is the easy part. Okay.
Well, just a couple of questions.
Sure.
Because I'm always impressed by the job that you guys do, and we're taking that building, which was 2 years ago pretty shaky, and now it's being turned into a place that we are considering keeping open all year. Yeah. That's quite an achievement. I just want to make sure, because we don't have much of a buffer left for this year, that if we can get these people to sharpen their pencil to make sure the numbers are that they've given you are going to be the numbers we're going to see in the final bill. In that $1,800 for the turning the ladies' room, and I'm very saddened to hear that there are no longer ladies in Williamsville Hall.
Right.
I don't know how you were able to achieve that, but it's unfortunate. Is it possible that you might want to put a slop sink in there, a mop sink of some sort, or do you need that?
No, we manage without. I think that would open. There's not a lot of room in that space.
Yeah.
So I don't know if we could do that.
Okay.
And that would probably cost, you know, $500, $1,000.
Yeah.
We have a sink that could be used there.
Yeah,
in the kitchen.
Yeah, the big sink in the kitchen.
Well, of course, the health inspector doesn't like that.
Right. No.
And do you have to have 2 bathrooms in Vermont?
Yeah. Yeah.
So is there 2 bathrooms in the hall now?
Oh, there's 4.
Oh, okay.
There's 2 on each level.
Yeah.
We're all ADA compliant.
Okay.
Along with the lift. Yeah.
But the one that you're talking about is in the cellar?
Oh, it was an old in-house outhouse.
Oh.
It was just a couple. You could still see it.
Polars.
Yeah.
In Irene, it was like making love in a canoe. It was awfully close to the water.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's there. So we would just close that off. The other thing that's included in this price is when you walk into that space and the 2 doors are on your right, you know, there's a foundation wall, which if you ever look closely at it is a little scary because it's flaky and, you know, lets through a lot of moisture. Peter Buckley said what we could do, and this is included in Clark Todd's price, is we could put up like 2-inch stringers on the wall, nailed into the concrete, and they would foam it in between, and then we would put plywood on, and then paint it, and that would just be a big improvement, keep more moisture out of the building, and with that closet, if we turn that new floor in the ladies' room entry into a closet, it would make it a much nicer place to get through into the utility room. So that would be a nice improvement as well.
When do you need our approval on this?
Now,
Well,
Well-
we've got a couple of folks that we'd really
Yeah.
like to have them also be able to weigh in on it.
yeah, as it is now, the window, well, the energy order is coming on Wednesday. That we can go ahead with, I think. The window guy, Todd McLaughlin's coming next Monday. The installation won't happen, it's scheduled now for the week of Thanksgiving. Yeah. I forget
I
the
mean, I
date.
think we could,
I mean, all this is for
Can I
keeping, yeah,
I
but
was
this
saying
is,
something.
excuse me.
Go ahead.
But this is all to keep the hall open. You're adding these expenses to keep the hall open year round, like the boiler and the insulation and
Yeah.
et cetera. So there's
And make it
additional.
more, oh, excuse me, and make it more livable, because, you know, the foaming is gonna keep some of the moisture out of the building, which is a necessary thing. And this further expansion of working on the stairways and doing that wall will really help keep moisture out as well.
Would we want to see about doing a special meeting with the other two guys to
Yeah, I
have
hate
them
to
come
see
by and
this-
sign off on
yeah.
it? That we wouldn't need to be under a quorum, just come by and sign off on it if they
Right.
approve of it.
That's what I think.
Yeah, I'd be happy to come back.
Because it's important if they're going to do the work to start.
Yep.
And
Yeah, I
then
want-
we could find, you know, then we can talk about the issue of keeping it open all year.
Well, I think that's a decision you have to make. You have to finalize first before you go ahead and put all this repair upgrade.
Well,
to.
a lot of it needs to be repaired anyway,
Yes.
whether it's open or not.
The boiler and
Well, the
Boiler's
boiler's
not
done.
replaced, we just did that.
The boiler's done, the boiler room is basically done.
so the 12.5 is done.
Yep. It's a beautiful thing, you should come and see it. I'd be happy to give anyone a
The
tour.
copper is so low.
I do property management, I know, so I would appreciate it.
Yeah, well, Jay, right, Jay saw it, he was very impressed. No, it really is, it's very, he did a great job. And, so.
Oh, Lynn, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Lynn has had her hand raised, I'm sorry.
So I'm just going to speak to community desires and community needs. As opposed to numbers, having been an accountant all my life, it's kind of nice to talk to the soft stuff as opposed to the hard numbers. When we had the results from the community survey that we did last fall, there was a lot of focus on being able to have community events. And to have Williamsville Hall on that, over there, for everybody from this side and that side to be able to participate in is really, really important.
And I think that's been one of the things that we've seen
Absolutely.
happening, is the building is being used more and more,
Yes.
and is being rented more and more. So we do have an income source there to offset some of these expenses, but it's also an important community center for not only South Newfane and Williamsville and Brookline, but also for Newfane itself.
Sure.
Shannon, do you have any thoughts or concerns about this right now?
Can I ask a hard question?
Yeah.
Sorry, I got to do it. Because as I was waiting, this is the numbers, and it says that there are funds available in the capital expense fund that already exist of almost $36,000.
Yeah.
And there's a donation fund that already exists
Right.
of $4,000. Right. So the money's there, it just needs to be approved to be spent.
That's correct.
Right.
Well, my question is whether or not you said the 12.5 has already been spent for the boiler, so does that comes out of that amount?
Well, I left it
It's
this way
hard
to
to
show what the
understand.
total project would cost.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's not, so the amount in the capital expense fund, I'm not sure what amount of the payment's been made already. I'm not sure if it's all been paid, but I assume they've gotten a down payment that's probably been paid because they did the work last month. So that is not actually what's in the fund, but these expenses would be coming out of these amounts. Am I making any sense?
This is an update to a budget that we received.
Yeah, I remember seeing it.
Yeah, we had this about.
What's the cost of a propane?
The cost of the propane is technically called Selkirk plus 40. So Selkirk is a price. Well, Selkirk's a depot in New York State.
No, I know the depot price. Yeah.
Okay. So it's a depot price plus 40 cents.
Above that. Yeah.
Which is a remarkably low price.
So do you have an estimate on how much you're going to spend?
Well, no, I don't.
And
Honestly,
does that propane come out of this budget?
No, it comes out of the maintenance.
That comes out of that
General fund.
But we at the whole committee had said that if it's more than is, the maintenance fund is capable of supporting, we would be willing to spend, more than willing to spend the money that we raised to help, defray the cost of the propane.
Previously, we had an oil boiler.
Yes.
And it was not terribly efficient.
Right.
And we didn't have any experience with running it over the winter.
Well,
so this is a new boiler. And this will be our first year trying to operate it into the cold weather season. And it should be able to carry that load.
Yeah, because, when the hall isn't being used, only the kitchen and the bathrooms are heated. The main hall and the dining hall and the room next to it are not heated. And the bathrooms we've done a lot of weather stripping, and we're going to get the windows tightened up, and we're going to have cellular shades. So those spaces will be much more efficient. Clark Todd also made some little plugs to put in, downstairs there's 2 pass-throughs from the kitchen to the dining area. We now have some really nice plugs with foam insulation to put in that spaces to keep, the airflow to a minimum. So, but I do remember, I can't remember how many years ago, at one time the hall was open. There was a period of time when it was open. And we had that boiler that has been taken away. It was terribly inefficient. It was probably 60% efficient. And that's when oil was something like $3.75 a gallon. And we spent about $4,000 or $5,000 a year. And we heated it the same way, only the bathrooms and the kitchen were heated. So that's why when I come up with $3,000, I think that might be high. I'm not sure.
There's currently $1,000 in the budget for this fiscal year for heat.
For heat, yeah, well, okay.
So you're saying 3,000 for heating?
I think we'll be at the top end.
4,000. So
No.
we only got 1,000.
No, 3 might be the top.
3.
Yeah.
Would be the top.
Based on that only experience I had.
Yeah.
I forget what year it was. I could probably dig through and find out.
But that was oil.
That was oil with a totally inefficient boiler, and the building is not as tight as it is now. So, yeah. And it was especially not as tight as if we get the insulation done.
Right.
So what happens if we don't have enough money in that budget? We have to take from somewhere else?
We will sell cookies on the road. No, I mean, I'm serious. We will figure out a way. I mean, we have the $1,241, but I also have a bill for $781, which I haven't been able to get to, but I will. But as I say, we have money coming from the 2 plays the Rock River Players put on, and then we'll have money from the Soup and Gumbo Fest we're going to have next month. So we plan to continually, raise funds.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, our fundraising events usually bring in around $400, $300 to $400. So if we keep doing that, if we rent the building out, it's going to be tight, but we're so close to doing it, and so many people want it done. Would like to see it open that I'm committed to keeping it going. I know there's only so much money, you can't squeeze blood out of a stone or whatever that expression is, but
if we overrun that general fund budget, can we supplement it with funds from their fundraising activities?
No.
Okay.
I mean, you can pay it out of that.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you can't move money from that.
From them to there, so we just take it out of that fund.
Yeah, so just
So
pay
if you overrun it.
Right.
Yeah.
So you gotta come up with $2,000 in gumbo.
Right, yeah.
Maybe we could sell those donuts.
Yeah.
There's an idea. I'll be there tomorrow.
That's right. 'Cause that was something we have talked about many times. The breakfast.
Yes, remember that.
But we haven't gotten there yet. We're just working on this. So, but I might as well bring this up now. At one point, Clark Todd asked me if he could do some additional work at the hall. And at that point, I knew we had the $4,000 in the hall fund, so I said, go ahead. So he came up with a bill of $781. And part of it was involved with the energy efficiency. And some of it was just things that needed to be done. I'll go through quickly. We did buy a humidifier and put it in the boiler room, which is going to be a great help. That was $200, and Clark installed it and hooked it up to a pump, which was connected to the boiler, so the water that the humidifier collects will just be automatically expelled from the building. And then he built those 2 plugs for the kitchen to seal the pass-throughs off, and then he spent a lot of time insulating the hydronic pipes, the pipes that feed the baseboards. And then he did a lot of cleanup because it was pretty trashy down there. He removed all insulation and other trash. He took it to the landfill. He wrapped some more pipe. He restored siding where there was an old air intake that was just letting cold air into the cellar. He put siding on that, and so the bill came to $781.19. So as I say, I was thinking, well, we could just take it out of the whole donation fund, but we still can, but that will leave us with approximately $500.
I guess you're going to have to fundraise.
Yep, that's what we'll have to do. Yeah. And we're committed to do it. Yeah.
I have a question about the cellular shades for a little over $2,000. Right. Would that be necessary to do right now?
Right. Yeah, that when I was putting this together before I actually added things up, I was saying to myself, well, we could do away with the shades and wait. I mean, it'd be good to have them, but actually the 2 main spaces that they'll be in will be unheated a lot of the time. So let's, wait till the spring or next summer when we can have more money available, and that will.
So you could wait on that.
Yeah,
so that would give you an extra $2,000.
Right. Yeah. So we could. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that was sort of the ace in the hole. You just said, well, we'll wait on those. Maybe if things go well, we could get them in January or February. Maybe it'd be next summer.
My thought would be that why don't we wait and see? If you end up with a fundraising activity to pay for that, we can go ahead and do it now. If not, let's roll it into your projects for next year.
Exactly.
Yeah, and that's the one thing that we planned on doing. We've done the measurements. I plan on hanging them with some help. And so we can do it at any time. You order them, it takes 2-3 weeks and you get them. So, yeah.
Do we need to make a motion again about this budget since we already approved it, basically?
Well, we haven't approved the deltas, the changes.
The changes. So
I would think a motion contingent on the approval of the other 2 members would be, as long as we can maintain a majority, would be acceptable. Okay. We've done that in the past.
Yeah, you can do that, or there are 3 of you have a quorum. If you want to approve it on your own, you certainly
How
can.
about, but you were saying before, if we approve it and then the other 2 members can sign it?
Yep.
So would you like to make a motion?
Motion to approve the amended budget in the amount of, what's the new number, Steve?
$38,684.08.
But does that include the 700 majority holding?
No, I think, well, that I guess we'll have to take out of the whole fund, this amount. Because I don't want to take more money, there's no money in the maintenance fund. So it would have to come out of the whole donation fund.
Okay.
But let's take out, if we took out the cellular shades, that would take out the $2,025.
Right.
So, yeah, so I think that's a good suggestion.
Yes.
And I think we ought to do it. So whatever that 38,684.08 less the shades, whatever that number is, that could be
36
something.
Oh boy, 36.
Yeah, I'm kind of confused on the budget here.
Okay.
So at the moment, we have
So adding the shades back in, right?
No, taking them out.
No, taking them out.
From the 38,684.08, we're going to take that 2,025.19.
Yeah, I was looking at the bottom
Add
line.
the 700 something?
Well, that we can, yeah,
If you
that
just
could
add
be
it into the
separately
bottom
taken
line,
out
you got
of
the
the
same
whole
number.
donation fund. So that would only
Yeah,
leave
balance. Yeah, I
That'll
know.
come
about
next year,
500.
if not later on this year, when you raise the money. That gives us a new number of 36,658.89.
36,000, I'm sorry,
36,658.89.
and that's no shades.
Yeah, that's with no shades yet.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
It will depend on how the fundraising effort
Mhm.
goes.
Right.
That's good.
Yeah. Because I know the plays were well attended, so.
Good.
So hopefully
Yeah.
we'll get some money from that.
Now, the donation fund,
Yeah.
do we trustee that, or you determine what gets spent?
The way it's set up now, we do.
Okay, that's fine.
So, so the balance, well, we now have, so we still have to take approximately $1,000 out of the Paul donation fund to cover these expenses. So that will leave us about $3,000, and instead of the $1,241. Yeah, well, it'll be $1,241, and then this will come out. So maybe in the donation fund we'll have about $2,000.
2,000 or 3, you said?
Well, let's see. We're taking out, the capital expense fund is wiped out by the 36,000.
Right.
And then the difference between 36,658.89 and the capital expense fund, the 35,875.27, would come out of the donation fund.
The balance of that,
Yeah, but do you have that, Gary?
I can get that.
Yeah.
I have to call somebody first. So.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I don't have a calculator. So it's 35,875.27 from the 36.
We made a little problem on the pennies.
783.62.
Sorry?
What is it?
Jen?
783.62.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
783.62.
What's that number?
Okay.
That
So-
number is what will come out of the hall donation fund.
Right, out of
To
the
make-
4,000.
Right.
And so, less this is 781.19, so that's 1,500. So that'll leave about $2,500 in the whole donation fund.
And the 783.62 will make whole the capital expense fund.
Right.
Yeah, because we took out the 2,025 for the shade, till further notice, till we can afford it.
So,
I like that.
while you have the floor, do you want to tell us more about the gumbo? That's your next fundraising event?
Yes.
Yeah.
Myra, you want?
Mid-November.
Yeah.
November 10th, I
I think it was, yeah.
November 10th?
Yeah, we did a few years back, the whole committee, John Julian makes a big pot of gumbo, Myra makes some wonderful soups, we have breads and desserts and cider.
And
how
we
much?
charge $8.
$8?
Yeah.
Can't beat that.
Well, we might raise it to 10 now.
Yeah.
We
Then
do-
we might have to throw through a raffle or two in there,
Oh,
right?
Right, yeah, yes. Yeah.
Well, that'd be a great thing to attend.
Absolutely.
The other thing I wanted to bring to attention was that we have worked on the purchasing policies for the town, and we approved them, right?
Yes.
Yes. So, I mean, it goes across all departments, correct?
Right.
And also, does it affect the Williamsville Hall?
Yep.
So, I guess the question would be whether or not you've gotten the new purchasing policies.
No.
Okay.
But, the whole committee,
They bid.
Yes.
we got bids.
Yeah.
We're a subcommittee of the select board.
Yeah.
Right, right. So, but
They should be made aware of the new policy.
that's what I'm trying to do. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I thought I gave you a copy, no?
Not
Pretty
that-
sure I did.
Oh, you may have. Can I have another copy?
Yes.
Well, I know we need, we've always gotten more than 2 or 3 bids for everything.
Yes.
Yeah.
Except, like the windows we didn't, because there's only one person
Right.
in Wyndham County, or Southern Vermont, who does that. But otherwise, we always get, number of bids. And we did the same for the shades. I mean, we did it online, we just went to numerous sites. And,
Well, that's a good price because I just did one for 6,000 for 12 windows.
oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
I
that's,
want to know where you went.
yeah.
Steve, I don't care what they say, strikes are very slimming.
Well, I'm just
Okay,
trying
can we
to
be out
move
of trouble.
along? Can we move along?
Yeah.
Please.
So you have the motion?
You have the motion, okay. You want to repeat it after all the times?
Yeah, the math confused the motion.
Yeah, okay. To approve $36,658.89 to Williamsville Hall for changes in the proposed improvements based on the acceptance of the other two members.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion? I second it.
Okay?
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Do you want to have any discussion?
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you want to have more discussion?
Well, I guess just in the future, I'd like to see just a better understanding of what the budget is for the year. I know this is just like for improvements.
Yeah.
But alongside the improvements, when we get a budget like this with a change, that we should look at the entire budget and have that as a sheet in front of us so that we are understanding what's been done previously, so we have a better idea of what's going on.
And you're sort of jumping into this, you're trying to get on a moving cart.
Right.
And the committee has a budget, which they come to us during budget cycle, and they'll present what they want to do this next year. And then as we go through the year, they come back to us and they say, this is what we're doing, this is how much it's costing, this is where the budget changes, et cetera. And this is an update to that process.
Right, I understand that, but
Okay.
I would ask that you bring the entire budget of what that is each time if you make changes or whatever.
Oh, well, this,
Because
yeah.
not all of us are up to date on everything.
Okay, this is just basically pertaining to the capital expense fund, capital improvements. The maintenance fund, we haven't been involved with in a sense because the town takes care of it. And the select board takes care of it. And they allow certain money, I think it's $10,000 this year, 10 or 12, in the maintenance fund.
Oh,
For-
in the capital fund?
No, the maintenance fund.
Oh, no, there's not 10,000.
Initially, was it 10,000?
Because there are several different funds you're pulling from, it's just hard to understand what you're doing.
What was that 12,000?
Well, that was the
That's-
capital expense.
Capital fund has that.
But how much is in the maintenance fund
So you have,
this year?
let's see.
2 cents.
See, nobody knows.
The total of all of the line items is 3,700. So that would include your electric, which there's $700 in the budget, the heat, which is 1,000, the grounds maintenance, which is 500. There's 1,500 for the Williamsville Hall expenses, and then that's it.
So there's only, in the town budget for this year, there's only 3,700
Yeah.
for the whole?
Yep. They usually do between 10 and 15 for the capital fund, but for general operating expenses, it's not.
Yeah, I'm
Not
just
a lot
saying
of
that
money.
it would be nice because there's several funds that we're working with and everyone's on the same page and they see what the number, the final number is that we're working with would be helpful.
And clearly what we'll need to do during this budget cycle, because they have new equipment and we're not going to have any run experience yet, is to try to come up with as sharp a pencil as we can on what the true cost of running the building will be for going forward.
Yeah, we'll get that experience. Jake, if I can ask you a question, would it be an expectation that your department could keep the building, the walkway clear? Or is that not something you want to do?
We tend to not have time.
Yeah,
It's
right.
several days after a storm that we're finally cleaned up. So we tend to not have time. So we have the walkways shoveled here.
Mark Gray.
Yeah, Mark.
Yeah.
I could, and I'd be more than happy to put a budget together to see what the expenses more.
I would, suggest
detailed
it, yeah.
for,
To keep it open year
to keep it
round,
open,
yeah.
right.
They have a better
We used to,
understanding.
so I can go back
Yeah.
and look at some of the
Oh.
old stuff, because we used to have it shuffled every year.
Yeah.
Yeah, all year
So I
long.
could go back and look.
You remember how many years back it was? Wasn't that?
It was a couple days ago.
Yeah, right. Definitely.
So we have the budget hearings coming up in November and early December.
Mhm.
So
We're working on all this.
good, good. Keep your
One of which
pencil
is,
sharp.
yeah, one of which is a paint job. So
I mean, I'm all for the hall. I love it.
yeah, oh, no, yeah.
But you also, I have to be,
Sure.
responsible for the numbers. And I am a responsible person with a budget.
Mhm, good. And we attempted. And we're trying to, I think we are.
They do a hell of a job.
Yeah,
Yes,
these are,
absolutely.
all real numbers as far as we can get.
Yeah, yeah.
And we're not asking for more than there is.
They've
And,
been
you know,
doing
this
a
is
great
something
job.
that so many people have wanted for so long. Since,
Absolutely.
But I mean, it's money that the town, we have to consider
Yeah.
everybody in
Oh,
town.
sure. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, and we more than appreciate the money that's been allocated, because for many years there was hardly any money allocated.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, there's been great improvements, including the electrical system. And that was a big improvement, and insulating the attic, that was a big, big deal, and that started us down this path. Now, this is probably the most money that's been spent. But this money has been built up over the last 3 or 4 years.
Yeah.
It wasn't all allocated, in 1 year, so.
Yeah, my other suggestion would be to, I think maybe Lynn with planning, with planning, as far as, I don't know who in the town, but to look into grant writing for historic buildings.
I attempted that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Through the Arts Council, Cultural Facilities Grant.
Yes.
And, yeah, we
I
applied
turned
twice,
down twice.
got turned down twice. Not to
You
say
gotta
it can't.
You gotta keep after it.
Yeah. Get
and-
good numbers,
Yeah,
get your
I had
body
a
count.
professional grant writer
Okay.
help. And the reasons that we were turned down were so, to me, absurd that, we might do it again and just try through historic preservation or some other path.
Okay, we have a motion.
Sorry.
You have a motion and a
We have a
second.
motion and a second. Are we going to consider voting at any point today?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
call the motion.
okay. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Nay. So the motion passes, and you can begin. Thank you.
Do
Thank you for
still need-
all your
do you-
work.
Thank you. Do you still, is that conditional approval or you just passing it?
No,
No, we just passed it, but we want them
Yeah.
to sign on to it.
Yeah,
Yeah, great.
yeah,
Very good. And as I say, I'd be happy to come back and
yeah,
explain some more
yeah.
when Chris.
Oh, no.
Michael. No, it'll
Thank
take too
you,
long.
Steve.
Thank you all
Thank
very
you,
much.
Marcia.
Okay.
Thank you, Myra. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you,
It's a lot
guys.
of
Thank
work,
you.
and you have an incredible commitment to your town and the building and
Doing what we can.
Myra, what's the
All right.
soup gonna be?
It's gonna be good.
Curried butternut squash.
oh, my
Okay.
favorite. My
And
favorite.
Yeah.
That's another one.
I hear you can get a really good deal on seafood right now out of the Gulf area.
Oh, God.
You just walk along the shore.
Yeah, pick it up.
Okay, safe travel home. Thank you very much. Okay, we are moving along to,
It's right past 6:55.
I think we're up to pay orders.
No.
No, they're
Yeah, I have like
Remember, we took,
3.5 minutes.
Oh, that's right.
remember, we took it out of order.
Exactly.
I don't mean to throw you in, but there's got to be some sort of committee in the town that deals with the grants, or just each group would manage their own grant.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they're actually really good at applying for them. It's just some of the reasons they did not get them.
Mhm.
He was right, they were silly reasons.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And some of these you just have to keep going after
Yeah,
until you
and what
finally
it
get
really
them.
was is they weren't high enough on the list of people who
Yeah.
had applied enough.
Yeah.
So if they keep going,
Keep at it. Yeah.
Okay, Lynn.
Okay, Lynn Forrest, Planning Commission, Marcia Hyman, Planning Commission. The reason we asked to be, oh, here's your copies. Let's keep one. The copies from the traffic calming. You want extra copies of it?
One for Shannon.
These are-
Oh, you
That should
have
be
it.
enough.
Okay. So you know what, we'll leave it over here, Peter.
170.
171 is the forest box.
The state of Vermont has, in their infinite wisdom, created different acts that tell the towns and the planning commissions what they need to have in the town plans.
Yeah.
And right now we're looking at what they call forest blocks, which is the migration of animals from the Appalachians up through, what, New Zealand? And that's at the forest blocks.
What was the last question you just said? Sorry.
What's the forest blocks? I'm sorry,
What's a
I get these two numbers.
Migration.
Okay,
The forest blocks is 171.
Okay, 171.
And it's, and the idea of the forest blocks is to maintain these forest blocks so that the animal migration and integration and biological health is maintained.
Okay.
Is this Rare and Endangered Species Act?
No.
Okay.
This is just regular species.
And so that's just a little piece of information of what we have on our plate.
Yes.
And then there is the,
Wait a minute. And one of those things is we have to identify what are forest blocks here in the town of Newfane, and hopefully make sure that they connect with neighboring towns, so that there's a continuous loop throughout the area.
Right.
So we'll have to identify those things. That'll be part of that forest block thing that we have to write out for the plan.
which is a lot of work with Wyndham Regional Commission and maps and community input. Where do the bears go? Where do the deer go? That kind of information. Then there is forest energy, enhanced energy plan, which the state is not demanding that we do, but they're strongly suggesting, and that is another process where town-wide we're given maps with possible locations for solar and alternative energy, and the purpose of which is to meet the state goals of energy conservation, alternative energy. That's another big one. So Marcia's working on the forest, Bob McCandless is working on the energy. We're all working it together, but those are the point people. The third big one, and the reason I'm asking your input tonight, is called river corridors. And in the town, in our current town plan, we say we protect the river corridors. That's the land next to the rivers that usually is impacted by floods, inundation. And that, again, is another big project. What the state is offering as far as a carrot with that is every town that complies with that and finishes that work, identifying the proper river corridors and putting in the certain rules of where they are and where people can build in them. What the state says, well, if you do that, and that's your plan and that's your zoning, then we will give you, in the event of a catastrophe or an emergency, another 2.5% of the funds that the state would normally give. So the Plan Commission needs direction from the Select Board as to whether or not you want us to focus on that right now. Because as we said, we have 171, 174, and now the river corridors. As you know, there's 5 of us, and we're all volunteers. So, and we're all learning because none of us are professionally trained as planners. So if you want us to do that, that's good. There's a lot involved as far as people participation, because they have set approximately, and this is approximate, totally approximate, 50 feet corridors where the river is. So if the river's in the middle, 25, 25. If the river's here and you have ledge here, and the river's here, you've got 50. And in those areas, you can't build. So this is a big issue for the town. It will take town meetings with town would be invited to meetings with the Agency of Natural Resources. Will come down and work with us, work with the town. But we need to know if the select board wants us to move ahead with that now. Big
That's a
sign,
lot.
Mary.
When you say now, you mean like now or in a few months or next year or?
In this, I'd say within the next, okay, let me put it this way. We have a municipal planning grant that goes through May.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have a deadline right now on our town plan because that's not due for another 5 years. But there's a deadline with the municipal planning grant to have 2 more community forums. We had our first yesterday. So our original plan was to focus on energy and economic development in November. Our point person at Wyndham Regional Commission says that they are not ready to help us with that right now, so we'll have to wait till probably January. And then we have the forest blocks. So we're saying which ones, where do you want us to focus our energy right now? And if we knew what the answer was, we'd tell you.
Yeah, right.
Right. And we'd just say, okay, well, we want to do this, and you guys would say, oh, great, go do it. And bring it back when you figured it out.
Yeah, my thought is that it's needed because we've gone through Irene.
Mm-hmm.
On the other hand, it may restrict a lot of people's properties. Mm-hmm. And there's the incentive of having an additional relief fund, right? Is that basically if something happens that we would, I don't know what the baseline is now, but we would incur, we would.
I honestly, it's out of my head, I can't remember. It's substantial.
Yeah, but we'd gain what, 2 or 3%? You said
2.5.
2.5%. Okay.
Which on a couple $1 million is, that's a little bit.
Yeah.
The other thing that's in there, when I spoke to Merle, he said, because he's a zoning administrator, he's the one who first told me about it, that there will be rules as far as how far above, if you are in the flood zone and you rebuild, how far up you can build. Right. And his example was that if this was in effect already and the Fat Crow was built on the space of the creamery, it would have had to have been up another 2 feet. Mm-hmm. And there's costs associated with that. That we'd be telling people, if you want to build, it has to be up an additional 2 feet. So these are all the things we're looking at and trying to decide. The state mandates we do forest, the state mandates we do energy, and the state at this point has not said that we absolutely have to do the river corridors, but it's fiscally beneficial to the town.
We are already cautioning people through DRB that if they're building in some place that's related to a floodplain, that they take the guidance from the state and then they add to that, because Natural Resources said Irene was not a 100-year storm, and you can expect storms like Irene as frequent as every 10 years.
Yes.
And the water levels
Yes.
are rising. And so we're guiding people to be aware of this and plan for it today. If you're going to plan a project, go ahead and build it higher than you think it needs to be, higher than the state says it ought to be, because they're giving you a snapshot of what the rules are for today. Tomorrow is a different set of rules, and you want to be high, not sitting in the water.
And also FEMA will be redoing the maps, the flood maps.
But that would be a good place to begin, the FEMA maps.
They're not that yet.
I know, but I mean, when that comes along, that may be a good place to go. It will at least delineate what the flood lines were during Irene. And that will give you a place to begin. Because it doesn't work the same every place. For example, on a piece of our property, it's well in the floodplain. And 50 feet won't really help at all, because when we want that area to be able to flood when
Exactly.
the brook gets high, so it absorbs some of that flood water. So if I had a limit of 50 feet and I built then based on that, then I'm just inviting more flooding downstream at Marion's.
That's it.
And she's not gonna like that.
I wouldn't like that.
No.
No.
And so, you know, it's a more complex issue.
It's a very complex issue.
Yes.
Which is why the Agency of Natural Resources works with the Planning Commission. As I said, none of us are professionally trained as planners, boy, we're learning a lot.
Yeah.
But this is where towns really depend on the A&R. Bob McCandless, Ken Esty, and I went to the presentation by A&R at Putney on their, because the town of Putney said they wanted to go ahead with this, with that plan, and they did the work for it. And it was interesting conversations from people that, yes, this will be their property. And other issues, right now we have certain setbacks that the Planning Commission will be reviewing when we look at the bylaws, but we have certain setbacks from the road. And if you have a setback from the road, and then you have a setback from the river,
I was
what
thinking
does
the
that do?
same thing.
Yes.
Because you already have a, what, a 50-foot setback?
65.
65?
Yeah.
So if you go to build something new.
It depends on where you are.
Yeah. And then you've got, if you got a brook behind you, where like I would live, you know, and I'm like.
I'm on the Rock River, I know.
Right.
Yes.
So
I think it's good. This is like the very first, oh, by the way, this is out there. It's something that will have to be done at some point, I believe. But we have a carrot of encouragement by the state, so that means that they think it's really, really important.
So did I hear you say that you spoke with someone, the Putney town?
We went to the presentation by A&R that Wyndham Regional Commission was there and the Agency of Natural Resources were there.
But they had done it already?
Yes.
So what was the negative, I guess, as far as property owners go?
Just what you heard. Just, you know, hey, how am I supposed to do anything here? And you have that, you have a recognition of, I'm going to keep my property safe by doing that. And then you have I've been here for, 17 generations and we never needed this, and I don't see why we need it now. And Gary, you spoke to that because things are different.
Yep.
Is it a build at your own risk type of mentality?
Well, it's
sign off on it?
It's being able to get the zoning permits to be able to build.
Right.
Yeah.
And we don't right now, on the zoning board, on the DRB, really take a lot of consideration into your proximity to a waterway if you're going to build something. Because the rules have been kind of fuzzy for the last couple of years. Once it was 50 feet, and then again it was 75 feet, and then there was a period when people were saying it was 200 feet.
Oh, God.
And so we haven't really gotten the guidance that we thought we ought to have in order to tell people how to use their land. But it's clear people need to be aware that if you were in proximity to a brook, you're really endangering your own life and property if you don't consider this.
One of the other takeaways that we got from Agency of Natural Resources was that they will come down. So say the town goes through and they're working with A&R and they have, they take their maps and they say, well, this is what it is. And then they will come down and walk the land with property owners, I'm not sure if it's the Planning Commission, I think, no, the zoning administrator, to see if that's really appropriate. It could be that they need a LOMA, which is a letter of map amendment that's given by the flood insurance people.
That's what I'm saying.
For example, my property is in the flood zone, but my house is on a berm.
Yeah.
And I paid the surveyor and got the letter of map amendment so that I'm sure that my house is is an appropriate space, and I don't have flood insurance that's necessary to pay.
And you what?
I don't have to pay flood insurance.
Additional, yeah.
Yeah.
Because you are in the floodplain, but your house isn't. I mean, your
That's right.
property is in the floodplain, part of it.
This
That's
is an
right.
area where people would also need relief. We have a lot of properties that would like to change hands, and it can't because of the flood insurance. And so giving people guidance and being able to help them remediate or to get approval would be extremely helpful. And to make that process easier would be really, really helpful.
Yeah.
So
Okay. So
I think this
what
is a
I'm
priority.
hearing- What I'm hearing right now is that,
Well, you just want to know if you want,
Put
if
your
we
efforts
want you
behind
to
it.
start now or input.
yeah, it's where do we put our focus?
Right.
Shannon.
Shannon.
What is your sense on whether the planning commission can take that on right now?
I'd say maybe at the beginning of next year. Yeah. But to be able to schedule when we would be doing it, I think is when we looked, you were planners. And we go, oh, we're not going to do this next week.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, I
to
mean,
be
that's
able to
my
see where we're
concern.
going to be in the next year.
Yeah, I mean, you are doing so much already.
Yeah.
Well,
that to
that's
take
why
some-
I didn't say, oh, yeah, we could do it. Thank you for the question, Shannon.
Yeah, no, that, I've been thinking about this as we're speaking, like you are involved with the planning commission, with the municipal plan, you're working with the traffic calming, you're doing a lot right now, and,
Well, I mean, that's why you figure you have budgets and plans, so you can figure out where you put your energy best.
I think setting this out there, you know, you've got these other things that you're already working on, but as something to follow that, a future project.
right,
This is an important future project.
Okay.
yeah.
With future being like tomorrow, but you can't do it tomorrow.
No,
it
because
would be-
we can't do all of them all at the same time.
Yeah.
None of the, a lot of the members already have full-time jobs.
Yeah.
Right, of course.
And I don't want to have a full-time job being a planning commissioner,
Yeah.
even though it's fun and I learn a lot.
Yeah. I know.
It is a volunteer position.
Can I just ask you, like, the incentive that they were offering, the carrot,
Uh-huh.
when does that end?
That's a good question.
So is this a state payment in the event of another flood?
Yeah.
Is that what they're talking about?
Yeah.
So for it to even matter to this town, we would have to have another flood
Yep.
Yeah.
where FEMA gets involved.
Mhm.
The state is currently giving 12.5% as a match. So another 2.5 would be nice, but
12.5%, yeah.
A million there, a million here, a million there, and pretty soon it adds up to real money.
yeah. But is it worth, losing your planning commission because you're completely
Oh,
overruled?
no, we don't want you to do that.
I think
Thank you, Shannon. That was very nice.
Exactly.
Yes.
it's just something that should fall into the workforce
Yeah.
as the planning commission has
Yeah.
time, knowing that there is a distinct life safety benefit to the town.
Which is the traffic calming, that the transportation and traffic calming, that's a whole section in the town plan.
Absolutely, I mean, and that's what we're focusing on right now.
Right. So the other things like, would be minor things, maybe the migration thing, is that?
Oh, that's not minor, that's huge.
Yeah,
That's
that one has
huge.
to happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a big thing.
And I'm looking forward to that because the idea is we'll have another community meeting, hopefully invite people that don't normally come to those kinds of meetings. And with big maps of the town, and instead of dots, the last night we had dots for where you lived and what you thought was important at traffic calming. Instead of having dots, we'll have, we'll have dots, but here's where the deer cross. And here's where the bear cross, and here's where the turkeys
Pin
are.
the tail on the deer. Pin the tail on the deer.
Pin the tail on the deer. I like that. No, it's going to pin the deer tail on the map. There we go. We can do that.
One serious caution. When you point out these migration trails, you automatically set up hunting sites as they become known. That's the reason I asked about rare and endangered species. Once they get involved, that's coming, if it isn't already here, you will have a whole new set of rules that you will not be able to tell a property owner, guide them into where they can and cannot do things on their property. They will be told yes or no. Because if they tell them where is the spotted toad, then everybody will go over and take a spotted toad. There will be no more spotted toads. So it's a very slippery slope. It's very important work, but you have to be careful that when this gets published, that's where the hunters go.
And hunters don't want to be sharing where their best places are.
You just give them to
We're
them.
hoping they will.
That's where they go.
Right, because we want them to come to this community meeting and
Exactly.
stay and have, you know, they're invested in it.
Yep.
The Newfane's Conservation Commission is working with other area towns on this. They are not charged with coming up with a map and coming up with all those zones, but they're working with Marlboro. The town of Marlboro started this, a collaborative effort, because if we have a path of Newfane and then there's Marlboro and then there's Dummerston, it only makes sense that we work together on those issues. So the person from Newfane who's going to those meetings is Town Clerk Carol Hasselback, who she's on the Conservation Commission.
Oh,
good.
And we were, although we went to one of the meetings, we were very good. We did not volunteer to be the person. So, all right. So I think I'm pretty clear on, you know, focus on what the mandates are from the state and schedule out the river corridors a little bit in the future. That makes sense to you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Just something as far as going back to transportation. On the 25th, there is a meeting in Dummerston. I don't know if you get this information. There's a meeting in Dummerston of areas done by the state of Vermont where they're looking at what's going on Route 30. Marcia and I are not able to attend, otherwise we would go. We were going to be at the government workshop all day long.
What's going on Route 30? Or traffic?
My understanding is they're trying to coordinate towns and helping them meet their goals for the traffic on 30.
Okay.
I've got something today.
I'm interested in Route
This
30.
came up a couple of years
It's an
ago.
important meeting, I think.
Is it like a corridor, like that kind of a thing?
It's like a corridor.
Vermont Transportation is currently working on a Route 30 corridor, Brattleboro to Windle planning project, and will be hosting meetings on 10/25 in both Jamaica and Dummerston.
25.
25. At 12 o'clock. No, I'm sorry, 1 o'clock to 2:30, and it will be in the Dummerston Community Center. And I can pass this on. Shannon, should I give you this, and you can, if you want.
I actually think I have one.
I think so.
Actually, was it you that passed it on to me?
Probably.
And that's Route 30 corridor.
So what exactly is corridor management? Corridor management plans seeks to balance ideas for, and I love this, transportation.
Well,
Transportation improvements with anticipated land use and development challenges.
Yeah.
And that's one of the real hot buttons on the survey, that there is no public transportation from Newfane anywhere, except Uber. We
And
have
also
Uber.
crossing over, from one side to the other, Route 30.
The goal is to coordinate projects is to improve coordination between projects in the VTrans capital program, projects and other activities undertaken by the VTrans Maintenance and Operations Bureau, called MOB, And local and regional initiatives and plans. The corridor plans will look for opportunities to leverage program projects and activities that address other needs identified through this planning process. So I think if somebody from UFAN can be there, it's really important.
I can. It's a Thursday. I can carve out some time.
Okay, Shannon, if you find this, you found it?
I have it on my email.
Okay, then we'll pass this on to you. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
I think I can go too.
That's great, thank you, double thank you. And I want to say, it's really important to have such a supportive select board.
I attended the round of these that they had a couple of years ago.
This is different. That was by Wyndham Regional Commission, and it was in direct impact of Hurricane Irene, because we went to the trainings.
Yeah.
And it kind of fell apart. They did it for a while. They had federal funding to be able to do that, and then when the funding ran out, the meeting stopped.
Well, the other thing was that most people said, we don't need public transportation. I mean, that was literally what people said.
Wow.
So then I think that took it off the priority list. But in fact, that was because they didn't have public transportation. They didn't know really what it would mean to them if they did have it.
Wasn't there a time when they were trying to get the Current, isn't that the name of a bus company?
Yeah.
They were trying to get that.
Yep.
I remember there was a lot of interest in that, but it didn't seem to work.
I think that's still in the pot somewhere.
Yeah.
So it should be interesting to see what they come up with, and if you would keep us up to date with what you find out, I'd appreciate it a whole lot.
Yep.
Bring us home swag if there is any.
Okay.
That's pens and papers and tablets that they
You mean like that stack over there on the table?
No, sir.
Oh, that's not yours. Okay.
So, but thank you.
I know, I was looking at that. It was quite the take.
All right, well, we will take
Oh.
your guidance and let you know what's going on with the next community forum and what it's going to be.
And then you were announcing last night that your planning commission meetings now are on the second and fourth Monday.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. So you can tell that to the public.
Okay, hi, Lynn Forrest here again. The Planning Commission will now be meeting on the second and fourth Monday evenings. Our meeting will be 6 o'clock here in the town office. The first meeting, however, will be at 7 to coordinate with Newfane and New that usually meets at 6. Two of the members of the Planning Commission are on the board for Newfane and New. So 6 o'clock here. Bring your issues and information, and we're happy to serve you.
Okay. We just realized that we did some planning for those Mondays, the second and fourth, for budget, but maybe we can work it out that we can go next.
The copiers in there.
The what?
Yes.
Oh, you do? Okay, great, thank you.
And that's very good, especially if somebody's out of town, we can Skype with that computer right here.
Okay, terrific,
okay.
Thank you. Okay, so, well, again, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Really, you do so much. Thanks a lot.
And just an aside, if Williamsville Hall is online, then when we have backup meetings like this, one can occur at Williamsville Hall and the other can occur here because they are both public buildings.
And I think that would be great. That would also send a tremendous message
Yep.
to the community that Williamsville and that area of town is included. And that's great.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Drive carefully.
Thanks for waiting us out.
Walk
Thank
carefully.
you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Tell Dan hello.
Hello.
Okay.
Okay, now, are we up to pay orders?
We are.
Okay, so to everybody at home, thank you very much. It's been a long meeting, and drive safely wherever you are, and have a good few weeks.
Welcome. You are watching BCTV's Meet the Candidates. I'm your host, Olga Peters, and I want to welcome our next candidate. His name is Russell Bestie, and he is running as an independent for the U.S. Senate. Welcome, Russell. Thank you for joining us.
Yes, thank you very much for having me.
How was your trip down from St. Albans today?
It was fine, no traffic, just a beautiful fall day in Vermont. I mean, one of the best days you can have to drive, so quite nice, actually. Thank you.
Well, thanks for coming down all this way. I'm curious, what made you decide to run for the U.S. Senate, and why now?
So what made me run? I think mostly because, you know, I live in Burlington, and I've been very active in our school district and our schools. I have 3 kids in the school system, and over the years, I keep seeing all these kids, getting great educations, and then they leave, but then they're not coming back. And it kind of slowly dawned on me, and now this year my oldest daughter went off to college. I'm like, wow, I'd kind of like to have her come back, you know? And I thought, well, how can I do that? And so, you know, the option was one, to run as a U.S. Senator. So I looked into it, and you needed about 500 signatures to do it, which was manageable, I thought. And so I decided, well, what the heck? I mean, and plus it's with Bernie Sanders, so what fun is that?
There you go, lots of good debate.
Yes.
I'm curious, you're running as an independent,
Yes.
and what informed that choice?
I've been an independent for a long time, but especially more recently with the rhetoric that's going on between Donald Trump and the other senators and whatnot in the room. And it's become so divisive and so frustrating. And it kind of dawned me that the more people think about it and work on this, the more polar they become. And the news stations also are exacerbating that in a way, because, you know, now you got Fox aligned with one side and CNN or NBC on the other, and they're almost polarizing just by their business model in a way. And on top of that, with the internet and communications, you can find example of bad behavior now of left or right any second of the day. So all of a sudden to us, the viewers, it's like, oh my gosh, this world's going crazy, and then you side with one or the other. And really, I want to get back to issues, because at the end of the day, no two people are the same. We also have different ideas, and I can understand both sides a lot of times. And so to focus on issues and not on a side meant I needed to be an independent.
And what are let's say, the top 3 issues that you care the most about right now?
Number one is jobs, to be honest. You know, I really, really want Vermont to continue to grow and thrive. And, you know, the school systems are down by about 20% the last 13 years I've been here. They're down quite a bit in terms of population. And so that to me was the most important thing. And when I look at our economy and if we look at our funding for our teachers' pensions and state government employees, I mean, it's less than 60% funded. So if we don't get money from somewhere, we're all going to be in a world of hurt financially. So that was the main driver, I think.
And other issues, like other issues that are really important to you?
Yeah, there's a number. Another one's the environment. I very much am frustrated by, this summer in Lake Champlain, for example, we had a really high microbial count, and kids couldn't go on the beach. I'm like, come on, this is Vermont. We can do better than this, you know? So I felt that was another big issue. And, global warming, it's frightening just to see these monster hurricanes forming. And, I've been to a lot of different beaches and places in the world, and everywhere I look, glaciers are shrinking and beaches are shrinking as well. And so, you can argue what's the cause of it, I suppose, but you can't argue the fact that it's not happening. So that's of concern to me too. And then the third is just this whole issues versus sides things. I really focused on, let's get back to issues. Let's talk issue by issue and not throw labels on people. So,
have you served in any other municipal or official capacity, say select board, school board?
I've never been in a voted in office. I've held many leadership positions throughout my career. I was vice president of the PTO for a number of years at my kids' elementary school, and coached tons of soccer teams and basketball teams and all that kind of stuff. And I'm a leader in my field. I've been in the biotechnology field for a long time, and I've interacted with the FDA a lot. So I've had a lot of experience there. And then I started my own business years ago and ran that for a number of years and dealt with government agencies. So I've dealt with the government a lot throughout my life, but I haven't actually been in an elected capacity before.
What from your daily life, what skills or talents would support you as a senator? Like, what would you bring to the job of senator?
Quite a few things. One, I've interacted with the FDA extensively throughout my career, so I very much understand the government from that perspective. I've personally interacted with a number of employees of the FDA. Also, years ago, I built and designed my own home, and I dealt very closely with building inspectors, so I'm very used to that kind of government capacity, interaction, and a number of things like that. So that's one. Two, I've been a leader in my field for a long time, and I lead a large group, manage a large budget, and so I'm always dealing with monies. And since it's a private company, that we're, having to earn money to keep our jobs, basically.
Mm-hmm.
So we are, on a day-by-day basis, very cost conscious and focusing on the bottom line. And I've always been an innovator, so I have a number of patents in my name, for example, and I've worked with the PTO in that area too. And so I have a lot of that experience as well, just innovating and making things happen. I'm kind of a can-do, make-it-happen kind of guy.
How do you differentiate yourself from Bernie Sanders, your main opponent?
Bernie, so certainly similarities. I very much am for the environment. I very much believe in fighting for the common person and making sure everyone is taken care of. And I fully believe on supporting some minimal wage for people so they can live a comfortable life. I think the biggest difference is probably I'm very much a businessman too. And so I've worked in business most of my life and been very successful at it all on my own. And so I understand how to make those kinds of things happen. And in fact, right now, I'm very active in the Vermont Bioscience Alliance, which is a trade group up in Burlington. Mm-hmm. And we essentially advocate bringing businesses here. So these are leaders already in Burlington and surrounding communities who have developed these biotechnology type companies. And so we're all advocating to grow that and make it bigger. And then on top of that, I'm working with another company that has about, 160,000 square feet of available space right now. And the same thing, I'm working with them because they're trying to bring in a maker space to bring more companies here. And then I have a lot of connections in the Boston area, so we're trying to bring some of those best businesses possibly up here. So end of the day, my long story short, I'm really trying to bring companies here and not turn it into a Los Angeles or a Boston, but small to mid-sized type companies that can bring, environmentally conscious, clean jobs that would help people, prosper and raise their families.
Just a technical question. You mentioned that you have worked with government agencies in the past. Does your current business have any government contracts that could possibly be
we're
a conflict?
Private company.
And you talk about another thing you talk about is being self-funded.
Yes.
Now, why is that important to you?
That's extremely important to me because I feel like as soon as you take funds from anybody, then you kind of owe them a favor. You may not on paper owe them a contractual favor, but it becomes almost an obligation. And really the whole reason I was running is try to make things as issue by issue. And the best way to be issue by issue is to not owe anybody a favor. So really it's mostly, that's the core of it. And I've had people offer me money and so far I've said no, been tempted, but I've said no. And really the other thing is with the internet, it's amazing. Everything is mostly free anyway. The internet's free, websites are free, Facebook's free, LinkedIn's free, YouTube's free. So I record all my videos and all my presentations in my kitchen, basically, just me, nothing too fancy, and it's free. So really, you have to start asking, why are people needing this much money? Certainly to get television ads and stuff like that, but in a way that's also creating a disadvantage for everybody else to get into politics. Then all of a sudden, if they can take all this money to get on TV, then you're, as an independent candidate, kind of on the outside. But I feel that's just the right thing to do.
And just for clarity, there's independently funded or self-funded, and then there's publicly funded.
Correct. Fair enough.
And which do you fall into?
I'm independently funded by my wallet.
Your own wallet.
Yes, that's it.
Perfect. Thank you for that clarity. You talk about issue by issue.
Yes.
And I'm curious, when you're out and about campaigning,
yes,
what issues are voters talking to you about?
Oh my gosh. Well, so I set up a Facebook page for free, all dedicated to this, and then I took issue by issue and filmed myself just short kind of position opinions, and I published each and every one with a discussion thread, free for anybody to come in and say whatever the heck they want. And oh boy, have people said something.
Oh,
I have
really?
some thread. Oh yeah, it's amazing. I've got 10 different videos right now, and all 10 of each one has threads hundreds long, and people just blasting away. It's really something else. But it's really kind of, well, so for one, there's two real hot topic buttons. One are the gun rights is extremely, divisive, and the other is Bernie. He's also the same polarizing figure.
Oh,
so,
interesting.
Yeah, so those two have really triggered a lot of things. Sometimes I pretty much let people talk and converse, but once in a while I've had to delete threads because they've gotten just to the point where it just was out of control and not appropriate. So it's been a learning experience, and I've actually learned a lot about what Vermonters want just by these people coming in, and they're typing. They're from all over Vermont. They're from Brattleboro. They're from St. Albans. Everywhere, Rutland, you name it. So yeah.
So let's talk about gun rights. How do you come down on that? What's your opinion?
Yeah, so issue by issue, this is one of my hardest ones because there's almost like no good answer here, because when you talk to people who are gun rights, it's very critical to them. But for them, it's a constitutional right to defend themselves. That's the bottom line. So no matter any other opinion you have is going to be interfere with that. Even if you say, okay, well, what about a gun that shoots 1,000 bullets a second, which hasn't been invented yet? Is there ever a limit? And the answer is no. But then, the other people say, well, I want to be safe, and yeah, there's already gun laws that you can't go shoot a shotgun in the city, so we already have gun laws. It's not fully constitutionally enabled. So that's what they say. So it's almost a lose-lose situation in a way from the start. And also, us being in Burlington and in Vermont in general, we're so rural, and guns are such a natural part of our lives, and hunting. It's really in our blood and our DNA for most people who live here. So it's very different here than if you go in New York City, where people, they don't hunt because there's nothing to hunt, and then it's a different kind of issue.
Right.
So.
And for you, what's your feeling? Like, how do you balance those two sides, and how would you work to serve your constituents on this particular issue?
Yeah, I still struggle with this, and I'm still evolving the opinion, to be honest, because, I talk to both sides, and I haven't come up with a great solution yet. I kind of feel in my gut that at some point there's some limit where you have to say enough is enough, especially when you see a tragedy happen at a school, or something like that. Although there's many other things one could do too, mental health preparation, protections at school, stuff like that. But it almost seems like at some point, like if you had a gun that could kill 30,000 people in a second, at that point would you say no? So I don't know if there's a limit someday, but maybe we're not there. So, and then some people say, well, it's a states' right issue, it's not a U.S. issue. And Vermonters will say, well, we're Vermont and we're Vermont, so that's what we do. So that's where I am pretty much. So mostly I don't see myself having much movement either way, because I don't know what I would do. So.
Thank you for that very honest response. Appreciate it. Now, there are a couple things that you talk about wanting to establish.
Yes.
One of them are such things as term limits.
Yes.
But then you also talk about establishing baseline online free college education.
Yes.
For students achieving grade B or above.
Yes.
Talk to me about that.
Sure. So in regards to that, there's been a lot of discussion over the years about the cost of college, and it's gotten ridiculous. And I can tell you, having my oldest daughter in college, it's insane how much money I'm spending on college. And I feel like I kind of have to, because if you don't, then they miss out and they don't keep up, even though public schools are quite expensive. So there's been a lot of talk about ways to cut costs. And some people said, well, free college, Well, that sounds great, but right now colleges are like some that are $50,000, $60,000 a year. Even UVM's a good $30,000 or so. I mean, it's expensive. So free, where's that money going to come from? So one thought I had is perhaps what we ought to do is think about, okay, well, what if we provided online college for the first 2 years? That's becoming more and more common. It's not quite as intimate as face-to-face school teacher, but you can learn a lot online now. So perhaps those first 2 years are at least augmented with online and less face-to-face, which would substantially reduce costs. And then it would be more like paying for 2 years instead of 4 years. So that was kind of my thought process on that. And it's still kind of evolving too, but something along those lines I thought would make a lot of sense, kind of taking advantage of the digital age to help people learn and do that. And also there's a lot of people who aren't served well in terms of skill training, who maybe don't want a 4-year academic, liberal arts type education, but want to more, learn how to, maybe program computers, or maybe, do some skill trade or a construction trade. Maybe those skills partially, they still require hands-on, of course, but could be augmented with that kind of online training as well. So in that way, we could help train our population, as jobs continue to shift in different directions with the internet and everything, provide people to get new skills in an inexpensive way.
Now, what about your thoughts on healthcare? Because you also talk about creating free baseline healthcare for all by cutting out the middleman and establishing a multi-layer healthcare system.
Yes,
Talk
that's
about
a lot
that.
of words there.
That's a mouthful.
Well, let's start with the baseline first. So, there's been advocates, and obviously Vermont, we, had our own affordable care and stuff like that, but it's been difficult because the prices just go up and up and up. And then, if you give, some people have advocated free health care for all, but the ticket, some people said that's a $31 trillion spend, or some enormously crazy number. So maybe we, issue by issue, think about more, not baby steps, but more manageable steps. So perhaps maybe, affordable care would mean baseline care, like I'm sick, I need to see a doctor, I can get in and see a doctor. And then the more expensive types of treatments, you'd have to figure insurance or other ways to cover that. So that's kind of where that came from.
Now, just to clarify, when you say baseline care, are you talking about primary care? Are you talking about preventative medicine?
Primary and preventative.
Okay.
So you got the flu, you need some primary care typically. Take care of that. It wouldn't be a full-fledged, hip replacement or something like that, but more moderate type of care.
And how would you consider funding that?
So this is where I got myself in a lot of trouble with my online constituents, but I'll do it again anyway, because I think people didn't fully understand, but I thought, okay, how do you fund it, obviously? So one thought I had is recently with Donald Trump and our new taxation, we took the highest level of progressive tax from 39% to 37%. And also I think it's capped, I probably get this number wrong, I think it's at $250,000. I'm pretty sure it's $250,000. It's either $250,000 or $500,000. And then after that, you're always at that highest rate. So I thought, okay, well, to be honest, having had some success, not that level of success, but I have learned the more money you make, the easier it becomes to make more money because you have more flexibility and you can better judge your finances and adjust to bad times and good times, stuff like that.
Right.
And so I thought, okay, well, if I was making $1 million a year, I probably have an even greater advantage. So I thought, well, perhaps then we add a percent, another level. So right now, 37% at say $250,000. Maybe for that next step, up to $1 million a year annual income, you get taxed an extra percent on that part. And that would be a large amount of money that could help fund that. Now, other people say taxes, no, bad. And I'm not saying taxes for everybody else, but that was one thought. But then other people will say, well, okay, but these people are creating jobs and they're making so much money, they're bringing more income in, so how can you do that to them? And I don't know, I just think it does help to make money, take money to make money. So that would be one potential opportunity.
Well, you do talk about taxes, and you talk about creating a more progressive tax with the idea of balancing the playing field, especially for like working families.
Correct.
What would that look like for you?
Same kind of thing. I feel like, I see a lot of people struggling, especially, with the internet economy. It's developed wonders in terms of efficiencies for our economy, and we can buy stuff for cheap, but a lot less expensive before. But it's cut out a lot of people. It's got rid of a lot of jobs. Look at all the stores that have disappeared. And same in the business arena. There's a lot of middle management and a lot of layers of jobs have been eliminated. So you have to let people make a living.
Right.
So that's kind of where it was the same kind of driving force is, maybe, something along those lines is not an enormous kind of taxation, but maybe we can pull some monies that way. And the other is maybe just running our government across the nation better and more efficiently. It's hard, private business drives itself to be efficient because if you lose money, you go out of business.
Money, yeah.
So you have to adjust. In government, it's a little bit different because you're a little more insulated and protected that way. And so I'm not saying cut jobs, but I am saying maybe we could drive our business to be more efficient or more business-like in a way with, I've suggested performance metrics and stuff like that. And again, I'm not talking about attacking government or anything like that, but maybe there's ways we can get more out of it, and help them thrive too. I think some people in government are kind of, limited by what they can do. Maybe they want to be more empowered. So it's a long-winded answer to that.
Thank you.
It's a complicated topic.
There's been a lot of talk, especially in Vermont, as being one of the whitest states in the country and needing to be more inclusive and accepting of all forms of diversity.
Correct.
You talk about supporting equality and diversity. What are some of your thoughts on that? Do you have programs in mind, initiatives?
Yeah, certainly open-minded in support, but it's true. I used to live in California 13 years ago, and the first thing I noticed when I got off the plane is, wow.
Yeah.
I mean, it didn't bother me, but it was like very interesting coming from, the Bay Area, which has had, Asians and all, every ethnic group you can imagine everywhere. It's just different. So as far as actually implementing, I think, Vermonters are unique and they're so open-minded. I have to say, honestly, of all the states I've visited, it's amazing how open-minded Vermonters are in general and welcoming. Like I haven't ever sensed that. And even in the Burlington School District where my kids go to school, and there is an ethnic contingent of people who are brought in from some of the ravaged nations, there are a little bit more of ethnic diversity there. But even then, it's like, it definitely, there's a lot of work that has to come in of just integrating, and these people still come from a different culture altogether. So it takes a long time to do that. So I think it's being proactive as us as citizens to help bring them into the society.
And I want to circle back to what you were talking about, polarization.
Yes.
And not being left or right, but being about issues.
Yes.
You would be going, if you were elected, you would be going into a very polarized government and a very polarized system. What is your strategy for bringing people who are used to butting heads to the same table to work on issues?
Yeah, I know. I thank you very much. It's near and dear to my heart. I think that's one of the biggest challenges we face as a country. I mean, just in the latest Kavanaugh trials and all that, you could see that division. It was terrible, really terrible for a lot of reasons. But my thoughts are, again, it's hard. It's the hardest place to be is to be a compromiser. It's actually pretty easy to be a far left or a far right, because then you don't have to think or argue or anything. You just tell them, this is my opinion, and take it or leave it,
Right.
But that's not the way life works. It rarely does in the business world or in marriage or anything. It's just not that way. And so issue by issue is what I'm really focusing on. I say that again and again. I literally mean every issue. And it's funny, when I go to one issue, like I believe in trying to fight for global warming, and immediately I'm labeled, oh, you leftist, liberal, what are you thinking, And then the next day I put up my thoughts on pro-business and making a more business-friendly environment. Oh, you conservative this, it's like, it's almost a natural want to label these days, and we need to stop labeling. And it's hard to be in that, because then you're like kind of stuck in between, and then people say, oh, well, you're just wishy-washy in the middle. But no, one's maybe more a one-side issue and one's a support on another side, right? But you're not just wishy-washy middle, but you're defending two different issues independently without a label. And so that's really tough, because then you don't have the full support of one side or the other. But I think that's the best place to be, and I think if more people did that and really focused on issues, I think we'd all be a much better place globally as well as in Vermont.
Well, and just getting back to that with the nitty-gritty, I mean, how do you make that happen when you are working with people who are, they're retreating to their own corners?
Yeah.
And you've got to get them on the same page.
Oh yeah, well, read my threads on my Facebook page, because it's tricky, because some people are just black and white, and some people just aren't going to agree, and they're just going to say, I'm sorry, that's me, too bad, take it or leave it. And that's fine, but I try to just be polite and civil and just express my opinions and not get sucked down that rat hole of like tit for tat, cutting each other down, because you don't win that way. And as soon as, I've learned that in business too, as soon as you start trying to undermine somebody with like calling them a name, or, even if you disagree with them, as soon as you go down that path, it can just devolve into even a worse situation. It never solves anything. And so in business, I'm always, having arguments with people, because that's how we work. We have a stressful job, but we keep it civil, or we try to as best we can, and that's always the best way.
Anything you'd like to add, wish I had asked?
Oh gosh, term limits. I'd love to talk more about term limits. So personally, I think, so I'm very much for term limits because, well, for one, in the business world, you'd never keep a CEO for 2 or 3 decades. You just wouldn't. Why? Because we know there's all kinds of people with good ideas, different ideas. They're different, but they're good because they're different.
Right.
So for that reason alone, I think we should have some controls over that. So some people will say, well, okay, that's fine and dandy, but we're talking about U.S. senators here, and they have all this experience and stuff like that. And I see that, but again, we're losing out all these ideas, so we don't have those ideas. And in our Senate race, we really haven't had much at all. So in terms of turnover, so there hasn't been that opportunity. So that's part of it. And then just the term limits in general. I think even for our Supreme Court, we ought to think about that. Which is, I know people don't like to hear that, but
I think some people are thinking that right now.
Yeah, and I didn't mean specifically for the current situation, but just in general, maybe it would be good at 20 years to have a new justice come in rather than lifetime. I think that might help us all as a nation.
And what would be the term limits for Senate and House?
So Senate, I thought a long time. First I was thinking 2, but maybe 3 terms, 2 to 3 terms. 12 to 18 years, I would think, for a Senate. And then for a Supreme Court, maybe 20 years or something, because that is, a lot of these court cases at that level drag on for years anyway, so you don't want to have too much turnover.
Right.
So maybe 20 years I thought would be something appropriate.
Russell Bestie, thank you. How do people get in touch with you if they want to learn more?
Oh, so the easy way is www.russellbestie.com. One word, 2 S's, 2 L's. And then also facebook.com/Vermont Bestie.
Russell, thank you for being on the show today.
Thank you.
David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
So Ben Shapiro, I guess, has like a temporary, like a seasonal show of sorts on Fox News that's related to the upcoming midterm election. And there has been a segment that, there have been a couple segments actually that Ben Shapiro has done, one on this Fox show and also in prior programming that Ben Shapiro has done about socialism or social democracy or Marxism or communism. And it's sort of hard to tell which one it is that he's talking about at different points. And we're going to go through some videos. And the point I want to make to you here is that there is sort of a deliberate simultaneous confusion and confounding that is being done by Ben Shapiro and others. This is emblematic of what many others are doing, where they are both misstating what socialism and social democracy and Marxism are, but also making bad arguments against them. And there's really no better way to explain this to you than to show you some of the clips that we have. So this is from the Fox News show that Ben Shapiro has been doing. And you can tell from the start that there's just something wrong with the presentation. There's just like fundamental factual knowledge that seems to be either missing or being deliberately ignored. Let's start with clip number 1.
Norway has become the favorite democratic socialist test case for the American left. Venezuela, people are eating dogs in the streets. And Cuba's gone out of fashion. Turns out that when people are floating 1950s Chevys into the Atlantic Ocean, that's kind of a bad sign.
So the argument here is that you've got Norway and Venezuela and Cuba, and they're all Marxist, or so he sort of initially suggests, but then later he'll kind of go back with that. And that Norway's going okay, but Venezuela and Cuba are not. So that what the left does is cherry pick and ignore Venezuela and Cuba and only talk about Norway. So just that one idea would be worthy of like an hour of analysis, or at least a half hour. But the main points here are, number 1, actual progressives should talk about the failings of Venezuela and Cuba. I do it all the time. There are people on the left who hate me for that. It's become sort of like a litmus test for the litmus test left likes to criticize others who talk about Venezuela or Cuba. The Leninist left, call it whatever you want. But Venezuela and Cuba are authoritarian takeovers of society with populist left-wing rhetoric. And as a progressive social democrat, I'm opposed to that, and I talk about the problems there. But then there's the real distortion, which is that anyone is saying Norway is Marxist. And Ben Shapiro will eventually say Norway's not actually Marxist, and so the left is also wrong about that. Norway has good and bad things going on, quite a bit of good. But Norway is a social democracy in the sort of standard Scandinavian model period. So to claim that even people on the left are saying it's Marxist, to even mention Norway when talking about Marxism is a joke. Norway's not even socialist, never mind communist or Marxist. And then Ben Shapiro immediately goes on to say, but Norway isn't actually Marxist anyway.
There are just a few problems with this perspective. First off, Norway isn't socialist. It's a capitalist country burdened with massively expensive socialist redistribution programs.
Okay, so in the first clip he says Marxist, and now he says it's not actually socialist. That's obvious, right? I don't talk to any serious people on the left who say that Norway is an example of a socialist success or a communist success or a Marxist success. It's a social democracy. It's capitalism, right? And that is a fundamental distortion here. He also has talked about actual social democracy, democratic socialism, and some of these same confusions exist. Let's look at another clip.
Now, let's talk for a second about the appeal of democratic socialism, because what you hear from the left is that democratic socialism is what exists in places like Denmark and Sweden. That is real socialism. There's only one problem. None of this is true. Nima Sanandanji, who writes for The Stream, he has a very good piece about myths regarding Nordic socialism. He's an author and researcher. He holds a PhD from the Royal Institute of Technology in Sweden and conducted research at the University of Cambridge. And he has a great piece about why it is that so many people think that democratic socialist republics are the ones that are really succeeding, when in reality they're succeeding in spite of their socialism. So here's what he says. The success of Nordic countries is based on the fact that historically they have relied on free markets and protection of private property. The only exception is a short period in Sweden, wherein socialist policies crippled growth and job creation. Nordic nations do have high taxes and generous welfare, but in many other regards they have unusually free markets.
That's exactly right. They have free markets. They have relatively high taxes. They have lots of social welfare programs. That's not a debunking of socialism. It's just confirming what social democracy is, right? It's capitalism combined with strong social welfare. He's acting like the writer he cites has found some glitch in democratic socialism arguments. No, it's merely a definition of social democracy. It's what social democracy claims to be and is. We can define social democracy many ways, but it's a mixed ideology that promotes progressive, democratic, pro-social justice polity with a capitalist economy, period. And then again, he does more of the same conflation.
Danish Prime Minister Lars Rasmussen says after seeing his country held up as an example in the American presidential debate, he told students in a 2015 speech at Harvard's Kennedy School of Government, quote, "I know that some people in the U.S. associate the Nordic model with some sort of socialism. Therefore, I would like to make one thing clear. Denmark is far from a socialist planned economy. Denmark is a market economy. When it comes to areas such as business regulations, trade policy, investment freedom, vouchers in the provision of education, elderly care and health care, and partial privatization of retirement savings, Nordic countries are among the most free market in the world."
That's right. Holding up Norway or Denmark as socialist countries is wrong. But they are the definition of social democracy, and this is what's missing from the conversation. It is a false debate that is being sort of framed here. One more clip.
Hey, Nordic countries did not become rich by relying on socialism. Sweden is the only Nordic country that actually experimented with socialism in the 70s and 80s, and instead, it destroyed Sweden's economy.
That's right. They didn't become rich by being socialists. They became rich by allowing for the creativity and innovation of capitalism while understanding the limits of capitalism in some markets, spending enough on social programs to have as many citizens as possible able to afford being part of that capitalist economy because they're not paying off medical bills or student loans. This constant back and forth between talking about socialism and democratic socialism and Marxism and mixing terms and pretending to be debunking something when you're actually confirming it, all while speaking really fast and with an indignant tone, it works really well on people. And then there's this really important thing that we shouldn't forget.
And finally, important to note that if you're talking about why Denmark does better, Sweden does better, Scandinavia does better, important to note, all of these groups, when they come to America, do better in the United States than they do back in their home countries. So in Denmark, Danish Americans actually do better in America than they do in Denmark. So all of the talk about how all of these countries are thriving because of socialism just isn't true. Now,
again, he says they're not thriving in socialism, but these are social democracies, and this is really important. He says Danish people do better as Danish Americans when they move here than back in Denmark. How you measure that is a serious question, and what does it mean to even do better? They have a higher salary here? Because if that's the argument, you've got to add in, when you calculate their Danish salary, the healthcare and the education that they get in Denmark. That needs to be added to their Danish salary if you really want to compare. And then you've got to adjust for purchasing power, and you've got to consider self-reported happiness and life satisfaction. If we're just comparing salaries, if that's what we're doing, it really tells us very, very little about whether Danes do better in Denmark or in the United States. So I could go on, but the most important things are around this issue. Number one, don't get confused by social democracy versus socialism, because they want you to be confused, okay? Number two, don't let other people tell you which system of government a country has in the context of debunking that system of government. You've got to figure out for yourself if they're actually honestly representing what system of government exists there. And then thirdly, please look this stuff up for yourself, because there are some really important conversations happening around these issues. And if you even allow someone like Ben Shapiro to set the boundaries and frame the debate for you, you are by definition going to come out extraordinarily uninformed. Send me your thoughts. I'm on Twitter at dpacman. The show is on Twitter at David Pakman Show.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show isn't some corporate media show with huge advertisers and a media conglomerate supporting us. We actually depend on support from our viewers and listeners. The easiest way, the most rewarding way, the most exciting way to support the show, to get a membership at www.joinpakman.com. You'll receive the world-famous daily bonus show for supporters only, the commercial-free audio and video streams of the show every day, and you'll be part of the solution. Because of membership, we are independent and we're able to cover whatever stories we want, whatever stories our audience is interested in, without executives looking over our shoulder. And it's why we've grown from a weekly show to a daily show. Much to the dismay of the Hatriots, we can't be pulled off the air unless all of you cancel your memberships. Please don't do that, but please do sign up today at www.joinpacman.com. Support independent progressive media.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Today's new member of the day is Tracy Stafford. Tracy, thank you for supporting our program. Also want to say thanks to Judy Goldman, who is today's longtime sustaining member of the day with us since 2013. Tracy, Judy, thank you. Join them at www.joinpacman.com. The phones are jammed at 617-830-4750. Let's go to our first caller from the 979 area code. Caller from 979, who's this?
This is John from Houston.
Go ahead, John.
David, I just had a question for you, and I wanted to get your thoughts on just the personal growth aspect of the people that lead us. And I had a friend of mine. She's a woman. We grew up together, very, very close, and we're having a conversation about this. So, at what point do we forgive people? And there's different levels of wrong, like in terms of Al Franken,
sure,
and someone like Roy Moore. Al Franken is not Roy Moore. Did we overpunish? Did we shoot ourselves in the foot? And as progressives, when do we start taking into account that we actually have made some personal growth in our lives? Like Franken took full accountability for what he did, and he owned it. And maybe we went too far. I just wanted to get your thoughts on that. If maybe we did go too far, and if we hold ourselves to a different standard than right wingers would hold themselves. They give
I think I got
it.
So the left definitely holds itself to a different standard. I mean, we see that when nobody on the left was defending Anthony Weiner when he had his scandal. You had people, even with Bill Clinton, like we were talking about, with one alleged exception, you're talking about consensual incidents that were inappropriate in different ways. With Al Franken, you were talking about something that is, 1% of what Brett Kavanaugh was accused of, and yet you did have Democratic senators saying he should resign. So I don't know if the answer is that the left should stop holding people accountable. It's that we need to expose the hypocrisy here, and merely exposing it won't do anything, because the thing is the right doesn't care. The right doesn't care about the hypocrisy as long as they can keep putting the people they want in the Senate, in governors' mansions, in the Supreme Court. So it's really, there's the moral question, which is Democrats, if they are willing to do what's right when it comes to these allegations, they should continue doing it for moral reasons. And then we also need to have sort of the pragmatic discussion, which is, was it right to call for Franken's resignation in that particular case? And that's sort of a question you've got to answer on a one-on-one, case-by-case basis.
I agree. It was tough watching him go down, because we were saying that he admitted to everything that he did. He owned it, and said that gave a bullet point of things that he did wrong. And I think that in that particular case, you're right. I think we should go case by case on it. But it kind of looks like on the other side, like, oh, they just give him a pass, but that's not the case. I think people need to be a little bit more aware that everything is on a case-by-case basis. And, some people don't take accountability, and there are different levels of wrong.
There are.
And so
there are. Yep. John, thank you. I got to run. I got a ton of people holding, but an important topic, and I appreciate hearing from you about it. Let's go next to our caller from the 614 area code. Caller from 614, who's this? Where are you calling from? 614, are you there?
Hello?
That's you.
Oh, sorry, I didn't recognize the area code because...
Oh, is it country code 61 instead? Oh, it's Australia. I got you. It's country code 61.
There we go. Hi, David. I'm
Hi.
Angela.
Hi, Angela. Go ahead. What's on your mind today?
I'm calling mainly because of my overwhelming fear of what my government's doing, and just little things that I've noticed which I don't think many other people would notice because only I am that into it, that actually are quite alarming. Like the amount of funding we've put aside for natural disasters went from 170 million last year, 100 million this year, 10 million next year, down to 0 by 2020. And at the moment, I think our environment minister probably had, I think, owned shares in coal, and then our prime minister walked around Parliament House, I think last year, holding a lump of coal, passing it to people, going, "It's only coal; it won't hurt you." And yeah, it's. I vote. I encourage my other friends on who we should, but we've got the same situation of the lesser of two evils. And yeah, I'm just pretty sure, and especially I think they're moving all of the meteorologists and like people that will be watching the weather to one centralized place in Sydney. So that's not very helpful for the rest of the country. So I think that there's so many things that they're doing which I think will be catastrophic when it comes to it. And I don't think there's much anyone can do about it except for de-corrupting everything.
Yes. Corruption is a big, big thing. I don't know too much about the specifics you're mentioning, Angela, but did you have any question, or it was just that comment?
Is there any other way to get through to your representatives other than the standard basic ways, like especially when you feel like it's urgent and dire?
It's all the normal stuff. It's emailing them, calling them, showing up and protesting. Civil disobedience, general strikes, right? I mean, it's in countries like the United States and Australia, those are the things that are available. And then there are people who will go beyond that into violence. I think it's counterproductive in the long term, but those are the options that we mostly have to differing degrees. Angela, thank you for the call. Great to hear from our viewers in Australia. That might have been our first call from Australia. Let's see who is on from the 860 area code. Could be someone from our friendly neighbors to the southwest, Connecticut, maybe, 860. Who's this? Where are you calling from?
Hi, this is Mike from Massachusetts, actually.
Oh, all right. Go ahead, Mike.
So this is kind of a two-part question, David. I'm just wondering how you feel about this. As a progressive, I look at what this whole Kavanaugh debacle did, and I really think that the Democrats, they really just overplayed their hand with that whole thing.
Okay.
And I don't think they really gained anything from it. And in the end. And, my second part is, I look at this crop of candidates that are out there for 2020. The Elizabeth Warrens, even though, I live in Massachusetts, I'm going to vote for her.
Yep.
The Cory Bookers, the Kamala Harrises. I think Trump is going to make mincemeat at all. Anybody like that. I think whether he wins or loses down in Texas, Beto O'Rourke is our only hope. I think the way that guy has got for president, yes. I think the way that guy has galvanized that population down there, has the energy that he has, I think he's the only guy who can take out Trump.
Okay, so let's take this in a couple parts. Number one, I don't know. I'm not ready to say that the Kavanaugh thing is just a loss for Democrats because based on the polling that I've seen, it has energized Democrats more than Republicans to vote in November, and I think we'll be able to determine whether it helped or hurt Democrats in like 3 weeks. So let's check back in about that. I'm open to the idea that it could be good for Democrats in that way, although it's a disaster to have Kavanaugh on the Supreme Court. We were talking here yesterday in our studio about our fears that people like Elizabeth Warren, Biden, Bernie Sanders, Michael Avenatti, right, that these people are just not going to stand a chance. And I sort of share your concerns there. I don't know that Beto O'Rourke is the answer. I think that he would have a significant set of challenges, even just winning the primary, never mind going up against Trump. But I think where you and I agree is I am very concerned that there is no clear, I'm not seeing anybody for 2020. And I've been saying we've got to get past 2018 before we talk about it. We're almost past it, so we can sort of start to think about it. I'm not seeing anyone where I say, oh, here's someone with no obvious significant liabilities. And that's scary.
I mean, who else is out there? I mean, Gavin Newsom out in California, he hasn't even been elected governor yet.
Forget about that. I mean, listen, forget about it. I don't see how he has a path but I've been wrong before, that's for sure.
I just don't see. I mean, Trump is a unique candidate. We've never seen anything like this guy before, ever, in American politics.
Absolutely.
And I just don't think that any of the traditional Democratic candidates that we're going to run, I mean, I don't think they're up to take on a guy who's as obnoxious as who just is going to go for the throat every single time he's on stage.
Well, who else is obnoxious? It's Avenatti, right? That's the one argument for Avenatti, which would be the guy is just as obnoxious as Trump, and he sort of gets how to get under Trump's nerves. I mean, he's a lawyer who appeared and started representing Stormy Daniels, and Trump is now tweeting about him, right? So Avenatti clearly knows how to get under Trump's skin. That would be the one argument, Pat, for Avenatti.
What about Joe Biden? Right? I mean, he's not right on all the policies, but he's tough talking. He even challenged Trump to a fight at one point.
Is a nearly 80-year-old white guy the path forward? I'm not playing identity.
Too, right?
I'm not playing identity politics. I'm just asking the question of how. Like, I love Joe Biden. I would be totally behind Joe Biden. I just am not sure he can win.
Yeah, I think he would have maybe the best shot, but I mean, like you just said, David, like. Is an 80-year-old white guy really where we need to be going in the Democratic Party right now?
I mean, it's not that that's a disqualifier. Biden is no less qualified, intelligent, or knowledgeable by virtue of being a nearly 80-year-old white guy. I'm just thinking out loud in terms of the impact it would have if the way to defeat a 73-year-old obnoxious white guy is with a more polite 80-year-old white guy. I don't know. Maybe it is. I'm just not sure.
Thanks, David.
Yep. All right. Appreciate the call. Thank you. Yeah, we're almost ready to start talking about 2020. As I said,
we got a few more weeks.
We got a few more weeks, but we are getting close to ready. Let's go to our caller from the 305 area code. Maybe from I think 305 is Miami. Love Miami if that's where you're calling from. If not, I still love Miami. You're just not calling from there. 305. 305. Are you there at all? Let's start there.
Hello.
That is you.
How are you?
Good. Are we? We're not on speakerphone, are we?
No.
Oh boy. All right, go ahead.
I have a question for you, and I want to make a quick point though. My question is, it really help Joe Biden win the election?
Oh boy. Sorry. Well, you're breaking up. I don't know if we're on Bluetooth or if you have a bad signal, but you're breaking up. Can you ask your question one more time?
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes. Go ahead.
Should Democrats focus on helping Joe Manchin win re-election? Like, Joe Manchin, to me, needs to lose. I think Joe Manchin is a disaster for the Democratic Party.
Yep.
Like, he's the only Democrat talking about supporting Trump in 2020.
Right.
He voted for Kavanaugh. I really don't think he should be a senator anymore. And I'm willing to lose control of the Senate if that means we lose Manchin.
Okay, see, now you go. So here's the thing. The Democratic Party needs to replace Manchin. Should we be willing to lose?
We can't, though.
Hold on a second. Should we be willing to lose control of the Senate when so much is riding on the control of the Senate right now? I think the answer is no. Now, you might say, well, if Manchin's just going to vote for Republicans, you might have control of the Senate on paper, but not in reality. He's not going to vote with Republicans on everything. So I feel that we should not say we don't care about control of the Senate if it means Manchin loses and a Republican wins. But there needs to be a plan for trying to get a real Democrat in. But you've got to remember, Manchin's in West Virginia. Is there any other kind of Democrat that could win? I don't know the answer.
Well, Bernie Sanders won all the precincts in West Virginia, and I think that we can win Texas. I think we can win the Mississippi special election. So I'm not really worried about Manchin winning. And I really don't want Simon to win because she votes 61% of the time as Trump, and she's kind of not a real Democrat, same with Bredesen. I do think that maybe Wilson can pull up an upset, and I think David Beal, he's running in Mississippi against Roger Wicker. I think he has a chance because Roger Wicker hasn't really been doing well in polling. He's like in the 47 range.
Right. Yeah, so we're getting into a lot of different races. I think the Manchin question, though, to focus on that is an interesting one, but I don't want to lose control of the Senate right now. by replacing Manchin with a Republican. But Manchin's a major problem. Hey, I didn't catch your name. What was your name?
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Paul.
Paul, okay. All right. I appreciate the call, Paul. Thank you so much. Yeah, Pat, you had a thought on this?
Oh, well, I'd rather have Manchin, who votes with Trump 60% of the time, than some Republican
who votes
in
95.
West Virginia who's going to vote with Trump 95% of the time. And the time to primary Joe Manchin has passed. Paula Jean Swearengin ran against him and lost, and
Yes.
this is what we have so far. It's either
Yeah.
Joe Manchin or a Republican.
And you also have to remember, would a further left Democrat win in West Virginia? I don't know the answer. I'm not
Yeah.
saying this. I'm not playing the least of two evil. I'm just asking the question: is there a different type of Democrat that could win right now in West Virginia? And I don't know the answer to that. Let's go to our next caller from the 918 area code. Caller from 918. Who's this? Where are you calling from?
My name is Raquel. I'm calling from Tulsa, Oklahoma.
All right, Raquel. What's on your mind today?
Well, my husband and I have been fighting an immigration battle for the last 5 years. We got an I-130 visa. He's from Yemen originally.
Yeah.
And we have just had so many problems. One day they'll say, okay, everything looks good. And then the next moment they'll come up with some excuse why to extend it and put it in administrative processing.
And sorry, this is which agency is this?
This is USCIS,
Okay.
United States Immigration Services Center.
And what's an example of the stuff where, like, what would be an example of something that they say needs to be done after saying it looks like everything's good to go?
First, they made up this story about polygamy.
Polygamy?
And we were able to prove that there was no polygamy.
Okay.
And that was a lot of fun.
So
And
let me
then
see.
next,
Let's
now
not
they're
skip past
trying
that,
to-
Raquel, if we can talk through it. So there
Sure.
was a question raised about whether your husband in Yemen was involved in a polygamous situation.
That is correct. That is correct. But what happened was he left Yemen and he went to Norway.
Right.
Okay. And he's been in Norway for the past 10 years.
Right.
Okay. So I left Norway because it's a very expensive country
Sure.
to live in. All right. We've been trying to get him over to the United States. This has been going on for 5 years, and we've had nothing but problems.
So this isn't even
So now they're
necessarily
trying to say
related
they've-
to, sorry, Raquel, this isn't necessarily even related to Trump, that this has been going on even before Trump.
Yeah, but it does relate back to Trump because
Oh.
he wants to do a ban on 5 different countries, and Yemen is involved.
Right. But I guess what I'm saying is there were 3 years before Trump during which you also were having
Yeah,
problems.
absolutely, yes.
Okay, got it.
But now the vetting has become so extreme, I can't even get my husband into this country. Neither one of us has committed a crime.
Sure.
Neither one of us has done anything to deserve what has happened. So
And to
now,
be clear, Raquel, because you're married, he should eventually be allowed to join you and would qualify for citizenship through marriage, right? Like it's being delayed.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
yes. So
Wow.
this is a problem. Now they've made it where you have to go out and get an attorney, whether you can afford one or not.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just became a very expensive process. So I don't know what to say. I think once he's out of power and we get somebody else different, I think we'll have a better chance of getting him in through this country.
That may be, although the fact that it was so difficult even under Obama certainly makes me slightly skeptical of that, but I think it will be better. It just could be 6 years. Raquel, I got to run. I appreciate hearing from you,
Okay,
and I'm really
thank you.
sorry for what's going on. It sounds really, really bad, and it sounds partially related to Donald Trump. That's all the time I have for calls today. We will take calls again if you're holding, and there are many of you. I apologize we didn't get to you, but we are just out of time. We will take calls next week. Quick break, back after this.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show is audience-supported media. I really mean that, not just a catchphrase. And much of that support is small contributions on Patreon, contributions as small as $1 per month, meaning just cents for each hour-long episode of the show. Plus, patrons can also get the daily bonus show and the daily commercial-free TV show, by pledging at patreon.com/David Pakman Show. We've rolled out great new perks on Patreon, including free bumper stickers, t-shirts, coffee mugs, and more at different giving levels, as well as exclusive content. And it all comes with the pleasure of knowing you're supporting independent progressive media, an alternative to the corporate stuff that is as much a part of the problem as our political system. If you value the show and have as little as $1 to put towards independent media, check out patreon.com/David Pakman Show and make a pledge today. It'll feel good, and I'd really appreciate it. Patreon.com/David Pakman Show.
Welcome back to the David Pakman Show.
So last week or the week before, we covered Donald Trump calling on a Kurdish journalist by saying Mr. Kurd. And of course, the Kurds being an ethnic group, saying Mr. Kurd, ask your question would be like saying Mr. Jew or Mr. Black, and it didn't really make any sense. But what is a great thing that came from that is that it reminded us of my interview with Stephen Mansfield about the Kurds and Kurdistan and how the Kurds fit into the future of the Middle East, which we did back in November of 2014. And what's amazing about this interview is that it would seem like one of those interviews that appeals to a slice of our audience really significantly, and a lot of people just don't care about it. But this interview ended up doing extraordinarily well, hundreds of thousands of views on YouTube, if not more than 500,000 at this point. And it is a really fascinating interview, and Stephen Mansfield is excellent on this topic of the Kurds. So that's where we are starting this week in terms of classic interview, with my interview from November of 2014, Stephen Mansfield about the Kurds and Kurdistan. I'm joined today by Stephen Mansfield, who's the author of The Miracle of the Kurds, a remarkable story of hope reborn in northern Iraq. And I think a great place to start, Stephen, is your book focuses on northern Iraq, but it would be important, I think, for the audience to understand the Kurds as a group beyond just Iraq. So let's start there. Who are the Kurds?
Well, it's probably most important to know that the Kurds are a non-Arab people who consider themselves the descendants of the ancient Medes. People probably know this term best from their Bibles, the laws of the Medes and the Persians that we read about in the Old Testament. And they are a unique people in the Middle East, having lived largely in the mountains. Those who dislike them called them the hillbillies of the Middle East, but they're far more progressive than that. They have a strong sense of tradition, a strong sense of belonging, a strong sense of culture. And their graciousness, their hospitality, combined with their warrior code, their sort of poet warriors, some have said, makes them distinct in the Middle East. I think it's also important for people to know that they have been mistreated time and again, though they are certainly large enough to warrant their own homeland. Their region up in the north around the Zagros Mountains, overlaying parts of Turkey, parts of Iran, parts of Syria, and of course Iraq, has not been, the boundaries have not been drawn in all of the treaties of Europe after World War I and in more recent times, so they could have their own homeland. So they've ended up being a minority people amongst many of the nations in the Middle East. And that, of course, is their historic complaint. What's brought them to international attention in recent decades, of course, is Saddam's atrocities against them.
So we have this group that is largely, it's correct to say it's mostly a Sunni Muslim group, correct?
That's correct.
We have this group that has, they're predominantly living in specific areas of a variety of countries, as you've mentioned. One of the most interesting things to me about the Kurds is if we go back to the Ottoman Empire, right? We have these circumstances where in a lot of the recent conversations on corporate media, including the kind of kerfuffle on the Bill Maher program, one of the things that I think was missing from the analyses that was being made by everybody was that before the Ottoman Empire, pre-dissolution of the Ottoman Empire, the Muslim people were much more united as a people, so to speak, and that now you see very significant differences between Muslims in different parts of that part of the world. Something similar has happened with the Kurds, has it not, where they're no longer, even though they all, I guess we could say, share this general desire for a land that is their own, they are not really a unified group in any sense of the word.
Well, the Kurds do have their divisions. They've had an embarrassing civil war right at a time they might have been taking their control of their own destiny into their hands, back to just after the no-fly zone in the early 90s. And of course, what really has caused them grief in recent years is that so much of what they have suffered, even during the Saddam years, was a result of mistreatment by their Islamic brothers. So I sat with the senior mullah of Kurdistan not too long ago, and he told me that he had no intention of letting the more extremist kind of Islam that had done them damage for so many years into his region. The Kurds are very moderate. They have women on their Supreme Court. They have women commanding Peshmerga troops, female entrepreneurs. There's a Christian department in the KRG, the Kurdish regional government. So they actually have a government devoted to Christians, devoted to Yazidis. They're very moderate, very open to other religious expressions, but you're absolutely right. They're suspicious of the surrounding Islamic world because that world has conspired against them so much in recent decades.
Can you talk to us a little bit, Stephen, about, I think one of the most important things right now, because of all of the misinformation that is often spread about the so-called inherent violence of any population that is Muslim, I want to talk a little bit about the Kurds in that context so we can not kind of caricature them or lump them in with any group they don't deserve to be. In my research, I came across what I would call numerous individual or anecdotal instances, stories of kidnappings by Kurds, violence against Christian minorities by Kurds, etc. Contextualize it for us in terms of what can we look at these incidents as isolated in some way, and if so, why? Or what does it really tell us about the Kurds?
Well, anyone who's making the case that the Kurds are an angelic people are making a foolish case. This is a people group of as many as 30 million people. Will there be crimes? Will there be religious bigotry? Will there be violence? Of course there will. On the whole, though, what's appealing about the Kurds is their moderation, are the few, very, very few killings that took place once they had their affairs in their own hands and they were protected from Saddam. I would never try to make the case that there are people, free of violence, free of religious bigotry. In fact, one of the things I put in my book that concerns me is that they share with the rest of the Muslim world in the Middle East portion of the Muslim world anyway, a rise in honor killings. Particularly in the rural areas, you have women who will go to the city